preventing
just
fascism.
Don't vote. Don't vote. Throw your voice away and let the fascists win. Trump will win. Everything will be great. They'll
Mind you,
they'll
my
establish their version
prescription
of
was
the.
never not to vote. My
Hang on, no,
prescription was never not
they'll
to vote.
establish Sharia law, and we'll all get killed.
My prescription was never not to vote. My prescription is that you figure out why leftists actually feel disenfranchised from voting instead of just being like,
because leftists are
everything that's
whiny
wrong with
bitches.
society is your fault for not voting. Everything would be
it's
perfect
because
if you
we're
just
all whiny
voted.
bitches. I'm a whiny bitch. I never shut the fuck up. I'm whiny as
Okay,
fuck.
bitch.
We all are.
Okay, bitch, guess what? Even if we all voted, things wouldn't be fucking perfect.
That was amazing.
Damn straight, because it's never going to be perfect. Do you think it's going to be perfect in a post-communist society?
Never.
I think we're closer to that because we can actually be experimental
We're
on the
closer
community
to a
scale.
post-communist society than if we just
don't misquote me. I said we'd be closer to a holistically complete society if we were in a post-communist social ecologist society, because on a local scale we'd be able to try different variations of experiments, observe which one works best over time, and continue with that so long as it is self-sustaining on the local scale.
Okay, as Jack has stated previously, I am an illiterate fuck who knows nothing, so you're going to have to explain this to me, okay? You're going to have to explain this in detail very carefully, because I am a fucking dumbass, alright?
I will try.
How do you achieve a post-socialist society without first establishing a socialist state that will then transition you into post-socialism?
Oh, we're probably going to do so out of necessity once climate catastrophe absolutely rocks our infrastructure.
But you told me earlier you could absolutely achieve post-socialism without having a socialist state.
Yeah, that's how.
Wait, what?
What? You just said there's no way to do that.
No, I didn't.
You literally just said that we're going to have a socialist state because of climate change.
Yeah, we're going to be forced into a post-socialist state where we're only at the local scale anyways. And we're probably going to have to use ecological principles to self-organize.
Do you consider The Walking Dead a socialist state?
No.
Yes.
It probably would be post-socialist if it had enough time to form.
Yeah, is that what you want?
It's actually post-sadist.
No, I want one that looks like the one that reflects mostly the prescriptions of Bookchin.
Cringe.
What?
You're cringe.
You're cringe.
Not as cringe as you.
No,
okay?
I'm literally anti-cringe. So
you're so cringe. You're so cringe. You're gonna stream on Twitch tonight.
Yeah, I'm literally already on it. So.
Oh fuck, that's cringe.
I'm fucking so cringe that I'm not cringe. It's anti-cringe.
Horseshoe cringe.
Horseshoe cringe?
More like horse shit, but whatever.
Based in horseshit.
So we all just gonna admit that capitalism wins at the end of the day, and everybody's ideas.
True. Based. Yes.
It is such a great imperialistic machine. It's no wonder
it is. Think about all the profit you can achieve and the motivation you get from profit. It's so fucking good, dude.
It just keeps going.
Capitalism
even though we
based.
Slow down.
Yes.
It has no brakes or something.
No brakes. Unlike fucking socialism that collapsed in 1991. Am I right, boys?
Yes, socialism collapsed. That's what happens.
That's exactly what fucking
You're very
happened.
Historically literate.
That's exactly
very proud of you.
One of the second largest global superpower.
Everyone got on the socialism train
overnight.
Everyone got on
fucking night, bro.
Everyone got on a literal socialism train,
bro.
Everyone
Capitalism equals.
Okay, my turn for a joke. Everyone got on the literal socialism train. And it went off the bridge, and we're like, "Oh fuck, there goes socialism." Well, we tried, and I guess it's just never going to work now.
Yeah, but that happened like 30,000 times. Okay, if it was
3,000,
if it was like I said 30,000, okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm being hyperbolic, like extra
is that
hyperbolic.
More
hyperbolic than you thought. Okay.
Is that more or less?
Hang on, wait, hang on. Are you pro? Are you pro or anti-Palestine?
I'm pro-Palestine.
Okay, are you
pro
anti-Hamas? Are you pro war middle in the?
I'm not pro Hamas.
Middle East.
I'm not pro Hamas, but I condemn Hamas, just not as much as I condemn Zionists.
Do you condemn what the U.S. did in Iraq?
Yeah.
You do know socialists did the exact same thing before America did, right?
I don't stand by those socialists.
What?
Mind you, you still. I'm pretty sure you're like Jack in that you still have yet to figure
No,
out.
no, no.
that
You
Stalinists
told
and
me
Marxists are two different
that you
people.
wouldn't have these issues with socialism. I'm saying look at the biggest socialist example. They did all the fucked up shit that capitalism
Have you
does.
figured out the difference between Marx and Stalin yet? In their communist ideologies?
I know the difference. What my argument is,
You were confusing me
there is
earlier,
no
so I don't
way.
think
no,
you do.
no. There is no
Tell
way
me the
to
difference.
achieve. There's no way to achieve socialism without doing the psychotic fucking Stalinist route. There is no other way of socialism. That is the way it works. That is the system. One party authoritarianism.
Difference right now. What's the difference between Marxism and socialism?
That is terrifying.
Okay.
I
You
can
know what
make
the
it more
difference is? It's
terrifying.
like reading a Bible, and then I decide to make my own sect of the religion. Like I make my own sect of Christianity or my own sect of Judaism. That's what it's like. That's the difference. They take what was said in the Karl Marx book and they go, this is how I'm going to interpret the meaning.
That
There.
seems to be what you're doing.
That seems to be what you're doing too. It's
Well,
just you
that-
say we can achieve all of this without doing all of that. But I say I don't think Karl Marx was right. In the systems that Karl Marx wants, you have to have a horrible
so close
authoritarian
yet so
fucking
far.
government to achieve.
He was
He
an
was so close,
altruistic
yet
retard.
so far. Luckily, Bookchin came about 100 years later, so gave him some perspective and some historical.
Cool, your entire
Yeah.
ideology is based off the altruism that men are going to fuck each other over.
Yeah, and who a
Not
guy who was
actually
a
based on altruism.
and a dumbass who has a book for a chin.
Why are you afraid of altruism?
Why am I
'Cause
afraid of altruism?
gay.
Because I live in real life and I know people are going to fuck each other
Hey,
over. Guess what?
altruism gay,
No,
but
hang on.
more than
I've
just
lived
do it.
in horrible neighborhoods
Shut
my
up.
entire fucking life where poor people are, supposed to pull ourselves together and work together and live in harmony, right? That doesn't happen. Men fuck each other over every goddamn day.
And
People
fuck each
get
other.
robbed, gets stolen. Nobody gives a fuck about anyone. If you live in a hard ass fucking area in the United States or anywhere in the world, the one thing you're going to learn, people aren't fucking nice to each other. They go off of what's best for me. And you don't need to think that it's any fucking different when you get into middle class, high class, what the fuck ever. Everyone is out for their own best interests. Now, I'm not inclined to fuck someone else over, right? I'm not going to fuck someone else out of a job position, but I'm not going to be naive enough to think that the guy next to me isn't going to fuck me over.
So, just to be clear, though, you at least have the moral sense that, like, if you see someone else eating bread and you feel like bread, but let's just say for the sake of argument, you're not starving, but you just feel like bread, that it would just not be right or not be helpful to just steal that person's bread, right? You at least have that sense.
But I also understand
Wow.
as soon as I walk away, someone's
No,
going to
no,
walk behind me
you
and
had your
fucking rob him.
diatribe. Yeah, you had your diatribe. So I just want to point out that that's incredible because there is no other species on the planet that has that ability. In fact, humans are the most altruistic species.
There's no other species that rapes children.
When you said that if I had voted, then I would be so much happier with the Democratic Party. You don't realize how much of that statement relies on participation and altruism and good faith of the other people. Not that that doesn't
True.
get corrupted.
I'm altruistic in the sense that maybe we can fix some laws in the United States. I'm not altruistic in the sense that we're going to tear down the entire government and replace it with post-communism.
Well, that's because I don't think you understand the factors that lead humans to compete against each other.
I don't think you understand the factors
Oh, I
because
do.
you're vying for fucking post-communism.
One of the first and most important factors is a sense of scarcity, and we all know that capitalism is very good at manufacturing scarcity, especially for those in poverty.
In
Even though
communism,
it's
wasn't?
overflowing with food.
There was more scarcity in communism.
It didn't manufacture scarcity; it had scarcity. There's a difference.
Yeah,
that's
so capitalism, we don't have scarcity
Stalinism,
because
not
people.
Marxism.
No, you're not going to have scarcity in capitalism because if there's scarcity, that
Stalinism.
means there's money to be made.
So look, if you want to attack tankies because they supported Mao and Stalin, and they were idiots who supported Lamarckian evolution, go ahead. I'm a Marxist, so that has nothing to do with me. My point being that
You're
since
both the
we're
same
overflowing
color.
with food, and the reason that people steal food from each other and compete in ways like that seem like we're not altruistic is because competition is currently the only way people can provide in a system that does not provide for them.
Oh
So
shit,
you're
my
telling
bad.
me
I
there
had
would be
something
no
over
competition
my.
as in
I
a
had something over my
communist state.
No, I
chat
can't say
here.
zero. I'd say it's minimized.
What's going on,
How is it
Astro?
minimized?
How
I'm not
are
also.
ya?
I'm also post.
I'm
How does
good.
it minimize the social
Opinion.
psychology of I need to have
Kicker
two
Keep
loaves
was
of
canceled
bread?
today,
Pardon?
unfortunately.
How does it minimize the the social psychology of I need 2 loaves of bread? Fuck
But you
that
only
guy
need
that
one.
needs one.
No, but that doesn't exist.
2 weeks
First
in
of
a
all,
row.
It does exist.
no, it doesn't. So
Yes, it does.
We used to have needs-based economies where things were marketed to us based on
The king used to provide everything to you. Do you think the peasants weren't stealing shit?
absolute power. So when we were to market it to as a needs-based economy, theft was way lower because all you had to do was buy one jacket and then you're at the same status as every other jacket owner out there. There wasn't this, like, maybe not royalty, maybe not the super rich, but pretty much everybody else also had their one jacket, right? This might apply to winter jackets, but I'm talking about, like, your dress jacket, like the jacket you would wear over your suit and fall and stuff like that. Sometimes people have like 10 of those now. This
Yeah, because capitalism is based
economy
and you can
what makes
buy
us
as
seem-
much as you want. Soviet Union, you get one fucking jacket.
Look,
Yeah,
you
that
obviously
sucks.
didn't understand
That's
the
fine, though.
Soviet Union. So it's the
I do
impulse
understand the
biggie.
Soviet
economy.
Union. They couldn't provide basic
So I'm talking
essentials to
about
their people.
capitalism and how it manufactures an impulse-based economy that makes us feel like we would be more selfish and greedy than we actually are.
No, that's humans.
No, that
Why do
was
you think
super
we fucking
sexy.
started hoarding gold and
This is
diamonds
a well-documented thing,
3,000
but-
years ago?
This is a well-documented thing, by the way. I would start you with the documentary Hyper.
Yeah, it's well documented. Humans are greedy and we'll steal
No.
shit and kill each other for it.
What I've described of this being accelerated by capitalism is well documented by Adam Curtis in the documentary Hypernormalization.
Okay, socialism. Socialists constantly bring up the fact that the capitalist experiment has only been going on for roughly 200 years. So explain why humans have fucked each other and killed each other for thousands of years if it's all manufactured by capitalism.
Because we've never had a system that actually is capable of providing needs for people.
And you think socialism is that system?
No, I think social ecology is. Bookchinian social ecology.
What?
Murray Bookchin is an author who wrote towards
Okay,
the
okay.
political
Stop
field.
stop referring to obscure fucking
Well,
socialist
stop just
authors.
asking what? Ask
Speaking
a real question.
If I started bringing up weird ass fucking authors that I've brought up that talked about weird ass
What?
neoliberal shit, it's not
What?
going to make sense to people that have never read
What?
the fucking book.
What?
So
What?
speak in
What?
more
What?
general
What?
terms.
What? You what?
Don't say, "Hey, I read this
I
book
did.
and this
Yeah,
woman has
actually,
all the
social
answers."
ecology was the general terms.
Yes. So
Social-
what is social ecology? I asked you that and you
ecology is
said, "Well, go
far
read the
left.
book."
social ecology is a far left merging of communalism and ecological sciences.
Okay, what is communalism and the sciences? The fuck-
Communalism, the sciences are the sciences.
Uh-oh.
Communalism is the local scale.
No, you can't say
Uh-oh.
sciences are
Okay,
the
I'm
sciences.
answering. Yes, You don't know what
no.
ecology is? Are you new?
I know what ecology is, but I want
shut
you
up
to
and stop
fucking
asking
explain
dumb
yourself.
questions. I'm going to answer your fucking
Sciences and
question.
sciences is definitely like
No,
a
No, I
retarded
mean, it
thing
was-
to come
I was
into a
just hanging
conversation.
out, you
with.
know? I don't mind doing a 10-hour stream if I'm just like
communitarianism or communalism,
chilling,
depending on how you want to
talking
say
to
it,
people. It's kind of
is
fun.
the
like
local
going as
scale
long as
government and
possible, but,
economies of self-sustaining,
I was
groups.
definitely tired today because
Very
I
slow.
went to bed
Okay.
at like 8 a.m. and woke up
So
at
No,
you
no,
want
actually-
everybody
not
to be
small,
like
not small.
No, I
rural
went to bed at
Not
9.
small.
Woke up at
Not
1.
small.
rural communities.
Just
We all live off the land.
No, you're oversimplifying. These can be urban and things. We're talking about interconnectivity.
You make HRT in your bathtub.
No, we're talking about interconnectivity. So an urban center,
Wait, base
every-
DIY trans Reddit
everything
post?
would come in from.
Bathtub hormones? Epic?
You would probably have
That's
a
what Ninetales
community
takes.
where people have learned to become chemists, and then they serve your community as members of your
Bathtub
community.
chemist.
And if you go to
That's
them,
not how society works. Do you
Bathtub
understand
chemist.
some of the shit that goes into the fucking things you use on a daily basis comes from South
society-
America?
society
It
doesn't
comes from
work how
fucking
nature works.
China. Do you think you could make an iPhone
I don't
locally?
care how society
Fuck.
currently works. I don't care how society. I'm
Okay, so
making
you
subscriptions.
You have to care how
Based
Are you
society
on-
works if you're trying
so
to change
you're
it,
you're
though.
giving up on the
I'm
internet?
answering you.
No
as to
more
why I
internet?
don't care. No. So the
Okay, no more
Well,
internet,
this isn't
guys.
a primi-
Bye.
this- no, this isn't a primitivism argument. You're just dumb. So
You can't make an iPhone and you can't sustain the internet with computers if you're not fucking working on a global scale with a supply chain.
Almost every like manufacturing process right now has the potential to be scaled down to like a residential scale.
How the fuck can you do that if one of the things that you need to make an iPhone comes from Chile and the other comes from the fucking mountains in China?
By opening up proprietary information to open source. So when it comes
You're
to
going to open
society,
source the
so you
minerals
said
from a
something really
fucking
dumb.
thing?
I'm going to correct you.
You
It's-
said something
You're just
really
trying
dumb.
to talk over me, so I can't correct you about the dumb thing you said. So stop saying dumb shit like, oh,
You're the
well, this
one
is how
saying dumb shit. You're the
society
one
works.
saying we
That's
can't
not
work
how
making
society
iPhones.
works.
Hold on. I'm gonna
Scientist.
mute all three of you fuckers right now. Okay, hold on, real quick. Ninetales, I think you misinterpreted what Avius said. Avius said materials, not plans. Okay, now I'm unmuting you fuckers.
So you should make sure he actually
Bathtub
lets me finish my
scientist.
answer. See,
Shut up,
they're
Jack.
afraid of letting me answer. Come on, Cankles, it's time to put on your
Please-
fucking
please
moderating.
answer.
Try
cap.
harder.
Mute
I'm
me
moderating.
and Jack. Let them answer.
Mute these fuckers
Let it
right now. I'm not
answer.
talking until you mute them.
All right, fine. All right, you fuck. Go ahead.
I'm not going to take longer than a minute. So the short answer is we can convert to a recyclable economy where we produce things on a local scale. Look at 3D printing. Look at metal printing. Look at all these new technologies which are people are operating out of their own fucking garages that used to be industrial scale processes. This is all more possible than ever, and all you have to do is use your fucking imagination. This isn't a call to primitivism. This is a call to making things scalable. Thank you. Mute me while they scream.
No homophobism.
Okay. All right,
No
Jack.
Allah
Jack.
U'abaism.
Let me go. Okay, just let me go for a second.
I want to talk about
What do you know,
chemistry. Sorry.
Ninetales? What do you know about the right to repair movement?
I love it. I support it fully, and one of my fields of study is full stack
And
engineering.
Ange throws it back.
Okay, that's
It's
a really good
disrespectful.
answer. I'm very happy you answered with that. So you should
No
understand
homophobism.
that when you're
No
repairing a
Allah
phone, it's not like you
U'abaism.
can just like recycle the motherboard from a broken phone.
No
A lot of the
racism,
time you
no
have to buy a
sexism,
brand
no
new motherboard or a
homophobism.
brand new thing from China that's still made using all of these resources because
We're very close to
eventually
being able to
all
print.
all parts are going
Yes.
to run out. That is what's going to happen. All parts
Yes,
are going
yes,
to
we
run
are
out, and
being able-
eventually, so you're always going to need a supply chain, and you're going to need the world to work on a global scale supply chain.
So we've already gone from a point where the amount of motherboards that you need to order for your project has gone from thousands in order to be able to even get your foot in the door to one. And this is an affordable
Yes,
thing for
but
single
we
users.
can't. Yes, but we're
Don't
not
say
going
yes,
to
don't say
have
yes,
new
don't say yes,
computers.
And don't say we're not going to have, because there are already companies that are very successfully developing printable PCBs.
Yes, but these. Okay, do you understand how a PCB works?
Yes.
Do you understand? Okay, then what
I
is the
studied
sign?
electrical
Explain.
engineering.
Okay,
So a PCB
So
is a
you-
layered insulator with conductive paths and holes called throughways through which electricity can flow. This is where we mount components.
okay, so
either on
you
the
know,
surface or through
then
those
you
holes.
understand you're lying to me right now.
No,
You
I'm having-
actually understand you're lying to me right now because you
You're the one who's
understand.
lying because
No,
you don't know the
no,
state of the art.
No. You're lying to me because if what you're saying is true, you understand that different metals have different conductive processes.
No
and
racism,
we
no
need these
sexism,
specific
no
metals for
homophobism.
iPhones because the iPhone uses these special minerals that have special conductive properties.
Let me ask you something.
You know
Is there
we're
any-
about to
is-
have
is
World
there a
War III
factory-
over these metals, right?
Is there a factory where you live where they can recycle metals for you?
Yes, but you do understand.
Oh,
that, hang
wow,
on.
that's amazing.
No, you do understand when you
recycle
Look at the
it.
recycle.
technology today. You can melt
Hey,
metals
let's recycle it.
in a single
I'm
city.
killing
Wow.
myself.
Okay, stop. All right.
Oh.
You do understand when you recycle something, you lose about 30% of it, right? So
Depends on
each
the-
time
no,
you
that
recycle
depends on the
something,
efficiency of the
30%'s gone.
process. No. That depends on the efficiency of the process. Things like
Yeah, and we're
plastic,
not
that's
efficient when it
true.
comes to recycling. Plus,
We are with
recycling does
metals
more damage to the
because metals are
environment.
more
racism,
easily.
no
No, we
sexism,
are with
no
metals because metals are more
homophobism.
easily separable from contaminants.
When you melt down metals, you're releasing gases into the fucking atmosphere.
Metal doesn't vaporize. Those
What the
gases
fuck
are
are you
pollutants.
talking about?
Those gases are pollutants.
What the
How did you
fuck?
take away
Those
my
are the
music?
They literally
contaminants
work
in the
a
metal.
fucking metal plant. What the
Those
fuck
are the
you talking?
contaminants
There's
in the
parts
metal,
of the
you
plant
fucking
that you
idiot.
literally have to wear a fucking gas mask because of the toxic fumes that come out when you melt
Because of
metal.
the contaminants in the metal, the
Yes,
impurities.
the oxides, the things, the fucking bonding agents,
Those
all the
aren't
shit
metal
like that.
those
Wow,
are
so when you
metal
melt
oxides.
it down, so
You're
you're
not
telling me
losing the metal.
you're releasing
It
bad
becomes
shit in the
purer when you
atmosphere.
smelt it. It becomes purer when that happens.
You know,
You're
I'm
not-
not
you're
surprised that the
losing- you're
socialists is
losing
giving
weight.
bad
You're
takes on the
losing weight.
environment when they literally got rid of one of the world's biggest
You're
fucking
losing weight,
oceans.
not purity. Like
The
you're
fourth
actually getting
largest
more of the
ocean
metal
was
back.
destroyed by the Soviet
By
Union.
you,
I'm
That's
not
how we
surprised by these
separate
takes.
alloys.
You and the bathtub chemists making DIY
But by the way, I clearly know more
hormones.
about metallurgy than you. The process you just described is how we get more pure metal and how we collect
What,
more
destroying
metal
an
from the
ocean?
sample.
Yes, but what I'm saying is when
Jack,
you
will
melt
you,
it
like,
down, a
Please
large
stop
portion
pretending like
is
you understand
wasted.
anything.
What are you?
Sorry, what?
Wait.
No, I was talking to Jack. Go
Okay.
ahead.
When you melt something down, when you melt it down, because I worked in a fucking metal plant, all right?
Cool.
So when you
Cool.
melt it down,
Hello.
there's a lot of shit that gets released into the atmosphere. If
Is any
you
of that
breathe it
metal?
in, if you're next to it and you breathe it in, you fucking die because it's so goddamn toxic. So if it can kill you when you're next to it, that probably means it shouldn't be in the air.
Your original
probably
claim
means it's
was that
bad.
we lose 30% of the metal that we try to
Because
recycle.
that's true.
My answer to that was no, we don't. We actually reclaim all of the metal if you're smelting at a proper temperature.
How is that true?
Look
Some
it
of
up.
the-
Oh my
No,
god.
no.
You
Some
want
of
me
the
to
bonding
explain
agent
boiling
sticks to the
temperatures
metal,
of
and then
metals
when
to
you melt it down,
You
it
realize-
literally
Wish
melts
the
the metal.
talk has been found.
Holy
What are
shit.
you
Okay,
talking
so
about? No, there's some of
different
these
types of
metal
steel. Do you know what the
compounds.
different types of steel are? Do you know what the different types of steel are?
Yes, do you? I
Yes.
worked at an aerospace grade aluminum company.
So let's start aluminum. I'm talking about steel, boy. So let's start with austenite. Austenite
You
has
do
some of the
understand that the
highest
aluminum
carbon-
I was working with
Yeah,
had a
no.
stronger density than
So
steel.
obvious he's not going to let me
It's
finish because
literally
he's afraid
used
of
for
people who
rockets and
understand.
planes.
Cankles,
Fake news.
either you moderate or I'm just going to ignore him.
What do you want me to do?
Moderate!
All right, hold on.
He's not agreeing with me.
So, while his concerns about losses may be true, unless the things going into the atmosphere are the metal atoms themselves, which they're not, they're the impurities that burn at much lower burning points, and they burn, they oxidize, they don't evaporate like metals do, then you're not losing metal, you're losing weight from impurities. This is metallurgy 101, and this person doesn't seem to know that.
Okay, I'm going to explain to you Metal Orgies 101, all right?
I hope
So, when
Garth,
you
and ready.
okay, let's say you have a metal compound, right? And then you have a bonding agent that you want to use to make it stronger, right? When you melt it down, well, when you're making, let's say, the bar of aluminum, right? Let's say you're making a giant bar of aluminum that's stronger than steel. Once you put all your alloys and everything inside of it, and it gets nice and strong
MAGA
because
2020.
yeah, like once it gets nice and strong and everything is bonded together and you melt it down again, you are not getting all of the steel because the steel bonded with the bonding agent. So when you melt away the bonding agent, you're also melting away the steel
not.
that was
You're not.
with the bonding agent.
The steel
Because
has to
here's the thing,
separate.
you're not just, when you get steel to melting temperatures, you are going to lose some of it. It is going to go to the top and it's going to be the black shit that you have to scrape off.
So
That's
in the
the way
phase
it fucking works.
diagram,
There is no way that you can harvest the pure steel
This doesn't
from
sound
the
like it's a
bad
debate
steel.
9.
no,
He's
it's
just
actually
informing
the
you.
opposite of that. Everything that collects at the top are the impurities that weren't steel.
Yes,
The
and the
last
steel, no, steel can be impure. The steel itself can turn into an impurity after you melt it down.
True.
Only if you add alloys. Otherwise, if you
Yes,
have
and
it at
all
the
metals have
temperature,
And a lot of
alloys.
steels are alloys.
if you melt it down to the temperature of the where the something known as where you're prior to the triple point, you'll pretty much be evaporating off all of the
What
impurities.
steel are we using that doesn't have alloys inside of it?
Any of like the starting steels,
False.
austenite. There's the one that starts with M. Sorry, I'm bad with names. That's all. Like
I know, you're just repeating the one that you can repeat, that you remembered.
Thank you, Jack.
Again,
So
what is
Chemistry
steel that
101
we're
though.
using and like
this
planes?
is chemistry 101. So
What is
all I'm
steel that we're
saying
using
is
in
bathtub-
buildings,
the
planes, you know,
bathtub
shit that we're
chemistry?
actually using that
Until the
doesn't have
metal ion-
alloys.
Until there were metal ions in the air, you're not losing the steel.
This is how I know what you're saying is false. We don't use steel without alloys because
yes,
steel
you
without
do. How do
alloys
you make steel?
cannot.
How do you make steel? How do you make steel?
No,
Start
we
with
don't
pig iron.
use we
Start
use
with
steel
pig iron.
without
How do you make
alloys
steel?
to build shit because if you use
He
steel
doesn't
without
know.
alloys, it's
He
weak.
doesn't know. He
It's
doesn't know how to
weak,
make
and
steel.
it can succumb to things like hurricanes. If you try to build a 3-story building without
We do
steel
make-
that has
we make
alloys
plenty of
inside
steel
of it, the
without-
building's
We
going to
still make
collapse.
pig
because it
iron
can't
to this
sustain the
day,
weight.
for fuck's sakes. So we make plenty of steel that's without alloys. How do you make steel without an alloy? Prove to me that you at least know this much.
What do you mean?
How
do you
do
make
we
steel
how do
without-
we grade steels? Okay, just do this much. How do we grade the 3 different types of steels? The content of what?
I don't
Isn't
remember
steel an
specifically.
alloy?
Carbon. It's so fucking off. It's so easy. It's carbon.
Yeah, because steel is an alloy.
So you know what happens when you smelt? It returns back to iron. And then you know what you do? You put carbon back in it.
You know
and
what
it's
really
fucking steel
happens when
again.
you smelt?
So it's not steel.
You dealt. Okay.
But
well, you
and
put
and
the iron ore
alloys that
in,
you form with
and then you
steel
put,
are
and then
not
you get an iron
stable with
block.
iron.
You
The
know?
alloys that you form with steel are not stable with iron because carbon is the bonding
One
material. in
coal burns 8 pieces of iron.
But here's
Oh
the
my
doesn't
thing.
mean anything, Jack.
Jack,
This would be
you
phenomenal.
Minecraft
This
retard.
entire conversation, everything we just said, would be phenomenal if we are making iPhones out of steel, but we are not. The things that
Yeah.
we're making iPhones out of are actually much delicate than steel. Some of
And
these
more
metals
rare.
and some of these diamonds that we use inside of iPhones can break with contact.
Well, here's the funny thing. Most of the technology in an iPhone can be easily done without the elaborate metals that are being done. Take
What do
for
you mean?
example.
Yeah, they
doubt-
just go through the
no.
expensive extraction
Take for
process for no
example-
fucking
Take for
reason.
example-
So a lot.
For
we have been
example,
converting to organic forms of doping semiconductors. You know what
you
that
can
means?
make retarded noises over people.
Yes,
It
I do
means
understand
we
what a
can use
semiconductor
organic-
is.
We can use organic compounds to dope them instead of these rare earth minerals.
The dirty
you read the-
capitalists
hang on,
would
no,
do
no,
that
what?
if it was
What
price
did you read the
effective.
fucking MK99 or RK90? What the fuck was it? I think it was RK99 paper. Are you talking about the fucking paper that talked about how they're going to start making semiconductors out of clay that has been labeled inconclusive by like the entire scientific community?
It's inconclusive because we have to do the technology.
This person's a retard. Nine's been
Not
talking
that
about
shit.
something that you know nothing about. You're just fucking. You read some
You're
study.
literally telling me we're going to be able to make phones with RK99. We haven't even
No, I
been
never
able to
even said
recreate the
RK99.
fucking
I
compound.
never even
The only
said
thing we've been able to
RK99.
do,
Holy
that's
shit,
what
calm
you're
down.
literally talking about. No, that's what you're
Because
talking about when you
your
say we're going to be able to make
your definition of
semiconductors
what we need-
through
We don't
whatever
need a
fucking means you're
superconductor.
talking about.
We don't need a
Comedians.
superconductor. We just need a semiconductor. Do you know the difference
No one
between
said
semiconductor?
superconductor.
and
Yeah, but we can't
No
make
one said superconductor.
semiconductor.
That's what RK99 is supposed to
No,
be.
he didn't. He didn't say anything about superconductor.
Yeah, so no, that's what RK99 is, a superconductor.
Shut up, Jack.
But what they're talking about
you.
is RK99. The process they're talking about is the process that
And
was
that's
supposed
not
to
what
be
I'm
the
talking about. I'm
RK99.
talking
Very
about
expensive
organometallic
processing.
solids, where the organic component changes the property of the metallic part such that it starts acting like different rare
It's
metals.
not price effective.
Okay, so do you think scientists are going out to Chile and using these minerals for their conductive
What the
processes?
fuck does that have to do with what I
No,
said?
no.
I
Do
basically
you think they're
pointed
just-
out
do you
that
think
we
they're
are
just doing it
developing
when-
technology
hang on.
where
Hang
this is
on.
going to be possible.
Okay.
Do you think-
Stop
do
talking
you
over
think
each other.
No,
Do you
Nine
think
He's
Tails
just
is over
talking
talking to
past
him.
me. He's just
Hang
talking
on.
past me.
No, you're just
Do you
over
think
talking him. 'cause
Apple-
you're
Shut up,
mentally
Jack.
ill.
You're not in this. You fucking retard. Okay.
I'm everywhere.
Cuck
Do you think
McGuck.
Apple
Shut up.
wants to
Based
deal
in
with
Cuckville.
China? China
You are
doesn't.
Cuckville.
Apple doesn't even sell their phones in China. Do you
think
think
they-
that they want to deal
would-
with China? Do you think
if
they want to
anything,
have
they'd
to
want
buy
to
minerals
exploit
from
China.
China?
They
What?
do.
Probably not.
Yeah. Okay. So if they didn't have to, and if what you're saying, they could just make the shit locally, and they didn't have to deal with China, do you think they would just do that? Like, why would they be dealing with China?
Yeah, I think that's why these sort of projects get so much backing to research them because
Yeah,
we are
that's
looking
true. They
for
get a lot of
alternatives
research that goes
work on more
nowhere.
national scales.
Nowhere. Dead ends everywhere.
Not really. Like things have developed rapidly.
rapidly
Into
to
nothing.
fucking nothing. It's like
does that
building
mean?
the fucking
Hey,
railroad
no.
to the west. It's like, God
I just
damn,
described
train
you
that goes to
how we
LA, but
developed
holy fuck, there's nothing out there but people looking for gold.
I just told you how we developed organometallic solids, which act the same as rare metals, and you're like, that doesn't mean anything. We haven't done anything for so long. No, we clearly have. You're just too new to understand
no.
what
It's
we're doing
literally a
here.
person
You're
of the
telling me we
presidential
have found
stage
we
who's
have
running
found a
on this
conductive
shit,
Jack, I'm gonna
right?
murder
property
your
that we're just
family.
going to be able to make. We're going to be able to make a conductive property that can compete with rare
You take
earth
something
minerals.
like copper, which is already conductive, and if you want to make it a semiconductor, you chelate it with an organic
Mute
ion.
me. I gotta hear.
Mongoloid. Shut up. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
But anyways, once you chelate something like copper, you can change the way it interacts with other molecules.
Yeah, but
And
there's been no
chelation is a
conclusive
very
proof for what you're
available
talking about.
technology. Chelation
There's
is something we can all
conclusive
do.
proof for what you're talking about. If it was, companies would be using it.
Because it's in
because there'd be
trial.
cost
Because it's in
effective.
trial. Because it's in trial.
Yeah.
That's how trials work.
Yeah, so if it's in trial, that means it's inconclusive and they don't know
Okay,
what the fuck they're talking
I'm
about.
just
It's not
saying,
price
we're
effective
going to
yet.
come up with
In
solutions
theory.
to
Yes,
these
they will come
issues.
up with a solution
And
one
once
day,
we
but that is not
do,
the current
the
solution.
scalability
So you're
of
living in a
these-
fantasy land. It
once we
hasn't
come up to-
happened yet.
Once we come
Live
up
in the
to
now.
once we come up to
Live in the
solutions,
now.
Jack, shut the fuck up.
once
No.
we come up to
Live in the now.
solutions,
You cunt.
so once we come up to solutions to these issues, the scale of these production lines can massively decrease. That's all I said.
And I strongly disagree with that because
And you don't understand the state of the art.
you don't understand how supply chains work and how making
do.
products work.
So my answer is again to what would happen if we needed to self-organize and to have the necessities first, not just the
What's
luxury.
the state of the
No, no.
art?
Because everything
Hang on,
you've
Jack,
asked,
Jack,
everything
Jack,
you've
Jack.
asked relies on luxury for a very important reason, and that's my
So
prescription.
you want us to go back to 1995? Because hang on, no, what you're saying is true. We can make these semiconductors right now. Everything what you're saying is true. They have been making these semiconductors in the lab. And these semiconductors, if we started making computers, they would have the processing powers of Windows 98.
I never claimed otherwise. We have.
Yeah,
but guess
so
what?
it's not at
You're
all.
fucking
Can we
retarded.
fucking use that?
Screaming doesn't change the fact that Moore's
you're
law
a
is
re-
probably going to be slow relative to how fast we develop it, much like many other recent technologies that have come out since the computer.
Yeah, but you're also ignoring the fact that all these papers that you refer to of how they're trying to
I don't
make
refer
these
to any papers
semiconductors
yet.
in labs, they've already breached the laws of physics.
No, they haven't. They've produced actual
that's the
results.
conclusive evidence. No, the conclusive evidence is that we have already reached the limits of physics.
No, we haven't.
Bro, you just don't
This is
understand the
just solid
state.
state chemistry, bro. No, that's not what the paper said. That's definitely not what the Nature article I read
Okay,
said.
so all right. So what you're telling me is if I start pulling up physicists right now, physicists aren't going to say that the current
you know how
research
easy
on
it is
trying
to create a metal? Do you know what a substitution
So
reaction
you're
is?
telling me if
You-
I
no,
go
just answer
through,
my
there's not going to be
question. Answer my
physicists
question.
that
You know
will
what a
agree
substitution
You don't
is?
get
that
it.
it will never reach the level
know
of
what a
conductivity
substitution-
that you say it's going
Do you
to.
know what a reaction? Do you know what a substitution reaction is?
Are you telling me there's physicists
or
that are going to
no?
disagree with
It's
you
so
and
easy
tell
to
you
answer
that
yes
it's
or no
never
to
going
this.
to reach
Answer his
the
much easier
conductivity
question
that you
instead
say
of
it's
trying to
going
get
to?
him
I'm
on a
getting
factoid.
AIDS, okay?
He's not
Yes.
Stop
asking-
I know what
interrupting.
It's up to
substitution
physicists.
reaction is. Do you? I know what it is. Do you?
What?
So the importance is that it's super easy to do substitution reactions with acids, bases, or at worst, electrochemistry, which means anybody can do it in their fucking garage once we figured out what the process dynamics are. Process dynamics are literally just
Do you
something.
understand what I mean by we've reached the laws of physics?
I don't think you understand what you mean because
do you understand what I mean by that?
you're saying that we
Explain.
reach the laws of physics by doing substitution reactions.
No, I'm saying we've reached the laws of physics in the sense that the metals that we are trying to use to conduct energy, they have reached their limits and there's no way we can push it further.
That's not that wouldn't apply to semiconductors anyways.
Well,
It
some materials it
refers
would.
to the material that they're trying to use to create
We're not trying to
semiconductors.
get
The
more
physicists are
to-
saying you're using a useless
What is a
material that
semiconductor?
The word
from a
semiconductor
scientific
doesn't conduct
perspective,
power.
it
The
will
metal
never
does.
Oh,
conduct
Jack,
that
don't
much
answer
power.
for him. What is a semiconductor? Show me that you at least know what this is, because so far you've been
A
describing
semiconductor is
superconductors.
a semiconductor is a fucking chip that literally conducts electricity.
That's not
Literally,
true.
it
Okay, he
literally
doesn't know.
diverts in.
So for anyone who's curious,
All right, explain
a
it.
semiconductor is
Something that conducts electricity. Congrats. You took a fucking first grade science class.
It's
I love
lit-
how
what
Jack
did I say
needs
that was
to
wrong?
narrate
No,
over
what
with
did-
his
No, what
stupidity.
did I
No,
say that
because
was
you're
just
trying to
wrong?
make it like you're intelligent. You're just a fucking
I literally
retard
just
tranny.
said it
Go
just
drink bath
conducts
water.
electricity. I've literally fucking built semiconductors.
It's so obvious that there's no point in talking to them because Avius has got to be lying, and Jack just afraid.
I
of
worked
hearing
at
me
a
talk.
fucking solar panel
I
company.
don't believe you anymore. Oh, so that's what you mean by you assembled semiconductors? You wired up some solar
Yes.
panels?
Yes, I wired fucking
wired up
solar, so
fucking
obviously
solar
I have more-
panels!
I obviously have more
Not
understanding than
making
you do.
semiconductors, you fucking tool!
What?
That's not the same thing as making semiconductors. That's not solid state chemistry. That's not electrical engineering. Shut the fuck up.
So you're telling me making solar panels is not electrical engineering?
No. You probably followed a fucking diagram. You probably followed a fucking diagram.
No, I didn't. Well,
Wait,
technically
hold
I
on.
did.
Who's
My
your boss?
first day
Who's your boss?
Avius.
Who's your boss?
when they showed me.
Avius, did you have
Was
to
your
do
boss?
this in a
Were
clean
you the
room?
master electrician or was your boss?
Yes, I was in a clean room.
You were in a clean
Was-
room.
I had to wear the fucking bunny suit.
That doesn't
Yes,
mean
I
anything.
hated it.
I work in the lab too.
I was
Was
kinda
was your
surprised
boss?
by that
Were
one,
you
but-
or your boss the master electrician?
No, I wasn't a master electrician.
There
but I
we
worked
go.
Directly under him.
He was taking
I worked
orders.
directly under him.
I rest my case.
And I said I
You
worked
hardly know
directly
what a
under the
semiconductor is.
master
You
electrician.
hardly know. You wouldn't even know the difference between an NPN
You're
and
trying to
PNP
use
transistor.
no, Ninetail. The issue is you're trying to pretend like he didn't know what a semiconductor is. He
Yeah, do
clearly
you?
knows what a semi.
No, you don't
I
either.
gave you the definition
Can't
before
say
you
he clearly
tranny
knows what
water
you just
retard.
said.
Don't fucking say that. I'm on Twitch, you fucking dipshit.
Tell
And
the
how
fucking
can you
thing to stop
say
cutting
that
me
he
off.
knows what a semiconductor is when you said, "Oh, it's something that conducts"?
But he worked on solar panels.
You have
You're
no
really trying to
authority
pretend like
to
he doesn't
say
know.
that he clearly knows.
You're trying to
When
pretend
I'm
like someone who
saying,
worked
as
on solar
someone who
panels doesn't know
studied,
about
who
semiconductors.
can actually,
No, you think
walk
hang
the
on.
walk
Hang on,
with
take
the
me
electrical
serious. Take me
engineering
serious.
Have you
stuff.
ever worked in a
Nine.
clean room?
I'm trying to save you.
Tails, have you ever
Yes.
worked in a clean room?
Yeah,
I'm trying to save you, Nine. So
No, you're
you're
not.
trying to
boy,
say
Jack, I
brains
don't
out.
someone
want
who
you to
built
do
solar
anything.
panels
See, they're
doesn't
not
know
going to
what a
let me talk.
semiconductor
I'm
is.
They're just
developing
afraid of
AIDS.
debating.
You won't let me ask the question
Hold
because
on.
you're drinking bath water, fucking hormones or whatever you're doing.
They just
Let me
want to
finish
lie
speaking.
about how this all works. That way they can be like, "Oh,
No,
socialism."
you won't ever let someone finish a point because
No.
you're mentally ill and schizophrenic.
Yes.
So you
Trying
to tell
think
me
someone else is
that we're going to
talking.
be able to make
Yes.
semiconductors that
Someone
will
else
be
is
able to
talking to
compete
you.
with the best
Shut
rare
up.
earth minerals.
We don't need to compete. We just need to provide what we need.
Wait, I couldn't come up with a more insane take that we're going to be able to make fucking
Nine.
iPhones.
We're literally
that
going
compete
to World
Global
War
markets,
III over
competition
this.
will matter.
Ninetails, we're going to World War III over this. What are you
I'm
talking
going
about?
to kill myself in a video game.
Because your research means
Michael, can
nothing.
you
We're
at
literally
least,
going to
like,
be in a world
I
war
I
in
don't
half 10
know
years.
what to do.
Just, it'd be so much easier to talk
This.
if Jack wasn't here.
No, literally kick this thing because this thing doesn't.
Jack, shut up. Oh my god. You're a
Like
cunt.
at some point, he's just reoffending, and you're letting him break the rules.
I'm with the
'Cause you know he's
the
going to
word.
keep reoffending. You know he's going to keep reoffending. You know he's not going to stop. So really, this is a useless punishment.
Entertainment. I don't know. He's
Okay,
a
I'm glad
fucking he's
you're
an entertaining
entertainment.
retard. What?
I'm glad your entertainment for you is people being called trannies.
No, that's not what I meant.
Damn.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Damn.
That's not at all what I meant. Hold
that is-
on.
That had an interesting ending.
That is not at all what I meant. Where the fuck?
I wonder if a socialist can ever give me an argument in the realm of reality.
I want everyone to be equal.
I agree. Me and you agree with this.
Okay, we're socialists now.
Fuck. Nope.
Everyone
not
has
co-signing
equal
that.
opportunity to do something with their lives. How about that? That's it. That's where. That's
Yeah,
where
there
it
we
is.
go. And that's why capitalism is based, because everybody can make money and everybody has profit and everybody can buy a home.
Not everyone could buy a home. We're living in that right now.
No. That's why I'm more in favor of government regulation, because then we can build homes. And then the
No.
home
Here,
price
let me
drops.
correct you. You're a revisionist.
Exactly. There you go.
I think
Every
we
t- th-
all.
that
Jack,
tur-
hold on, everybody. Hold on. Jack,
He's muted.
don't say that shit. You're not muted anymore.
Tell it to stop cutting me off.
Don't do that. I don't give a fuck.
Her.
Tell it to
Don't do
stop.
that.
I don't do that to it. I had a nice
I'm on
conversation one
I'm
on one.
streaming.
Oh, that's fine. I had a nice conversation one on one. I used the pronouns and everything. Still treated me like I was a retard. They lose the benefit of the doubt now. They get
What did
treated
I
like this.
miss?
Nothing. This was off stream. Ninetales was trying to have a little conversation with me. And then literally derails every other conversation I'm having. If I'm having a conversation with anyone else, we'll jump in and derail. And gets banned from every other Discord because they're bums.
I mean, Jack, you do the tit for tat thing. Like, once you have a bone to pick with somebody, you don't let loose, man.
Yeah, bro. Don't start.
Also,
You're such
hang
a
on.
New Yorker.
Let me
I end
say
it.
something. I want to defend myself real quick. I did not want to start shit with Ninetales. I was trying to play nice.
Literally.
Ninetales was the one that started saying the shit about neoliberalism, knowing
Me and
it
him
was
were
going to
having a
piss me off.
literally a civil discussion, disagreeing, and then that jumped in and started fucking attacking everyone.
Yeah, they were
She
attacking me
jumped in.
because I was a neolib before the stream, and then they came back in and immediately started saying shit about neoliberalism, like when I wasn't even talking, and like basically started to attack libs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed all
When
of
like
this
when she
information.
first came in, when she started saying shit.
And its rebuttal to everything is Bookchin socialism. Bookchin socialism.
Oh my! I fucking hate. Go read a book. Oh my god! I
Go
hate
read a
when fucking people
2,000
say
page
that.
book to understand my ideology, and then maybe we could have a conversation.
Yeah, I like the system I'm in. I'm good. I just code. That's it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a. Oh well, you don't know what I'm talking about. You're a retard.
Like eat shit, retard. You're not like you don't get to know about my great fucking plan. It's like what? Like how are you gonna get people to do what you want?
I mean,
It's for the people that read the book.
I mean, everything's circular,
Circle
right?
jerk.
So we had the fascism with the MAGA crew. So maybe the
We're not fascists.
maybe the Marxists are next. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where society goes.
No,
But we do need a red scare.
I'm ready for the chaos. I'm ready for it.
no, God,
I'm just
please,
happy.
fucking save us now.
Listen. I'll be working remotely in another country.
Based in
and
Jack
watch y'all
McCarthy pilled.
Just blow yourselves up. That's what y'all gonna
You
do.
know what? I'd be okay with McCarthy.
Hey, don't worry. That's what my people are good at.
No, this isn't the stupid whack McCarthy, Avis. This is the base McCarthy that we all know and love.
You mean the one that was trying to
Kevin
save
McCarthy?
this country?
Saving this country.
Listen,
One red
listen,
scare at a time.
listen. Y'all let that little quack Matt Gates hype y'all up to remove that man, and now look at y'all. Y'all look ridiculous.
He doesn't even know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
pretty much.
I don't.
He's talking about the McCarthyism in like the 60s, 70s, right?
Oh, that.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's what he meant.
Yeah,
You know what? Let's keep going down that rabbit hole then.
because he wants to weed
F it.
out all the socialists and throw them in prison. Because that's what McCarthyism was, accusing
that's-
random people of being socialists and then getting them thrown in prison and
And
prosecuting
then having them expose the other communists.
I feel Kenko got demonetized on this one.
I got the what?
The demonetization. This is-
Nah. You
No,
get
no,
you get a few slur
No,
uses in each one.
because when he blows up, right? This random YouTube algorithm's gonna come back 5 years later and be like this. Oh, you said all this shit?
It's just gonna bro, it's just gonna cut me out and just like put your face over me talking one day.
Jack is your Nick Fuentes.
God. Probably.
No,
Nah.
Jack doesn't have a movement. He's
I
He doesn't
think
have
Wait
one
for it.
yet.
I'll say this: Jack will
What?
Jack will play the Nick Fuentes role if he had the
I
following.
have not
Nah,
seen that.
I actually
he would
wouldn't.
do that. He would do that grift. I believe he would.
No, I would not. No. See, this is my whole thing. I was talking to Saba about this. I actually think like we could bring Nick back. I think he's redeemable.
no, I don't think we can.
Only way he could come back and be accepted, he has to come back as a gay man.
I agree. I was actually about to say
If he
should
went
come out and
femboy
be- would
status,
be-
that would be crazy.
Yeah, like he has to come
Imagine.
back as a gay person. Like he has to be gay to be accepted. Like,
Nah,
oh,
not just gay, like Blair White gay, like fucking, like full ladyboy gay.
What if
yeah,
he
like
came back as like a gay space communist?
Jesus, then he's irredeemable at that
he
point.
he just has to prove it first. Like, hey, like, oh, I got this tape that came out.
Once you
Like,
throw
oh,
that C on your political identification, irredeemable. Only ours.
So y'all ready for that man Brian Kemp to come in and just crush and take the political nomination? I think Kemp is gonna
Brian
take it.
Kemp?
Who?
Yeah, the guy from Georgia.
I don't know who the fuck
He-
that
he-
is.
He's not taking shit, that guy.
Listen, if he sees that opening, cause everybody's steam is starting to go down, he has a clear shot of taking it.
Nah, Newsom unbeatable. Is this the left wing guy?
Brian
Mhm.
Kemp is is the Republican governor.
Oh,
Yeah, for
word?
Georgia. Yeah, for
Oh,
Georgia.
nah, that guy's beat, bro. In what world?
No,
Yeah, I know.
He has everything. He stood up to Trump. He's Republican, old school conservative. He
Apex.
has
Standing
everything.
up to Trump is not a good thing for this election.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
that's a death sentence.
It all depends on on what spectrum you're on. The people
No, there's
who
literally
He's gonna.
no.
the
There's
people who
like
are
no
actually
spectrum.
voting, the people who are actually voting outside of the internet, Trump is a no-go. Trump
Bro,
is
Well,
what are you
okay,
talking about?
I
There's like
agree with
40%
you.
of the
He's gonna have to
country is like
outperform
radically Trump.
okay.
I
Not
agree
only
with
that, he's
you
gonna
that
have
it's
to
like
outperform DeSantis, Vivek. Those are two people right ahead of him.
And yeah, there are other anti-Trump candidates. Like Nick, that's what Nikki Haley I think is like running on.
I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if Kemp decides to run, it's going to be off of momentum play. It's going to be where he can get all the momentum at once. It's going to be swift. But that's my wild card though. That's
I think at this point, like the primaries, when I look at the primaries, they're fighting it out to be Trump's VP, and yeah,
I
and
think
like
that
some of them eliminated themselves by being fucking
I-
way too
yeah.
vocal.
I would die laughing if all of this happened and Trump still picked Pence. Like, yo, just come
Yo,
back.
that'd be crazy.
Like I abused the fuck out of you, but please come back. Like I'm sorry. Like,
Yo, he
like
would
you,
probably.
like
Can't
you
even
do
lie.
this, like you do this to me, Pence. Like you make me do this to you.
Bro, that would be some shit, low key. Like if I was Donald Trump, and like let's say I didn't give a fuck like about winning, because like that would actually hurt his support with like his base if he like picked Pence again. But like if I was Trump, like imagine what a power move that is. It's like you just fucking trash this man for like fucking 4 years, bro, and then at the end you're like, all right, come here, bitch, come be my VP.
Exactly.
You know who I think he's gonna pick?
Oh,
MTG.
No way, bro.
He'll automatically lose.
No way.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Bro, I wouldn't even vote for that. I wouldn't vote.
Anything close to a vagina, he's losing.
Yeah, that is true also.
I don't know.
Even if
Trump
Vivek is
base
a
loves
push,
her.
even if Vivek is a push, because he's gonna lose white voters with that. Like no funny shit.
Like Vivek would win if, like, not to be racist, but if Vivek
If he
would
wasn't
be-
brown, bro.
Exactly. Like he's too close to being
It-
Muslim.
If he was black or white, he would be way better off.
Exactly.
But like, yeah,
Trump-
like America for some
Trump-
reason with brown people is not it.
Trump should pick Obama as his vice president.
Oh
I
my
would
god.
die.
based.
You mean
That-
Obama for prison? Fuck out of here.
No,
Just to
think
piss
about
off
that.
Everybody.
Yeah, all the crimes he didn't commit.
I mean,
He
did
killed an
commit
American
those
in Yemen.
crimes? Listen.
If
I
only it
don't
was
know.
you.
Damn.
True.
To be fair, could you imagine if he had Obama as his as his VP, and they actually did amazing
Well,
together?
this is what the United States used to be. We used to, like, you know, give the first place candidate the presidency, and then we'd give second place the VP, but we stopped doing that for some reason.
Could you imagine the Trump-Hillary administration?
My god.
Oh my god.
Yo.
That'd be the most autistic
We'd be drone
administration
striking-
ever.
Bro, we'd be drone striking fucking the Middle East and America, bro. Holy shit.
What do you mean? Trump is anti-war.
Yeah, but Hillary wanted to fucking kill everyone.
I dispute that. I
That
don't
is
think
actually
Hillary
true.
And Trump did
Did
a bunch
Hillary
of drone
really wanna
strikes in the
kill
Middle
everyone?
East. It was Hillary, bro. She's Hillary. That bitch. Nah, like I'm not like I don't subscribe to a lot of the conspiracy stuff. The Hillary death count, bro. The Clinton body count. That's a real one.
Okay,
You're-
okay. To be fair,
Nah,
though,
bro.
whatever body count you can assign to Hillary, you would actually have to assign to Obama because he was the one signing off on the drone strikes.
True. No, when we talk about the Clinton body count, we're talking about like her lawyer shooting himself in the back of the head with a shotgun.
Nah,
twice.
bro, come on. No, I hop out at this point.
I
I don't
swear.
co-sign that.
I swear,
Jack,
bro.
Jack,
And
you
like
sound
the
like a
Epstein thing.
conspiracy
Is that
guy.
what you mean?
Like, yeah, there's a lot of like, I know I'm
Listen.
not a big conspiracy guy. That's the issue, bro.
You kind
But
of
like,
are a little bit.
but nah, like
Epstein didn't
the
die.
Clintons are a
Epstein
powerful
said,
fam. Nah, that dude got killed. What?
Nah, I think he went into hiding. I think he paid off the
What do you
dude.
know about that prison?
Listen. All I'm saying is, nobody saw this. No, like all of a sudden, this billionaire who can pay off anybody at that point.
But this is the point.
I
No
don't
one
think-
saw it. How did no one see
Exactly.
it?
And when was the funeral?
No, but I don't know. But the issue is you know the two guards were charged, right?
So
With like I think it was like extreme negligence or some shit like that. But basically, they were sleeping. They were sleeping on the job. They didn't see nothing, and the camera in that area just so happened to go out
I'm just saying.
in one of the most secure prisons in the United States,
Listen,
in Manhattan. This isn't like your standard prison.
Like free El Chapo, please.
This is where this is where El Chapo was.
Just free.
You don't think El
Chapo.
Chapo's people would like want to get him out?
Listen, they got his son. All right, bring out the father.
No, they released him. I think they released the son. That day they
No,
caught them.
No, he's in the U.S.
The son?
Yes.
Really?
From the newspaper I read, he has been extradited to the U.S. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I read that.
All I know is when I look up El Chapo's son extradited, nothing pops up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but what you might have seen is we definitely saw the same video. Is like the cops catching him,
Yeah.
and he was released that day. That interaction, like those cops left him when they realized like who he was. You know that?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's on
Danko, you know what's a good
CNN.
idea?
Oh wait,
What?
wait. Yeah. I just did another
Looking up that
search.
video I sent you.
All I'm saying
video?
is,
Food
Obama and
shops.
Biden got knocked down two of the biggest drug dealers in the
Oh,
world.
yeah,
What
yeah,
Trump
yeah.
do? I'm just saying.
Trump killed Soleimani. And Obama did. And who did Obama take out? I think El Chapo got arrested under Trump.
Nope. Right before Trump took office, I said that was Obama's last gift to the world. He like this. I give y'all El Chapo, and bounced. To me, I like how. And what's crazy is he's only charged for 29 deaths. We know this man did a lot more.
Wait, but have you ever seen that video of his son getting released to Mexico?
Yeah.
That's a crazy video.
Like what? Like it's
I
gonna be
love showing that to
civil-
people.
It's gonna be a civil war over that man. They're like, listen, we love this man. So what's the game tonight, fellas?
Right now,
Good
I'm making a
question.
thumbnail.
Kenko's just being Kenko. Kenko's like, oh,
Yep.
it's two
Bro.
things. He's very annoyed. I'm afraid.
Oh,
I think we're not coming back.
No, it's not. It's not
Apex.
you.
I'm gonna ask you a
Damn,
really
it's me.
fucked up question.
Nope.
No?
Oh, she
Definitely me.
said no to the threesome, huh?
What?
Damn.
Can I ask the
Oh,
question?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
I
you
just-
can ask. That's not what I meant. Yes.
Okay. Apex, I'm gonna ask you a really fucked up question.
No, you
ready?
can't ask any questions. I'm just kidding. Keep going.
It all depends.
Okay. Among these three people, who would you fuck, marry, and kill? Nick Fuentes, Ben Thorpe, Alex Jones.
I'll kill them all.
Based.
Yes.
That's
They,
base.
they,
I'll accept that
they,
answer.
they're all the lowest of the. They are that one step below the pedophile. That one step above a pedophile, right? That half an inch
That's why I
above a
put them in the
pedophile.
list.
Yeah, they gotta go. They, it's. I think the internet has allowed too
How
many
is
people
Alex
on
Jones
here.
one step above a pedophile? That might be the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
He's one step above.
Okay, if you can come up with a
You,
better,
don't
because
you don't think those men? I guarantee you, all three of those men, because they look like it, they sound like it, and they act like it. Where they like this. Oh, I'm waiting for her to turn 18. They look like those type of men.
Yeah, I
Just
can
saying.
see that.
that's Zerka. That's Zerka.
Exactly. I said those are they like this. They're that one step
Are you a
above
virgin,
because
Apex?
I'm a married man.
Oh, so yeah, you're not a virgin.
Based.
Okay,
Definitely
so
a virgin.
you realize Nick Fuentes, for example, is a virgin.
Is he?
Like he's not sitting
Yeah.
around being like, "Oh, can't wait for this bitch to get to 18." Bro, the internet's speculating if this guy's gay. We don't even know.
How do I not have
I
your
don't give a
email?
shit.
Oh, there it
Alex
is.
Jones, one step above pedophile. This is the man who caught the gay frogs.
You know what's crazy,
The
Jack?
frogs weren't
Have
gay.
you ever,
Don't
Jack?
make me
Jack,
repeat
have
this,
you
Jack.
ever
No, they're
realized?
transgender. If you didn't know,
Don't make
Jack,
me repeat this, Jack.
they're
I'm
transgender, Avis.
They're
Jack.
not.
Wait, Jack. You're on old
I'll be
enough
right
yet,
back.
but you're about to find out in life, right? When people bash a certain thing the most, it's typically what they are. You're gonna realize that real soon when you
Well,
grow up.
no. When I say I want pedophiles castrated and killed, that doesn't make me a pedophile. That means I want them castrated and killed.
Okay, I am talking. Okay, you know what? You're right. So
I know.
I'll say this, right? When the Republicans say not 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 your type of Republicans, but the ones that like to bash the Democrats, calling them pedophiles and stuff like that.
Because they are.
A lot of them get in trouble with child pornography. A lot of the time.
So, like
That's
who?
what
Matt
that
Gates? Are you trying to say like
Uh,
someone like Matt Gates?
I thought he was just caught for sex trafficking. It was wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it was all false allegations.
So like
Same thing with like
that's
Donald Trump, like a bunch of false allegations.
uh,
But
I,
what
I,
conservatives have been caught with that?
I
I
said,
don't think it's many, and I think the ones that are ousted.
exactly. They get ousted.
Yeah.
So like the people who say
Anthony
somebody is
Weiner,
this and
for
something like
example,
that, they
Anthony
get
Weiner
bounced.
has a radio show right now, and a lot of left wing people consider him a pretty smart and reliable source.
I have no idea who the fuck that is.
Anthony Weiner is a pedophile.
Okay, yeah. So yeah,
No. Anthony Weiner is not a pedophile. He just happened to send his dick to an underage girl, okay?
yeah. No, he's
There's
a
nothing.
pedophile. No, he's a
We have
pedophile.
haven't we all
No.
sent our dick to a 17-year-old before? Like what's very pedophilic about that?
You mean when we're 17? Maybe.
Yeah. No. You know, sometimes we're in our 30s and we're a congressman with a wife. You know, these
In
things
one of
kind
the
of
largest
happen.
cities in the world.
Yeah, look, these things just happen sometimes. Okay, sometimes you just send your dick by accident. It just like it falls out into the
This
inbox.
guy was Hillary Clinton's like right hand man.
Oh, this was the guy on the fucking PBD
He was on
podcast.
PBD. This guy
Yeah, I'm
was like a figurehead of the Democrat Party. He's not as big now, but I guarantee you he's still fucking reputable to a lot of these fucks.
Nah, you gotta go. Listen. You mess with little kids or you towing the line, you gotta go. I'm not even gonna sit there and let you hover around. You gotta go.
Can we take off the push to talk, please?
I did remove it. You can set it yourself now. The bottom of the input output device thing. in the mute on the mute button. You got it?
I see, said the blind man. Okay.
I think we just need a great reset. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro.
Just
Oh,
You
no.
eat some
you know what?
crickets.
You know what? Me
Like
and
the Chicago
Saba,
Fire.
maybe Kenko.
Like Black Wall
we
Street.
all just fly on the plane and let they wipe the U.S. and we come back, and just start society over. I'm debating on Kenko. Depends on
Just
the
reset
playlist
at
he has.
1776. Keep the fucking Constitution, and you just get a hard reset. You know what I mean?
Nah, just wipe everybody out and let's see what happens. Let's start over.
No Constitution. You just fucking
Based.
you let the people set up again.
Listen. Hey, everybody wants the patriarchy, right? Hey, made survival of the fittest. You better learn how to duck.
Based. You gotta realize, I'd be a king in that type of society. I'm chilling in that type of society.
Funny.
It's okay, Kenko. You could be my jester.
Hilarious.
Saba is my he's my counselor.
You got rifles?
Davis will be
or-
my he'll be my
Whatever brings me around the most women.
you
That's
talk
it.
too much about socialism, so I can't give you my steward role.
Socialism.
Who?
Davis.
Nah. Lead me. Give me finance. I want to be
Yeah,
the
that's
finance
the
minister.
issue. That's the issue. You might start giving people free houses and shit, and
Damn
I don't li-
straight.
I don't
Look,
fucking like
bro,
that.
Bro, trust me, you will never have a peasant revolution. Think about it
Bro,
like that.
Fuck a
You will
peasant
be in
revolution,
power.
bro.
You will be in power until your fucking deathbed.
What if I
bro.
just have the peasants prevent a revolution by just having
Yeah,
like a
by-
giant
by-
military
no,
who
just
beats
give
them
them
down?
No, fuck
That
that.
makes no sense.
If you try
it's
to kill
back.
people,
You're back. Don't say
you
that,
try to
Jack.
kill people.
I don't
Jack,
give a
be
fuck.
nice.
And if you say
Be
that
nice, Jack.
word, you're getting timed out. Then you're actually
I
getting timed
didn't
out.
say anything.
But if you
I'm
do,
not
I
gonna
said
complain.
it's back.
I
I
will.
didn't say nothing.
I have a trade-off, Jack. If you don't do that, I won't speak in my annoying low voice close to the mic.
You do that anyways.
No, I'm not going to. As a sign
Wait,
of
you're like-
respect to you.
No. I don't need that compromise. Just don't treat us like we're retards.
Wait a minute. Jack has a headset.
that's what you do, Jack.
crazy.
To be fair,
No,
when
no,
you get
no.
it back, it's pretty warranted. But yeah,
False.
be
But
fucking
when you have
chill,
someone trying to
both of
explain
yous.
to someone who's
I don't
clearly
like giving Kenko more cancer.
well, like clearly when you have someone who's built solar panels and then you're going to them and being like, do you know what a
I think that was
semiconductor is?
I
And
just
it's
don't
like-
agree it's clear.
or
The
someone
more
who
he
worked in, like-
spoke, the less I convinced I was, to be honest. He had me more when he first said it. If he would have shut up about it after that, I probably would have just taken it for
Okay,
granted.
can I defend myself right there?
Yeah,
Have you
I
ever
just
came
started
off
it
like a
You're good.
fucking idiot when somebody was coming at you for something and asking you for an explanation over and over again? So you just kind of start spouting out words and you just kind of sound like a fucking jackass, even though you know exactly what you're talking about.
No, not specifically with science stuff. Like, okay, maybe like science stuff that I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't like.
Yeah, I'll
Maybe-
give you
maybe-
that. I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, but I have
Yeah,
a good
maybe you've
idea.
learned this stuff, but I don't think like you've worked with like doping semiconductors. I haven't either, right? But I at least understand what like how you would ligandize a metal ion such that you can put it within a circuit and it would have semiconductor properties and what those properties would need to be. I at no point did I feel like you were able to understand what I was saying or describe to me how, like, you know, the importance of that.
Okay, my main contention of what you were saying, when it comes to the papers that I've read for the things that you were talking about, the things they are creating from a scientific standpoint cannot conduct as much electricity and cannot like move at the frequency that our rare earth minerals do. That's why we have to use the rare earth minerals for things like our iPhones, because yes, we
No,
can
but
create
you don't
these
understand
minerals,
what we use
but they
the rare
have the
earth mineral-
conductive
if you-
processes
if
of
that's-
like,
If that's where you're holding up, though, you don't understand the process. The rare earth minerals are there because they act as either electron donors or electron holes within the silicone interface. The
yeah, I
problem-
understand that, but we
so,
haven't
like,
found a
we
way
don't
to
need those
replace
to be
those.
conductive, but we don't need those to be super duper. The whole point of them being semiconductors is that they're not. The most important things, like most semiconductors, especially as you scale them down, work really, really fast just naturally. The most important thing is making sure that there's enough electrons there. And what we have seen is that with like you can make arrays of these things where the ligands are happily either donating or accepting electrons, acting as holes or as donors where necessary.
Okay,
Or
so
partially filled holes as well.
I get exactly what you're saying. And I understand this to the point where I once discovered a YouTube series where this dude shows how to create a homemade graphics card. And I showed it to my friend, and he said, fuck it. And he actually bought all the shit and he made himself a homemade
Yeah, Ben
graphics
Eater.
card.
He's
Yeah.
awesome. I bought the 6502 kit and I'm about to hook that up
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Yamaha 2149 to make chip
And
tunes.
those are cool as shit, and I fucking love those. But the problem with those is they are nowhere near the point that they have the conductive properties of a hardwired motherboard that's made by a robot. It doesn't
No, they do.
have
No, it is the same. Like the 6502 is just as conductive as motherboards we have today. Like there's not any more or less conductive. What do you
but
mean,
the
like
processor.
complicated in
I mean,
terms
like
of?
the processors,
So
like
you're
the
talking about
processing
the
chips,
size of the
things like that.
transistors. You're talking about the size of the transistors then inside of the processors.
Not necessarily size, but what the transistors are made out of themselves.
Okay, so you're talking about the when you come up to the interface of conductivity, where the smaller you get, you start losing conductivity because of the amount of electrons you're trying to fit through a limited space, right?
Yes, but what I'm
So,
more specifically talking about is the
okay, wait,
metals
wait,
that
wait,
you
wait,
need
wait,
to
wait,
use
wait, wait,
for the
wait, 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 wait.
conductivity.
Okay, I've had this answer for a while. So, what you're doing is you're conflating luxury goods with necessities. If you think about this more practically, more pragmatically, we are not going to need most chips to run iPhones. We're going to need them to run currently existing infrastructure, which keeps things like water clean, electricity going, and stuff like that, which sometimes can be complicated, but more often than not are, PLC type microcontrollers that you can easily do with like your standard microcontroller that you find in a bin in like some electronics. My point being that if we're smart enough and we actually apply these skills, it turns out that the things that we need, keyword need, not want, need the electronics for, will always have a surplus of wasted electronics to fill in the parts supply necessary to keep our infrastructure running.
What you're saying is absolutely true. Like, yeah, we do have all of the metals that we need to make domestic electronics that would serve our needs. But the problem with what you're saying, I don't give a fuck if my needs are met. At the end of the day, if I'm working 12 hours a day, I want to buy a fucking RTX 4080 Ti. That's my God-given fucking right. And with the society that you're proposing, we wouldn't have an RTX 40 Ti.
Well, let me ask
It
you
wouldn't
something.
exist.
Do you think that like with the RTX 4080, for example, do you think that semiconductor digital solid state technology will always work that way to produce graphics?
No, but it's how it's going to work for probably the next 20 years, if I was
But
to
let
take
me
a
let me
guess.
introduce a new idea to you. Would you not rather live in a world where when that newer technology comes out, instead of having to work an excessive amount of labor that you're not being paid enough for, in my opinion, just to get it, and which is in my opinion not a fair exchange, it was instead that this was a community owned thing. You could use it with the community. There's probably more than one at that point if there's going to be like that. And then as the number of graphics card in the community goes up, more and more people have access to them until this is a ubiquitous ownership. Everybody just naturally has one because you have that many graphics card. My point being, if you know what an operational amplifier is or a differential amplifier, and you know what analog computing is, then you may have some inclination to understand why I believe that the graphics card of the futures won't even be a single chip. They'll either be an FPGA and an FPAA, which is just the analog version of the FPGA. And these are both incredibly programmable things. Like you can program them to basically do whatever you want. And they'll work in conjunction with each other to basically do all the processing. There will be very little like machine code running them, to be honest. and that will make this technology very universal. So if you want a 4080 or whatever, AMD's, or what's the competitor with Nvidia?
Arc series.
ARCs. Yeah, so that died anyways, didn't it? So
Yeah,
I've never
pretty
even
much.
heard of that.
Intel,
Intel.
So-
I know about Intel and AMD.
look up Intel Arc. So let's say though that
Oh,
like Arc,
okay.
let's say instead of choosing Intel versus Arc, this would literally just be you get these two chips, and you download a way to print out the motherboard. And yes, motherboard printing. We're talking about motherboards, right? Not integrated circuits. Those are two different things. Motherboards are the PCBs on which components lays. The integrated circuits are very complex, dense microarchitectures with things like data buses and stuff like that. Which
So
may or
when I'm
which,
talking about this, I've been talking in very general terms because
yes,
you need global cooperation to create any number of these things because all of
no, you
these
don't.
things have parts from all around the world
So
that goes into them.
so no, you don't. So for one thing, I learned how to design all of these things from scratch with YouTube videos. So
But what's the megahertz that it processes at?
oh yeah, no, I'm not saying this is high, but like I've pointed out, we're not going to necessarily be there. We're going to be playing the video game of life, which is how do we be sustainable in a way so that way we don't make the same mistake that capitalism is bringing us to, which is climate catastrophe.
The reason
So
why
fear-mongering. Gotcha.
capitalism is not bringing us to a climate catastrophe. What's bringing us to a climate catastrophe is
That I didn't
inaction.
vote.
Because no, it's inaction. Yeah, you can say it's not vote because you can say climate catastrophe as much as you want. But when it comes to the most progressive green presidents that have done whatever they could to sustain and save the environment, they've all been fucking conservatives. It's just
Relatively speaking, yeah.
the conservatives have given up on it within the last 30 years. It's up to the Democratic Party to adopt it and then push for the things that will save our planet because conservatives used to do this. That's why when you look at the 70s, the US was actually more economically viable when it comes to green technologies than the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was insanely wasteful. They destroyed the fucking like world around them, but the US was more green because the conservatives at the time cared about making sure our parks stay clean, make sure our waterways weren't contaminated. Like what
The
you're saying,
Lamarckian
Lamarckian
interesting, though?
evolution.
You know what's interesting though is that those things that you just described, we also get that naturally from the ecosystems around us. This is an entire field of study called ecosystem services. And I'm just going to put something in perspective. You're talking about how we could never make all of this stuff, yada, yada, yada. We currently destroy more ecosystem services that we can never make back with our state of the art technology in that same amount of space because the density of services and the complexity is just beyond our scope of imagination. We would probably need to dedicate an entire state in America just to provide the services for the rest of America, and then the logistics would screw that up. But anyways, my point being, if you really cared about like what's accessible, what's inaccessible, ecosystem services right now are becoming less and less accessible to us to naturalized communities because we've monocultured so much land or just destroyed or just degraded the ecosystem entirely, and they are no longer doing things like filtering water, filtering the air, biological pest control, the things that we used to take for granted when we first started populating this place in large densities.
and the reason why we're having these problems of deforestation
It's not just
is because
inaction.
it is inaction
So
because when you take
but
the
I'd have to
inaction,
take action
hang
against
on.
actual capitalism. I can't rely on the Democratic Party to stop being capitalist.
Most Democrats right now want to reform the way we do zoning laws. The reason why is so we can make cities higher density like New York. If you pass and get rid of the current archaic zoning laws in the United States, you no longer have to expand your city to account for the amount of people moving into the city. That's why we're destroying all these environments. It's because we have horrible zoning laws we haven't
Okay,
done
I
anything
think
about.
zoning laws are very specific. But when you say there's like inaction and it has to do with electoralism, I want you to explain to me in a way that's actually going to make me want to vote instead of just feeling like I'm gambling or trying the same thing while expecting different results.
Well,
Do you
it
know?
doesn't sound
do
like you
know
could be
who's-
convinced then.
Hang on. Do you know who decides zoning in your city? It
Yeah.
comes down to the mayor, and it comes down to
Yeah.
your fucking
Okay, that
your
just seems so obvious because you said
Donald
in my
Trump
city,
does.
so who else would it be? So I was kind of like,
yeah,
okay.
exactly.
No,
So
Donald
Well,
Trump.
if you want to
But let's
change
also
your
be
Yeah.
real, right?
Hang on.
Jack isn't wrong because in a way there's a real estate mogul in my city. And he has an influence on a lot of the
Oh, you're
land use
fucking
policies
retarded.
in
here.
Las
Jack, shut the
Vegas,
fuck up.
in Las Vegas, where I live, majority of the change that happens in Las Vegas, and the reason why zoning is the way it is, and the reason why like HOAs are the way they is, it has nothing to do with the millionaire that owns all the homes. It has to do with the insane fucking soccer mom that goes down to the town hall every Tuesday when they hold a town hall meeting, and she bitches over and over and over and over again. So the mayor has to do something about her to get her off his fucking back because she is legally allowed to go down to the town hall every fucking Tuesday and scream at him for as long as she has the fucking mic.
Sure, but here's the thing: when leftists go down to town hall and scream at Democrats, all they say is, "Well, I don't like being screamed at." So
When are
so
leftists going
I have a
down?
question. Just one
No,
sec.
every
no,
time
you're going to
leftists
answer an
going
actual
down, I find-
question. You're going to answer an actual question. We're going to keep this on track.
politics.
So my question is to you: with the Democrats basically feeling entitled to getting voted for as the progressive solutions, even though they never back up their progressive promises, why the fuck would I expect them to change just because they got my vote? If anything, they're so damn entitled to my vote. My vote means nothing to them, and my non-vote is more of a vote to them than anything because maybe that will actually show them that they can lose votes.
What if I told you that the inaction isn't just within the Democratic Party, but it's the entire system because Americans, not just on the left, but on the right as well, have given up on American politics and we no longer hold our politicians accountable like we used to do in the 1960s, the
I don't wanna
1970s, and
sidestep your question.
1980s.
And then we sit
don't
around
wanna
while
side-
people are confused while laws that we don't like get passed. It's like you
I don't
gotta
want to
vote.
sidestep
hang
your
on.
question,
Yes,
but I do
no,
have
no.
I just want to know
That
what
wasn't
your
a
response
sidestep.
would be.
My response is yes. Democrats have insane
I have
levels
a
of
question for
inaction,
you.
but Donald Trump ran on building a fucking
Republicans.
border wall.
So
And
what
he
if
didn't do
what's your
anything.
response to people who say, well, the part of the reason that we're in the situation we're in is because we can't fight capitalism legally. The police literally prevent us from stopping business and doing communist takeovers.
You mean from
I
committing crimes?
You can peacefully protest. Peaceful protests happen all the time. And if you catch a video of police breaking up
Right,
a peaceful
right.
protest,
No, she didn't
people
talk
get
about
pissed.
peaceful protests. She talked about
So-
taking over businesses.
So then my question for you is, because I just wanted to see if I could relate with your answer and apply it the same way or not. Then my question for you is, what happens when that stops working? At what point do we decide they don't care if we peacefully protest? It seems like they want peaceful protest because that's not threatening to the establishment.
I haven't
But we're
seen that
not
yet.
trying. Yes,
What do
I
you mean
agree
we're
with
not
you.
trying? What do you mean?
don't think
What do you
I
mean?
don't
We're
think
not trying to
peaceful
be intimidating, or
No, I don't think peaceful protests work. But what I think does work is canvassing and getting 20,000 of your classmates. Look, high schools right now are over. Hang on. Gen Z is 70% fucking
That's
liberal,
why I say
right?
bad.
We're 70% progressive when it comes to Gen Z. More people are turning 18 every fucking day. And when it comes to high schools, they're overrunning with like 20,000 fucking kids. Schools nationwide are overrun with kids. So if you went and canvassed and went to a high school and got all the
do you think they
18-year-olds to
care?
go register,
Do you think they care? They don't.
they will care.
They
No,
do not.
they will care if you show up with 1,000 people. You
Don't
have
show
a
up to
mass.
schools. Okay,
No, no, no,
don't show
no,
up.
no, no. No,
Okay,
no.
by the
This
way,
is
if
what
you're
I'm
an
saying.
adult,
No,
it's a
I'm
bad
not saying
idea to show up
no,
to
I'm not
schools.
saying show up to schools.
No,
What
that's
I'm
not
saying is you
true.
show
Wait,
up.
wait, wait. No, hold
No,
on.
I
Hold
just-
on.
I
There's
want
plenty
the
of
mic- I
adults
want
who
the
go
mic
to
for
schools
half a
and
second.
want people to think this is how you influence people.
Jack.
It's
Chill.
one way
I'm
to. It's one way to
I'm not
influence
vouching
people.
for
I'm not-
people to go to schools. What
I
I'm
know.
saying, let's say you take 1,000
You
progressives
have
and
made
you
your
say
point.
we're
You're
holding.
giving so many extra steps because I think people generally get what canvassing is and how to go proselytize for your party.
Then why are
what-
you trying to disingenuously frame what I'm saying if you understand
I was
what I'm saying?
joking. I was joking because I wanted the mic and I wanted to interrupt you, and I thought maybe if I made you laugh, it would make it more acceptable. My
I'm
problem
not in
with
a
this
laughing
is-
mood right now.
Okay. My problem with this is that if you're going to say this but give no credit to direct action and how that visibly makes politicians uncomfortable and visibly petitions them with action, like boots on the ground action to change things, even when they won't listen to canvassing and stuff like that, then I don't think you're painting a complete picture of how the democratic process actually gets decision made and how certain rights and liberties have actually been fought for.
Yes. Okay. Do you think Martin Luther King was saying we need to instill communism? Or do you think
That's not
he
my argument.
did
It has
march?
nothing to do with my argument.
Could you
That's
just answer a
Wh-
question?
No. Which one of us is closer to Martin Luther King? The person who
Probably
is
you.
vouching to get people in the streets,
Well,
go
no,
out
no,
and
here's the
vote,
thing.
and
Here's
take
the
your
thing.
voice back? Or
Here-
you, the
are you
person who is
willing
vouching
to
for a
address?
revolution?
Are you willing to
Why do
say
you have
that
to
the
answer a
system
question with a question?
weaponizes white
Just
power?
answer it.
Shut up, Jack.
No, this is a test. I'm gonna. This
That
is
was a
helping
test,
me-
and you failed.
I need him to answer this. That way, I can answer his question.
All right, I'll answer. Ask me.
Because you're asking who's closer, and so I need to know how you feel about this. Do you think that
Okay,
white
ask me.
power
Advocate for
is
white
democratic
you advocate
or
for
sorry,
revolution.
Jack,
is
stop.
systemically instilled in the establishment?
Do I think white power is systemically instilled into the establishment? It definitely can be. It can be instilled into the establishment the same way that at Amazon we have departments that are all women. However, we
Okay.
also have departments where it's all white men. The white men seem to get a lot.
Well, Discord's probably gonna reboot in a sec. Am I disconnected from the internet? What the fuck? I guess not. Still have a good connection.
Like that. He
Not even super hot on my computer.
should have been
No.
more like him. I should have been that
he
route.
said they should have worked together more instead of focusing on their opposition.
I feel like
He-
we're saying the same
I've
thing
actually
differently.
because
And
I've
this person
actually
just
read
doesn't know
this.
anything about American history.
And what
Yep.
sounds to you like the same thing is an important difference, which is that he didn't denounce these things. He just would have done them differently.
Yes.
Yeah,
because
if I'm
he was
doing something
wrong.
differently, that means I'm denouncing my previous behavior.
Nope. It means you would have done a lot of it the same, but there might have been some things you would have done differently.
Yes, the things that you would have done
strategically.
differently
No,
was the
strategically.
violence.
You're making
That-
a moral
like-
statement. I'm making a
You keep cutting
strategic
him off.
statement because he's
He's
trying to frame
being
things.
way more respectful than I am.
He's trying
I
to-
call you a
he's trying
retard
to-
and a whole bunch of other mean things. Let the
He's trying
person
to
who's not doing
disingenu-
that to you.
Why'd you ask a
finish your
question if
fucking
you don't want the
sentence.
answer? He's disingenuously
It wasn't a question. It was a
reframing
statement.
Malcolm
Shut the fuck
X's
up and let someone
memoirs.
else talk.
What have
he's
I framed
reframing Malcolm
disingenuously?
because Malcolm X
Pickle,
did not
mute that.
denounce these
Mute it.
things on moral
did.
grounds. He
Mute
it.
denounced
Mute
it
it.
on strategic grounds. So
You
either
mute
you
me,
read his
mute it,
memoirs
and let him
incorrectly.
fucking
Stop,
speak.
Hold on.
I think we're saying the same
We're
thing.
doing this the whole time.
No, we're not. I've been
Strategic-
telling
no,
you.
strate-
Jack won't let me say
you're
this, but I've been
saying-
trying to tell you this whole time. We're not saying the same thing.
From a,
You're
if he's
talking
saying
about
I-
morals. I'm talking about strategy.
Hang on. If he said I need to change the strategy, that means there was a problem with the morals
No,
that
it doesn't.
he used to come
It
up
just
with
means
the
the
first
outcomes
strategy.
were not what he predicted.
Yes, because he didn't realize his actions
There
would
was
be
an
viewed
ineffective
No,
method.
you're just
wrong.
making a moral equivalency.
No, it was an
with
ineffective
what he
method,
actually
so
said.
he said it was a
because
failure.
neoliberals
Holy
need
fuck.
to talk over actual black radicals. They do it all the time.
What? You're a black radical now? Is that what
No,
you
I'm
are?
just better at speaking for them than
Oh.
most white neoliberals are
A
because I'm a
white
fucking
person is better for
leftist.
speaking for the black people. Interesting.
You know, I should invite the white feminist in here. He would love you, Jack.
Who?
The black feminist.
Say
That I
a
know.
sentence without mumbling it. Come on.
I know a black feminist who
God.
you would just love. Is that okay?
It would be a
Can't
fucking
close-
bloodbath.
I don't want to deal with a second one of these things.
Not now. Not right
I'll
now.
deal with him alone when you're
I
not
mean-
here. But
I
two
mean,
of you is
just-
ridiculous.
Kanko, just take down the YouTube stream, keep up the kick stream, and
He's-
just let the
No.
racism fly, okay?
I'm not.
Just let it
I'm
fly.
not. I don't want to deal with.
Tonight.
I don't want to deal with the extra jack shit.
I can see it now after bringing the
Oh,
black
this was someone who
feminists
schooled
and
me
Jack's on
on how I was
Logic.
wrong.
It's not very hard to fucking school you, bro.
Oh my god.
Well, you certainly try because you're a tryhard.
Damn.
Okay, Ninetales, what is the main the main contention you have with me? Because we agree fundamentally on what the country needs to do
That
to get better.
resolving all the problems with the world as to not enough people vote instead of capitalism has an incentive to make things this way it's just pretty inept.
How does capitalism incentivize it to be this way when we've seen through periods of time it wasn't like this?
Through the profit motive and the hoarding of capital.
No, but he's asking. Once upon a time, there was times of capitalism that weren't like this. So,
Yeah,
what do you
the
do about those
reason-
times?
Do you know why we're like
We
this?
didn't have the logistics
Conservatives-
to exploit as many means.
Hang on.
Right.
When it comes to progressive tax
Retarded
structures,
answer.
that was eliminated in the 1980s from Reagan. When it comes to a lot of the horrible shit that goes on in farming and the reason why we have such horrible ecological problems with our
why
farming,
did
it
Reagan
came
get
down
rid
to
of those?
legacy.
No, you just skipped over the
Stop
main
interrupting.
Let him
context.
finish
Stop
talking.
interrupting.
But
Hang
he's
on.
skipping over the important context.
on.
It
Reagan
doesn't
got
matter. Let him
rid of
finish
those
talking,
things
and then you could reestablish
because
that.
he wanted to help the
Show someone
financial
some
sector.
respect if you
He was
want it.
helping capitalist self-interest.
Retard, schizo, show someone
Yeah.
respect.
You don't
Yeah,
show anyone
context
to
matters.
respect, Jack.
He was doing it to help capitalism.
Yes,
Go watch
he
my
was
last
doing it
debate.
to help capitalism.
That's
He
the
was a
only
rich
person you've
capitalist.
ever shown
All right?
respect in your entire
I'll
life.
agree
You
with you
fucking
there.
He
brain
was
dead
a rich
mongoloid.
capitalist. He was a fucking asshole. But it doesn't mean there couldn't have been someone that wasn't a rich fucking asshole capitalist because the president directly before him wasn't. He was one of the most progressive presidents we've ever had in the United States. He only got a 4-year term because progressives didn't go out and vote for him again.
This is
Reagan
tangential.
won.
Sucked.
Because my point was originally that capitalism incentivized something like Reagan's actions. We pointed out
No,
Reagan's
liberals
Okay.
not going out and voting for the liberal candidate that was already in office in 1970s was
No, my
what
problem with
lost
liberals
us.
is that they think that capitalism will solve these issues, and it's literally relying on what got us here to get us out, which seems kind of dumb. It seems like doing the same thing and expecting different results.
Wait,
Funniest
what?
part is every time we implement a socialist idea, that's when everything starts going
Except
wrong.
you don't understand what that is, Jack.
Okay, let's be fair though. As
I
much,
don't even think you could read or write, so I mean, it's
just,
okay.
Well,
be nice. Jack.
Neat.
As flawed as capitalism and democracy is compared to the rest of the history of the world, these two are still the best systems to run by at the end of the day.
I think that's utopian thinking. I think it's literally utopian to think that that the best system is the one that has proven itself to be unsustainable into the near future, and that our
How
future
is it proved
generations,
to be unsustainable?
because
Every
the climate,
sys-
we've
every
surpassed
system
5 out
is
of 9 of
unsustainable.
the planetary boundaries
You
of
do
climate.
know the Soviet Union was one of the main contributors to our
So-
current climate
so-
disaster, right? So it was communism that brought us into
Yep,
this. As long as
everything's
capitalism.
communisms and not voting, right? So when
True.
So
True-
when
true and
our
based.
climate,
You finally said
you're
something
so
right.
afraid of me answering. Holy shit!
Well, no,
so when our
I'm doing what
climate
you
is
do.
not
I'm cutting you off
stable,
and interrupting like a fucking cunt.
so when our climate is not stable intergenerationally, that means that we can no longer make long-term projections like 5-year projects of infrastructure, making supporting future generations and their upcoming needs increasingly difficult with each generation.
Okay, I have a question. You're in a post-communist state, right?
Sure.
Everything post-communist, right? You
Mhm.
rely on everything. In 1 year, you have bad crops. Not only do you have bad crops, there's a horrible storm that rolls in that also wipes out half of your town. On top of that, the fucking the mill that makes all your aluminum and metals and shit like that, it burns down. What do you do in that situation? Because there's not a government called upon to get assistance. there's no way to get you out of this hole.
Well,
What do you do?
when you say there's no
Collectivize.
government, there is there's a confederation, like that connects communities, right? So the first thing that would happen is people who have dedicated their lives to responding these issues and understanding them would show
Fucking Discord.
and help tell these
And
communities.
yes,
their communities should have
historically in
surpluses.
Hurricane Katrina, which I was in, by the way,
I wasn't
when
even
the
wrong, but I
South
was memeing
when the
you.
South got hit with Hurricane Katrina, towns were rushing to go to their neighboring town. Those people didn't go over to help.
Well,
they didn't give a
to
fuck.
counter that, during Hurricane Sandy,
Oh my god.
the Occupy movement literally assisted.
Occupy
like,
did
selflessly.
nothing. Don't you dare. Occupy did nothing. I'm from Staten Island. What are you talking about?
I'm from
the
New
place
Jersey.
hit
They
hardest.
did
Get the fuck
nothing.
out of here. I spit on you for even saying something like that. I fucking spit on you.
Did you not
fucking
get it?
piece
Did
of
you not get a
garbage.
care
I went down
package
there.
directly,
I
Jack?
went. No, my
Aw,
thing
you
hit.
felt left
I went and
out.
gave care packages. I
Aw.
went. People like me
They were
went.
in New
Don't
Jersey,
fucking
that's
Occupy
why.
wa-
They were in
What?
New Jersey, so calm down.
Occupy is a New York thing. They were in Jersey. You just had someone from
Occupy
Jersey tell you they weren't
Sandy
there.
They-
was
So
in
what
New
the-
did
Jersey.
what were they?
Occupy
The Jersey person
Sandy
just said they weren't
was in
there,
New
and they just told
Jersey.
you they weren't there.
Occupy
Jack,
Sandy.
hang on.
You're fucking
hang on,
delusional,
Jack,
bro.
Occupy
Jack.
Sandy
Jack.
Hang on, Jack.
Kill
You're forgetting
yourself.
one thing.
was in
Schizoid
It's
New
the
fuck.
capitalist.
Jersey.
It's the capitalist system that made everybody not care during the storm. It's capitalism's fault. It's the incentives that capitalism has built that makes it to where people don't care about each other in a storm. So
Yeah,
if
we're more
in a
isolated than
if we're in
ever.
a post-socialist society, we wouldn't have that problem because people would care about each other again.
Well, not necessarily. So when I say post-socialist, we're assuming like there's been like some sort of time that's gone by, whether that's been a time without us having any system to guide us, or a time where we were either pseudo-communist or communist, whatever you like, hyper-socialist, or however you want to assume we got there. Really, there's multiple pathways along the leftist collection of ideas to get to a post-communist idea. Kinkamore, you've seen how diverse the left side of the map can be, right? So just imagine that you can go up and down on your way from center to left. My point is that we need a framework that has a better conceptual understanding of human behavior within an ecological framework, so that when we need to self-organize, we don't just see each other as competitors by default.
We
We will
We're still
always see
human.
ourselves as
Jack,
competitors.
shut the fuck up.
not even
Spurg.
competitors. We're human beings at the end of the day. Like we're gonna help each other out if it's that bad. Like I'm not getting this where you need a whole social change to be a human being. I'm not understanding.
No, I'm not saying, okay, not to be a human being, but when there's a framework for it, then people, like the resources that I might need to help out my neighbor come from my community rather than me having to buy it from my supermarket. And that's just in my mind ideal.
That's what you pay taxes for.
Gray
But, okay,
pill.
yes,
I
but no,
agree,
right?
Bill.
Because
Hey,
let's
what's going on,
let's
everybody?
let's say that supermarket's
Good.
there, right? But that guy owns a shotgun and he just doesn't want to give out blankets. He wants to keep his profits because he figures he's going to weather the storm. But so my only other option is like maybe get it from the army, but the army's already given
What-
out their blankets.
Hang on, what grocery stores during a hurricane is still filled up with groceries and
I
the
said
guy is waiting
blankets.
outside?
I said blankets and I said
No.
hardware store.
No, anytime there's like a
Stop
hardware
trying.
store
No,
or anything.
stop trying to
no,
make
any-
me out to be disanalogous. And the point
You
was that
are
he was defending
disanalogous
it with a
because you
shotgun.
guys-
The point was that he was defending it with a shotgun. And yes, that
No,
does happen.
No, in a capitalist society, what ends up happening after a hurricane rolls through, people walk into the store and usually empty it the fuck out. Normally, they sell everything in the fucking store.
You're saying that like the thing that I just said never happens, and I guarantee you that
You're
happens at
acting
least
like there.
1/5
You're
of the
acting
time.
like there's not empty grocery
Okay.
stores every time there's. A
I've actually
hurricane.
paid attention to disaster streams and stuff like that, like the news footage.
Yeah,
and
so
I've
you know
seen
that
people
normally
defending
gas
their
runs out, food
storefronts,
runs out.
and I've seen
gas
people
runs out.
defending their storefronts where they're full of shit. So
Yeah, sure,
my
if you're a
point
clothing
being,
store, and
my
you don't want
point-
people to loot you.
Right, only clothing store people do it. That's such a great point. Thank you. My point being that we can see that capitalism continues to incentivize people to be greedy, even in those conditions, because we're so isolated, because we feel
So
disconnected
you think
from our
somebody
neighbors.
okay, so in a post-capitalist society, I am sewing garments, okay? I am finding the ability to get cloth and I am sewing dresses and garments and I have
Probably
a
using a
fucking
sewing machine.
store. Okay, yeah, I have a fucking sewing machine, yo. I'm making
Good
garments
girl.
and I have a shop where I sell my clothing, right? And a storm rolls in. I'm probably going to be sitting outside with a shotgun to make sure no one goes in and steals my livelihood.
Except
Even
you're-
in a post-socialist
except
society, I'm not going to let people
failed
walk in
at
and
store.
steal my
No, you
fucking
failed
blankets.
at store though.
No, you guys are
You
gonna
might
collectivize
be-
and smile and sing Kumbaya.
You might be the person who does sewing for your community, but let me tell you right now, if someone comes to you and is like, I need a shirt, because they're your neighbor, you'd
You're gonna
probably rather
collectivize.
see them with a
But
shirt than not.
I haven't got anything from this person, so what
No,
entails
no,
them?
you haven't.
No, what
No, you can't
entails
say that
them
you
to the
haven't.
fruits
No,
of
you
my
can't
labor?
say that. No,
What
you can't
entails
say
them to
that.
the fruits
You
of my
can't say
labor?
that. You can't say that. First of all, we know for sure that people naturally take on roles in their community because majority of people want to feel like they have a purpose.
Yeah,
Secondly,
so
Christianity.
random person, I don't know who they are, walks up to me and asks for a
A
blanket
neighbor?
after a
you're
storm.
saying you don't know who
What-
they are. Like this is going to be
what
more rare
gives-
than not. So
gonna
it's
know
not
who
really
they
going to
are,
cost
Jack.
you much to
You were
get some
talking
random.
about no. Hang on. Earlier, I said so we're going to have rural communities everywhere, and you said no. These would still be
These
major
aren't
cities.
rural. These aren't rural. So you're going to
Yeah,
know the
so that means
majority
you
of
wouldn't.
people
You
around
wouldn't know
you.
the major. You wouldn't. You're
Yes,
telling me
you
you would
would.
know the majority of people if you're in a
When
city
it
of
comes to who's
500,000, which
stowing
is
your
still
clothes,
a
yes.
minor
Oh
city
my
in the United
God.
States.
Jack,
I
shut
think
A
I know.
up.
I
minor
think
royal
When
city.
it comes
Technology.
when it comes to who's sewing your clothes, yes, you would. When it
It's
comes
for
to the
X when the nukes
services,
hit and we
that
have
you
to
would-
rebuild.
when it comes to the services that you would seek directly, yes, you would be most familiar with those people because you would have a service-based relationship with them. The services you provide are how you interface with the services you
Yes.
receive.
Yeah,
But
bro.
it's a
Like
storm.
you know how like
Hang
in
on.
Fallout 4,
Jack,
there's like the
Jack,
baseball
Jack.
stadium and like they
Oh,
all
Give
know
me
each
2
other.
seconds, Jack.
Oh, for such an
Jack,
accurate
you're gonna be the only
simulator of
person to
humanity.
survive the nuclear winter
If-
because you're a fucking cockroach. All right.
So, I know my local blanket guy,
I'm a
right?
fucking
Storm
feral
just rolled
bull.
into the town. I walk up to my local garment salesman. I walk up to him and I say, "Hey, bro, my fucking family is freezing to death right now because there's no power. Can you help me out with a blanket?" And he says, "I'm sorry, but I've already given out all my blankets because all the other families were also freezing to death. But I know a garment factory across the town that you can go to." Now, I'm not from across the town. I don't know anybody across the town. So I go across the town. I walk up to this garment manufacturer and I ask
He
him,
goes, "Hello,
"Hey,
comrade."
can I have a blanket?" And he says, "What entitles you to the fruits of my labor? I don't know you."
But that's the thing. Like we were talking about, like across a town.
But across the town, he has
Let me
people he
finish.
cares
Let
about
me
that needs
finish. Let me
blankets.
finish. One of the things that like is going to be natural for us is that if I take on a role that my city needs, then I can't expect to hoard those resources when my city's in need. And I mean that spans the entire community and
But
maybe
he's
even
not hoarding
randos who are
resources.
residing in the city at the moment. The point being that when humans start making stuff out of need, we share with each other more often than when we hoard.
So we're no
That's
longer
when we
allowed to
become
want?
Hang on.
Want is no longer
Let me
a thing,
respond
is
to
what you're
this.
saying?
Let me respond to this. So I walk up to the garment manufacturer. He's not hoarding blankets. I say my family is freezing to death. He says, "I understand your family is freezing to death, but I have my own community I have to tend to. I have to still give a blanket to Susie, Jeff, Frank, and Alex. So all of my blankets are gone. I can't give you anything."
Yeah, that's a supply issue. That's happened in capitalism too.
No, not really.
Yeah, but capitalism
not
is
to
more
the
adept at
extent.
handling these issues. That's
No,
why
it's
I'm
not.
more pro-capitalism
No, I
because
that's
capitalism
fine.
has the
Freeze the
ability
death,
to bounce
bitch.
back.
I disagree. I think a market which would actually help altruism would make that more accessible to your common person rather than your rich man.
Yeah,
How?
but we're humans. Like
Yeah, we are
have
humans. I
unlimited-
agree,
we have
Apex. I love
unlimited
that.
wants, though. Like
Okay,
you're
no, actually, I'm
forgetting
a
the human
misanthropist,
element.
but whatever.
Like everybody
I'm
has
so confused,
unlimited
like-
wants.
You think we can't even solve rape? What makes you think we're gonna solve greed?
Exactly.
Solve.
Like, it's
Where
gonna
did
be
the
that-
term solve come from? I
That's
didn't know
what
we were
this
doing
is.
fucking math.
That's what this is. This is solve. This is
We're doing
no, solving
cryptography
isn't only done
lesson.
in math. You fucking idiot.
Okay, how are you
solve
going
a
to
lot
solve
of
it,
You
problems.
Jack?
fucking idiot.
How are you going to solve it with marriage?
Well, no. My current system.
Let's solve it
answers
with Jack's death.
Yeah, no. With capitalism, this is solved because there usually in capitalism there's no lack on blankets. If there is a lack on blankets, it's just a lack
Someone
on
starts-
blankets in
someone
that
else
area.
starts making
Because there's
blankets.
always blankets in a warehouse because people are always going to make blankets.
But that
because
doesn't
you
mean
can
that all people always get
you can
blankets.
always turn a profit on blankets. So
Dude,
you're
how are
always
there
going to
homeless
make
Where's the
blankets.
people?
United
There's
States
homeless people
Parliament
outside
door?
of my building right now who could probably use a blanket. How come they're not getting one then?
How come you're not giving them one,
Because
socialist
they-
scum?
They can't afford it, and you won't go out and vote, so they get a blanket.
Oh, so
Wait, first-
Because of
availability
your
is a
inaction.
function. Availability
No,
is a function
Hold
of
up, you're a neighbor.
status.
No,
I
Nine,
voted
you're
because of your
Wow.
inaction.
I
They
don't
get
want
freeze
that.
to
Oh, what's up with the
You're a bad
snark?
neighbor, Nine Tails.
So
You don't go
I'm
and
just-
help them. You should go
So,
and buy
sorry
them
for
blankets,
killing
you
myself.
socialist scum, because that's
I
what
feel
you
like I've
expect
made.
us all to
I
do.
feel like we
You
just took
expected
the
to say,
longest
"Comrade,
path
We'll
possible.
make you that blanket.
Jack-
That's what
I
you
feel
better
like-
go do.
Jack
feel like we
deserves
took
the
the
snark,
longest-
but
I feel like we've
They deserve a
taken
lot
the
more than just
longest.
snark.
I feel like we've taken the longest path possible to
Calling you a
the
retard.
point that people who need stuff don't get them under capitalism, and I want to see a system that is self-organized where we
No,
do.
they don't get it under capitalism because capitalism. Here's the thing with capitalism. Capitalism is fucking horrible. It's an awful system that encourages people to rape and pillage each other. That's why capitalism, you have to have systems that prevent you from raping and killing each other. I like capitalism because capitalism has money. So if you're a bad corporation, we take your money. Simple as that. We fine you up the ass and back. Now you're going to say, but fines don't do anything. That's why I believe we need to reform the way we do fines. Instead of getting a $30,000 fine for having fucking children work in your goddamn warehouse in Louisiana, maybe you should get $3 million worth of fines. You'll think twice next time before you break the fucking law.
No,
That
they'll
is
just
the
move
great
overseas.
thing about
Okay.
capitalism.
They'll move overseas. We know this already.
Okay, I'll
Good,
say
get them the
this.
fuck out. They want to hire kids.
Wait,
But
I'm
then
gonna
they'll
say this,
outcompete
though.
local businesses.
No,
Wait,
it's called protectionism. It's called
Wait.
limit those companies from trading within your country.
But then
Wait,
you
wait,
end,
wait,
but
wait,
then you end
wait.
up limiting exports that are validly from those countries, and those countries no longer want to do trade with you.
No, then they start.
Yeah, that's how
cracking-
that ends up working.
No,
by the
then they
way,
start
listen to
cracking down on-
Chomsky.
No,
you think
Listen
they're
to
going to-
Chomsky. Noam Chomsky talks about it.
This is what
You
it
think-
wants. It wants me to let it talk, but it won't let me talk. Shut
Yeah,
up.
because you haven't even listened to Chomsky. Just try it once in your life.
Chomsky, like I have. Wow, go read a fucking book.
You
Go
never
smash your book and your fucking head into the
Break
corner.
it, what do you
The
watch?
fucking book, you
All you
fucking
ever do is
subhuman
tell me to
retard.
read books.
Where
I'm
is
actually
it
telling you
coming
real
from?
authors.
It's great
I'll
pill. He's
tell
watching
you to
some.
read
He's
books.
probably watching a
You just
porno.
told me go listen to
My
bad,
Chomsky. That was your
April.
actual rebuttal.
I like to think that Jack's mom's yelling at him like, you haven't done shit in
Saber,
your
you're
life.
muted.
Don't tell anyone else how to live their
I was
fucking life.
watching
God
Robbie
damn
go
it.
off on
No.
Priscilla.
She fled socialist scum human people
Saber,
like
you're
you.
muted.
You're barely human. You're a fucking rodent socialist scum like you.
Okay. Let me be honest and let me be
I
fair
know
about
I'm
this whole
muted.
discussion.
I want to hear
You
Apex.
sit there
I
quietly.
want to
Shut the fuck up.
either
Wait,
Seba or
Fucking talk.
Apex,
Shut the
please.
fuck up.
Okay. Wait. I will say this though, not to be a dick, but when
No,
I
you're a
fly,
dick. You're already a dick.
yeah, I know.
Shut the
But when
fuck up.
when I do take my first class flight, I always get a blanket. That's all I wanted to
Nice.
say.
You t-
They won't let me get on a flight.
You know what I do
Oh,
after?
No, that was a dick
Stupid.
move.
Ace.
I don't care.
Ace.
It's not like I care, but that was a dick move.
Apex, I hope you throw that blanket out in front of a homeless person.
No, my wife stole it.
See, I
Think
caught it
about
though.
a homeless person.
I smelled
could
it
have
from
had
a
that
mile
blanket.
away. I was like, he's like, not to be a dick. And I was like, he's gonna be a dick.
I'm sorry. I needed a
It's
joke.
fine.
I needed a joke to
fine.
break this ice a little bit.
It was funny enough that I'll tolerate it, and I'm not gonna be a Nazi over it. Okay?
Oh no, I think this is good, healthy discussion, no matter how contentious it gets. So
It'd be
Nothing
a
when you
fucking
talk
lot
to this
easier
thing
to
is
talk to
healthy.
Avius if Jack could learn how to shut
Shut
his
up.
mouth.
Shut up, thing.
I mean,
welcome to this side of the plantation.
Great Pill, I need you to petition for me to be brought back into Angela's server despite Neve's concerns because Neve banned me.
wait, Neve really
No, hear
banned
me
you?
out. Hear me out. Don't laugh because
I don't
you
know
can
why. I don't know
you
why.
have the high moral high ground. She banned me
You
for,
know what? You
for
should
something
do it.
I
I'm for
did
chaos.
on Food Shop server, but then Food Shop literally leaked her own DMs. So she doesn't care. So either Neve
What a-
would like want to ban food shops or she's abusing her mod powers. If you don't want to do
you're
anything
saying-
about that, then the ball's in your court.
Hold on, I'm
I'm
trying to
just
get- hold on,
saying.
I'm trying to get the story
You
because you're saying
fucking
on your side of it. So
retard.
you're saying you was in Food Shop's Discord and
Oh fuck.
hold on, everybody chill for a
Sorry.
second. You was in
Go ahead.
Food Shop's Discord.
So
Alright,
I
I'm
posted a
gonna- I'll do it.
screenshot from my DMs with food shops, and I got banned from there. Whatever, I didn't actually.
from Food Shop.
So food shops. So
Yeah.
Neve found out about that and then banned me from Angela's Discord.
Yo, chill with all that.
Save us, stupid.
Even me.
And
I'm not even doing anything.
so then
Zach,
about a week
fuck.
later,
Hold on,
food
time
shop
out, time out.
leaks.
Hold on, time out. Well, damn, you can't go there. Period. Hold on.
Hold on. Don't unban it. I'm not letting that happen.
No,
I'll
I
tell
was
Neve.
gonna back out and me and her can have a private conversation.
Oh
with
yeah,
someone
yeah,
else.
yeah. Good idea.
Okay.
Here, hold on. I'll drag y'all into a thing. Just stay here. Hold
Want
on.
to drop down
That's a
one?
great
gotcha.
idea.
Here
Alright,
you
fuck
go.
off, Ninetales. Don't come back.
Shut up, Jack.
Oh my.
Damn, I have
God
no
damn it.
socialist to fight.
Hey, Kankle,
Yeah.
you are gonna love the kick or keep questions I came up with. They are so fucked up. They are gonna make you laugh.
I put Grape Hill in
Oh,
that
no.
fucking thing and he just left.
Yeah,
Yes,
I said let's drop down one, so I thought he went, and then yeah.
Yeah, I dragged
no,
him down
Grape.
and I said I was gonna drag him down, but he's
Ah.
deaf.
Okay, I'm
Who the
just.
fuck wants to talk to
I'll
you
DM him.
one-on-one?
I'll just
Fucking
do
nightmare.
like a call.
It's like fucking chalk, like
Yeah.
scratching your nails on a fucking chalkboard.
Here,
It's
I'll just
really
send him
like-
an invite to this
I
this
was
voice
2
chat.
seconds away from
It's like
finishing
glass
it.
breaking.
No, I'm just gonna do a voice call with him.
Okay.
Thank God.
Yes. Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, I'm crazy, not the fucking actually schizophrenic person.
You are
Get the
actually
fuck outta
crazy.
here. By the way, actually a medicated schizophrenic person.
I think I'm the
And-
only person that's not fucking crazy, or I'm the craziest one here.
No, you're normal. We're normal. Don't fucking taint yourself like that. We're normal.
Oh no,
That thing
Jack.
ain't normal. No,
Grape Hill.
Jack,
If
hold
I'm
on.
on the same
Leave.
side as
I
you,
want
Hold
to
I
come
don't have to
back.
be crazy,
hold on,
bro.
hold on,
No,
hold on, hold
it's not that
on. Everybody shut the fuck up. Everybody shut up. Grape Hill.
Yeah.
Okay, I dragged you down into the offline crack den. Stay there. I'll put you there, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I just fucked up.
There you go. Fuck. All right.
Why are you in that room?
To talk to Ninetales.
Okay. By
Yeah.
the way, Kankle, can I give you one of the fucked up questions I came up with?
Yes.
Okay. Putting biology aside, who would you want to give birth to your baby? Donald Trump or Kanye West?
Fucking biology aside.
My God.
I don't even know what that question means. How do you put biology aside?
That baby's
Popping out his
fucked.
ass, okay?
That
Nice.
baby is effed either way. Baby's life is done.
Nah,
Both
low-key,
ways
Trump's
he's a
good dad.
fascist, but one way
Trump's a
he's
good
a
dad, bro.
Nazi.
Nah, there's one thing I can't take away from Ye. I don't know about Ye's fucking nuts, but Trump is a good dad. You can't even take that from him.
Okay, fine. I'll come up with some other crazy person to replace him with.
Yeah, you need to replace him to
I
someone
don't know.
crazy. He's not
Eric's a
crazy enough.
retard.
Someone like
Give
I
me
don't
a crazy name.
know.
It can't be something like Hitler. That's too generic. Give me someone crazy in modern society. Kanye
Like Vladimir
West.
Putin, bro. Vladimir Putin.
No,
or
Vladimir
Kanye.
Putin's a killer. That guy's a killer. That
Vivek.
guy's
That's what I mean, bro. He's a different type of crazy. No, Vivek's not crazy. He's a millionaire.
He's
fucking
crazy.
self-made.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
No, guy's based. Can't be crazy.
Oh, here's another one. This one's pretty bad. As a cop is beating you, how much money would it take for him to peg you with his baton?
Yo.
What?
How much money would it take?
You just like you ready to
Okay.
kick. You ready to
This is a
kick my
kicker
my-
key question.
That's
My
hilarious.
God.
You're kicking my ass, but here's an extra $200. Put it in my ass too. That's crazy.
I feel like it'd be a
I
funnier
told you.
YouTube video trying to watch a panel of people try to extend that debate out to 30 minutes.
Oh my god.
Bro, like, that's what you should fucking start doing. That's what we need to start doing, you know? Like, instead of, like, these, like, just retarded debates where we let some fucking schizophrenic T and some fucking retard conservative
shit.
MAGA guy
Please
come
don't
in,
delete them.
we should fucking we
should
got to go
talk
back
about
to back
dick.
in the day, and you just force someone to take a pro position, and you force someone to take a con position, and then you force them to
There you
debate for a
go.
fucking hour.
Force
I agree
everyone
with
to the
that.
extreme.
That's right. I agree with that. Like, hey, can you really debate it? You should be able to debate it from all sides.
Well, like that's like how you show true understanding. Like we used to do that in my high school, literally in like everything, bro. Especially in my history class. It was like,
Bro.
all right, time to fucking debate this.
I think the
It was
craziest
crazy.
shit that just happened a minute ago was when I said you're forgetting, Jack, that capitalism incentivizes people to fuck each other over during a storm, and then they agreed with it.
Yeah, I was just like,
Listen. The pandemic proved
The Occupy Wall
capitalism-
Street people saved everyone during Hurricane Sandy.
you didn't know?
for what?
You didn't know?
Man,
Now you
listen.
know.
Listen, everybody said they occupy Wall Street, but who was giving out that money when the homes got hit during Hurricane Sandy?
True.
Listen, as much
Daddy
as people
America.
want to be upset about capitalism, when it's needed, people are going to step up. It is what it is.
hmm
I'm like,
Capitalism always has an incentive for everything to just happen because you can make money.
and you know, it's funny. People, it's not progressive. I guess it's a socialism where they's like, oh, give people universal income. They tried, and the government didn't want to give us $600. And when we got the $600, what did we do? Absolutely nothing with it.
Bums. People became bums. Now, I think the same thing would happen if you gave someone a free house. I think if you gave someone a free house, that house
No.
is doomed. They're not
No.
going to take care of that house.
We live in a
Um,
highly, hang on. We've been arguing capitalism, so obviously we live in a highly capitalist society. If we live in a highly capitalist society, you always want more. So if you provide a basic fucking white house that looks
No.
boring as shit and
You're
doesn't
assuming-
provide you
No,
anything,
you're operating under the conditions that everyone is like you and I. Like everyone is healthy. Everyone is going to be
most
under
people are.
understanding the system. No, that's actually not true anymore. And the
Most
reality is
people are
we
still
have a
hardworking.
huge mental health illness, mental illness problem in the United States, and it shows in people like that. Even though that's Canadian, you know, the reality is that has seeped into America, and no, not everyone is hardworking. Not everyone that you give a house is going to be grateful. Yeah, listen, back in the day, you didn't even need to give people a house. You know what it was? They did this in New York. Do you know anything about New York brownstones?
a little bit, yep.
Yeah, and you know they were basically giving these homes away.
Yeah.
And you know, there's a lot of really poor families, like my father's family, who didn't take advantage of these types of programs because the reality is they didn't want to have to fix up a fucking brownstone home.
Mhm.
And meanwhile, they could have bought a piece of real estate for $1, $5, like crazy things. You know what I mean? Like, and they would be selling that for $3 million today. Like, you know,
Do you
because
know
not
when the
everyone
big-
operates optimally in capitalism as much as we
But
like to think
here's
they
the
do.
thing. Here's the thing. This is why I'm pro giving people housing. Do you know what the biggest period of time was in the United States for public housing?
When?
1940s through the 1960s. Through the 1960s, public housing started to get defunded. The reason why is after World War II, there was essentially no middle class in America. The middle class had evaporated and America wasn't doing very good economically. So we started providing people government housing that was at a fixed monthly rate where you weren't getting fucked on your rent. What ended up happening was white families and black families started to take advantage of public housing. At one point, I think it was like 50% of Americans were in public housing. What ended up happening was through the 1940s and 1950s, white Americans started being able to buy their own houses. They moved out of public housing. The program worked. People began owning their own homes. People began getting their own cars. People actually succeeded in life and we rebuilt the middle class. By the time the 1960s came, the only people that were still using government assistance was the black population because of Jim Crow laws and shit like that. But by that point, there was an incentive to make sure the
Why are
black
you laughing,
population.
Seva? I'm confused. What
Because Kenko's reading through my questions.
happened?
But
He's
like,
loving
I read the
I hope-
breastfeed question
It
again.
was just sorry. He cued the laugh right at the perfect time. Sorry, go.
Yeah, I'm
But,
like, once they
like-
said blacks and they started laughing,
Yeah, and then
I'm
he
like,
just started
Yeah.
going
Oh
off.
my
like-
god, I didn't even
I was
realize
like, bro,
that.
he
I wasn't
called it.
listening.
I'm like, I can't explain this one as a black man. I'm like, let me just log
I read
off.
breastfeed and then started laughing.
Kenko,
Yeah,
how
so
are
blacks
they
were
thus
the only
far? Should I
ones-
keep going down this
Keep
route?
fucking going,
basically-
buddy. Just
so
keep
in the
writing as many as you want,
1960s,
alright?
majority
I'll
of
fucking
people
put
that
them
were
all in.
using public housing were black communities because black communities couldn't get out of these
Okay,
areas.
so I would agree with you, but the issue is instead of pulling the ladder up, like a lot of people tried to claim happened or was attempted to happen, we've radically expanded all of these programs.
But we
haven't cut
haven't.
them. Yes, we have.
No, we
That's what a
have.
majority of our budget
Yeah.
is now.
This is what happened, though.
What, Jack?
We
You know
gave
what
up.
majority of our budget is? It's in the middle.
This is what happened.
That's not true.
When it comes to public housing, most of our public housing we built in the 1990s because Bill Clinton gutted building public housing. Bill Clinton had a brilliant idea that was going to revolutionize public housing. We call it the housing voucher program. Has been a complete and utter fucking failure. And that's where 90% of your money goes to fund public housing. It doesn't go to building public housing. It goes to housing vouchers that you then take to a normal apartment and you rent a room there. I don't like housing vouchers because they're not effective in actually dealing with the problem. Building public housing was effective. That's how we rebuilt the middle class.
That's true, but at the same time, we also have a balance sheet to worry about. Listen,
That's why
it was a
we
sleight
need
of
to
hand.
cut.
So
We need to completely cut housing vouchers.
I
And we
wouldn't-
need
I wouldn't
to
cut it.
rebuild public housing.
That-
We need
that
to actually
keeps-
start building apartment buildings again.
That keeps us afloat as a country.
Yeah.
I say,
No.
yeah, you're right. Common sense is to cut it, but business
The
wise, to
issue
keep
is-
the country afloat, I wouldn't do that. I would not do that.
Yeah, this is the issue. Like, realistically, that's not what our country needs. Like, it's just
Okay.
it doesn't
If
make
I
sense.
was
It's
going
just-
to
it's just
propose a bill,
saying-
hang on.
The
This is what
reality
my
is
bill
something
would.
like housing vouchers makes sense because we have tons of empty housing in the United
But
States.
no, we don't
That's-
have tons of empty housing. People say this all the time, like we have tons of empty housing. The empty housing that we have is high income residential. That's downtown fucking LA, and it's worth $10 million.
So what? So
we
let's
don't have.
intentionally devalue it by building projects next to it?
It's not. No, it's not going to devalue. The problem is
Well, no,
we don't-
building projects
no,
in areas
we
will
don't have
devalue
enough.
areas.
The empty housing we have is high income residential that people can't afford. The housing that we lack is low and middle income housing. That's what public housing would be able to subsidize. But when it comes to apartment complexes and like natural builders, I don't think they're trying to build apartments for low income areas unless they're getting fuck tons of government subsidies, which I don't think we should be subsidizing private people. We should just be doing it ourselves.
I'm iffy on that because one, I'm in New Jersey, and a lot of people who are poor in New York are coming over here because they're just jacking up the rent. It's not for luxury people.
But
Yeah.
here's the fucked up thing
All I
about
know
New
is
Jersey,
Jack's
New
a-
York,
is
and
wrong.
Chicago.
Mhm.
A lot of New York, New
agree.
Jersey, and Chicago low income apartment buildings that you guys see, a lot of them were originally, well, let me add an addendum. High density apartment buildings in these cities that were built pre 1960s most likely was built by the US government. And they sold it probably about 30 or 40 years ago. And these are still the low income residential areas in these cities.
Yeah. Do you know what's actually like happening? So, for example, like in Staten Island, do you know why like new homes aren't being built for low-income people?
Huh.
It's because the government is coming in and regulating. So, for example, in Staten Island, they destroyed the zoning in the poor end, basically, and they've made it so it's like they've built these high rises, and how they've sectioned them is like a certain percentage of their high rise has to be dedicated to low income housing, and then basically what happens is it just fucking drives the fucking rest of the apartment's housing costs up, and then you just basically
Yeah,
have
and
like
I
these
don't-
ultra poor people and these ultra wealthy people, and it basically is just screwing everyone over and
I
just
don't
helping
think
super
that's an
poor
effective
people.
system. like I don't think that's effective at all. I think the more effective system would be the city comes together, puts a $2 million budget aside, they build a brand new state-of-the-art apartment building, and then right next to it you have the nice ass apartment building that was built by a private developer. Odds are people who live in the government building, they're probably going to dream about having a nice ass apartment across the street. But they're
Or
still going to benefit from public housing through saving money.
or maybe we start developing some of this land that we protected.
That's not
Because the
happening.
reality is
We don't
eh,
need
we
to spread density right now.
no
We
the
are already
reality
the most
yes,
spread
we
out
do.
country in the world. We
And we
need
need to
to
spread out more. That's the beauty of America. That's what makes people so free. You're free. You could be separated. You don't need to live on top of each other like cockroaches. Like you don't need
but
to live
some
like
people
that.
like that. You might not like that because
Okay,
you lived. I like
yes, I've
cities.
lived
I
in it.
love cities. I
Don't
fucking
we
love
all,
cities.
Jack, would
Same.
go live in the woods without
I
any
will.
technology?
Oh, I will.
Oh, I would like to live in
Tomorrow?
the woods, but at
I
the
will
same
pay
time,
for you to go start tomorrow.
How much money are you gonna give me?
10,000 grand. 10
You give me
grand.
10 G's, I'll
10,000
do it.
grand?
Do it. Give me 10
10,000
G's.
grand.
I'll do it right now.
Yes,
Man
10,000.
versus wild
I go
type
through
shit.
Port Authority every
You know who you're
day.
dealing with? Give me 10 G's. I'll do it
I'll
right
give
now.
you
No, if I had $10 million,
$10,000.
if I had $10 million, I'd be Hasanabi's producer. Okay, let's be real.
No, I said
There
10
you go.
G's. Give me 10 G's. It's only 10 G's. And I'll go to the woods. You never have to deal with me again.
Wait, Hassan
go.
charges you to be his producer? That make what?
No, when you're a producer, you've basically fund the show.
Oh, no, that's what you. Oh, I thought that was executive. Never mind.
Well,
don't
yeah,
worry.
okay. It's
There's
so
no
like
show
the
here. You
producer,
won't even have
the
to see me.
executive producer. Like when that came up in Hollywood, it really started as a way to like give the Hollywood star, who is also the producer in their own film, a way to distinguish themselves from other producers. But
Oh, okay.
producers were originally like the original people who like bankrolled the film, promoted it. They did all the hard work, and then that
True.
separation actually made like a new labor class for actors, where producers were like a labor underclass compared to executive.
Oh, what do you
producers
think about
who
the
didn't
strike?
have to do any labor
Oh,
for
that sounds
that
like a good
title.
topic.
They just had to pay money.
What do you think about the strike going on right now? And
I'm
like
so-
the Actors Guild.
I love
and
how
their
you
strike.
couldn't wait for me to finish the history on that.
No one
which
gives
is
a
actually
fuck about
very
your
interesting.
history lessons because they're fake.
About how one of the top roles bifurcated and created a labor underclass.
Just tell me what you think about the current fucking Screen Actors Guild fucking strike. Why you gotta make fucking everything so difficult?
I think your
Okay.
mom.
I'll say something real quick on the labor strike. How people are talking about right now, you shouldn't be able to, like, the unions are fighting for not being able to use AI for their work, right? I think that should be simply solved by the US government. I don't think they should be even arguing this in unions. I think there should be a law that states, hey, if you write something for a company, that company shouldn't be able to take that and generate something off of it because it's still your IP. Therefore, anything that comes from it is still your IP.
So my two problems with this are that I don't believe in IP, because I believe that all intellectual property should be shared.
Well, okay, I'm you know what, Nine Tails? I completely 1,000
I got one more. I got one more.
percent agree with you.
I got one more
I've
though.
agreed with IP.
Chill,
I agree.
chill, because I got one more, and that's that
What's
you're
new?
this
We'll cut more
misunderstands
people
how
off.
art is valued. So one of the things that most heavily influence is the art is the context of craft, the craftsmanship behind it. Like, so for example, there are certain pieces of art that don't have a lot of complexity to them, like the banana taped to the wall, that has been part of a copyright dispute, but
Well, yeah,
that was
copyright-
considered art. Just please, that was considered
Yes,
art
please, I need to give you a history lesson.
Shut up,
that I
Jack.
fucking
because we know
no,
that
why
that
don't you tell
artist
this
has a
thing to
lot
shut
of
up? You keep
technical
fucking cutting
skill
off everyone else.
and is going to use their technical
What is
skill
it?
to
Because it
convey
fucking chopped
meaning.
dick off, it gets to talk over people.
So while you may encounter a banana taped to a wall in everyday life, you don't know anything about who put it there, and you don't know what its meaning will be. But when you know the artist and you know why they're using the technical skill that way, what kind of school of thought that form of art comes under, it gives it very deep meaning. This is something that AI art cannot do right now, but also is where we get a lot of value from art from. It's the people who make it. So what we're forgetting is that even if you make something original, you'll always be the person who made that, even if AI art
That's not
copies it.
true.
And that AI
It was
art
over-
will
hang on.
inherently be less valuable than the art that you make.
There
Your
was
actual
over 1,000 writers that worked on the Avengers films. People don't know any of those writers. You could easily replace any of those writers with an AI, and honestly, I don't think the Avengers films would really even change because they're formulaic in its nature.
But that here's the thing: when you get into theater and you're working behind the stage, you don't expect the spotlight. You don't expect that. Like, you expect to be on a credit reel. You expect that if people who are interested in that side of things might be interested in you. But you're not on center stage. So this is a non-issue for most people who get into this line of work. They're not getting into it to become stars. They're not looking to get credit for being a Marvel writer. They got into writing because that's what they're passionate about, and that's what they went to school for.
That's not okay. Hang on. That's
Nah, you
I
gotta give me
agree
my
with that,
fucking
but
credit.
that's not true.
Nah, you gotta give me my credit. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying that that's not impossible.
Hang on,
Look, I'm not giving it zero credit.
This is
All
what
I'm
I have
saying,
to
though,
say.
is
This
that
is what I have to say about that. There's a lot of
I
people
grew
that
up in
enjoy writing,
theater, by the
right?
way.
There's a lot of people that really enjoy writing, and what you're saying is true. And for instance, I fucking love debating people online, arguing, and streaming. I've been streaming on and off since 2017. I've just never done it fucking consistently to build a following. But I fucking love it. I
But I'm
love
just
talking
asking
to
you,
people
when have
online.
the writers
And
ever
I
been a celebrity?
absolutely, hang on. It's something that I'm very passionate
You're-
about, and damn fucking straight, I'm doing it for a monetary gain as well. But it doesn't mean it's not something I deeply fucking love to do. But yeah, I'm fucking doing it for a
So when
monetary
have
gain. Of
writers
course, I
ever
want to be
wanted
rich.
to be celebrities, though? When have we ever seen Hollywood writers be like, "I deserve celebrity status for
When
this"?
they get an award at Grammy, like at award shows, like what?
Which they do. Okay, so
Yeah,
they still
so
have that.
there
still
they
got
go.
that. They don't need to strike for that. So I'm just curious
No,
though.
no,
like,
no, no, no. You just asked where do they try to get that?
if they want
that's
to
where
be
they get that.
celebrities, they should try to be actors or actresses. 'cause
No,
that's
well, some
how you
people
get
are probably
stop.
creatures
Hang
like
on.
you. Some
No,
people are
stop.
creatures and can't get on camera.
A lot of writers did try to be actors.
Fair.
Like a
Now-
lot of
Now, on the
writers are
acting
failed
side of
actors.
things, there's a lot more exploitation of labor. I'm not going to say I'd say 75% of the claim on the writer's side is legitimate, whereas 95% of the claim on the actor's side is legitimate. Acting is a heavily exploited industry, whereas writing, it really depends on if you get into a job before you start having to write your own stuff and put it out there, or if you try to start by writing your own stuff and getting someone to like.
Why is acting heavily exploited? I'm interested.
Because it's a form of labor.
Well, no,
It's
that's not an
you're
answer.
using
Can you
your
give me like
body
the
for
history?
labor.
You go through a history lesson with everything else
Right.
you fucking say. I asked you this
Well,
question.
hang on,
So
hang on.
there's
Hang on.
often a lot of
labor.
supply. There's often a lot of supply in the amount of actors who want and actresses who want a job, especially for the larger, more payable, like the roles that will actually pay for your basic needs. Those are the roles that have the most competition, and so directors can be highly selective.
It's
I
possible.
mean, talent matters at the end of the day. Like, it doesn't matter.
It does,
how
but it
much-
doesn't. But here's the thing, though.
What?
We okay. So
Durr.
as someone who's been through theater, I've learned
You've
two
been through
important
everything,
things.
huh?
I've
Can
learned
you
two
give me
important.
send me what's like
I-
where
Shut
were
up,
you in
Jack.
theater?
I'm not going to
Where'd
dox
you
myself.
perform?
I'm not doxing myself, especially
What
not
show
with
did
someone,
you
Yeah,
perform?
Jack,
especially
shut
not
the
with
fuck
someone
up.
who can't
All right,
avoid
what
dead naming
show
me.
did you perform?
Jack, you're too impulsive like a child to avoid dead naming me, so I'm not telling you shit. So
What
I've
show
learned
did you
two
perform
important things. One, that you're right. The
never did
skills
theater?
matter, but they matter proportionally to the medium. Is the second thing that I learned. So there are
If
things
this
like
porn, I'm falling out. I swear.
Yeah.
To God.
This person's like this is
So
how
there are
every
things-
conversation is with it, Gary Pill. It's just
so
fucking
there are
insane.
things like dramas or very heavily bodily acted things that are more adult, not porn, but that have adult themes. So they convey a lot more emotion in them that do require a lot of skills. Though when we see that in cinema too, but the majority of roles for acting are like voice acting and things that are really like more
Voice
accessible
acting.
to a general population. So my point
Okay,
being,
so like, what's your are you? What
Holy
are you
shit.
saying?
you're so impatient. My point.
You're so
point.
fucking
sorry.
retarded.
My point
This
is
is
that
what it is.
while talent does matter, it depends on what medium you try to work in. If you try to work in opera, of course talent matters. If you try to work in dance, of course talent matters. But if you try to do voice acting, then honestly, it's really just comes down to what voice
Like-
they need.
Okay, so Do you agree or disagree with me when I originally said I don't think the AI argument should be up to the unions? I think it should be a matter of the US government, since whatever they create using AI would still derive from your IP, so it would still be your IP. Like,
Sure. Yeah, because I don't stand with unions when they're only seeking capitalist end goals.
But you gotta prove that. You can't prove that with AI. That's trillions of data points.
Wait, what are you asking me to prove? No, all I
You
said.
can't prove that's your IP. That's what I'm saying.
no. Okay, so here's what my argument is. Let's say I fucking love Spider-Man. So I make my own Spider-Man comic. That I have still added all my own characters, I've still done everything, but it doesn't change the fact that the starting point was Spider-Man. Therefore, the IP I just created isn't mine. So if I take a writer's work and then generate something off of that, it wouldn't exist without the original writer's work. Therefore, it's still their IP.
Which is considered more valuable in
that-
society, fan
that's
fiction or
true.
the original content?
Why not fan fiction?
That's true, but remember you can get that back because you're the one source to actually say, hey, you are copywriting me.
It's not being stolen
can't do
from
that
you.
with
It's not being
AI.
stolen out of your hand. Apex, what you're forgetting is that like if you generate this content, then you still have it, and then you can sell that to someone else who will still have it. These things can exist in physical mediums too. Look
why
at the
are you
Mona
talking-
Lisa, for example. Look at the
Well,
Mona
no,
Lisa,
property
for
doesn't
example.
exist in your system, right?
The Mona Lisa is still insanely highly
Where's
valued.
blockchain allow
It's
for property?
literally priceless, and there's billions of copies of it. How can this thing be simultaneously copied billions of times and be worth more than billions of dollars?
Because you authorize the copying.
The math doesn't add up unless we admit that how
Unless you're
we
brain
value
dead and
things
don't understand
has
how
no
authorization of things works. Yes,
that
we know.
until
You're a
we admit
fucking
that
idiot.
until we admit that how we value things has no bearing
trying to
on how
extend the
many
struggle with
copies of
this.
it there are, we can't actually acknowledge how IP works.
What does wait? I'm not even sure what you mean by that sentence.
Basically, because they make copies of the movies, like there's already like millions of copies, and they're already being sold, and
Yeah, but
just
here's the
fucking
thing.
retarded.
You're
It's
not
fucking
the
autistic.
thing that went into the movie, like let's say Avengers that had a multi-billion-dollar budget. I think they spent like $100 billion on the last Avengers movie. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for all the CGI. You're paying for all the actors. As I said, there was 1,000 writers that worked on the movie. You're paying for 1,000 writers. There's a reason why it has a box
Well,
price.
we're not.
There's a
we're
reason
not
why there's a
directly
value
paying
to
for it,
that.
right? They get contracts, and so these movie studios and/or online cable companies like Netflix already have money to fund these movies. They do that, and then we reimburse them for
Yeah, so
broadcasting it.
okay, yes,
and
they
streaming
do
it to our
already
homes.
have they already have the money. But do you think they would make the movie if they weren't going to make money off of it?
No,
Like, do you think they would just run themselves
but I also
into
don't think
negative
we need
because they want to make
$100 billion
Avengers?
I don't think we need $100 billion Marvel movies either.
You also think we don't need GTX 1080 Ti's, and I would disagree.
No, we don't need them. We don't need them to operate society. We need them to run the
I
games
think we do.
currently
So
appreciate.
now
That's
what do you
only
do?
because
I
we
think.
become-
Wait. No.
That's only
I think
because
you
we
do. I
become
think you do
dopamine
need them.
addicts.
I need
For
them.
you, Jack.
I said I need them. So now what do you do?
You know what? I agree with
When he
Jack.
leaned in front of the camera,
need,
died.
I
What do
need
you do now?
my
I said I
fucking
need them.
badass graphics card in my $100 billion movies.
I'm gonna die if I
because
don't have
I
it. I'm gonna kill
am a
myself.
fucking
You need
American.
to affirm my graphics card dysphoria. So now what do you
God.
do?
It's so cringe when your identity is so one-dimensional that it's like if I can't consume something, I would die.
Damn straight.
I
live
mean,
in
he
a fucking.
is-
I
Is-
live in
wait,
one of the
is
best
that your
first
entire
world countries
existence?
in the world.
No.
Alright, let me
If
get-
you can't consume
listen,
something, you might,
I
do
love
something
my
a little
4070. I love my 4070. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. It's fucking nice playing a good ass fucking video game, and it's nice as fuck that all the guys that made that video game get to sit in a nice air conditioned room enjoying their fucking
you're
days.
acting like
and
it's
then
Well, no,
you
the only
those
way to
air
have a-
conditioners
You're
aren't
acting like it's
equitable,
the only way to
Avius.
have a good life, and you're just wrong. Like
you
it's
believe in
your
property
way
rights?
of having a good
Hold on,
life.
what
Do you
Ninetales
believe in
said?
property rights?
You're
Hold on, what-
you're
What,
acting.
me? Do I believe in property rights? Of course.
I imagine you do, but I'm asking Nine. Nine, do you believe in property rights?
I believe in personal property, but not private property. So in terms of
No,
like,
no.
in
What
terms
does
of
that
us
mean?
needing
What does
video
that mean?
games to
Explain.
enjoy
Explain.
reality,
Hold
I'm
on,
just going to
explain.
point out we don't
Explain to me like I'm a
actually need
retard.
video
Shut the
games to
fuck
enjoy
up.
life.
No, she doesn't just
Yeah,
get
but
to
if-
say some shit. I want that explained. What's the
I'm
difference
actually
between
going to
personal and
demonstrate to
private
you that I
property?
do, and I'm just going to ignore you.
What's the difference between personal?
Goodbye, Jack. I'm sorry.
It's just hilarious at this point.
He just keeps going.
I'm just curious. What's the
Okay,
difference?
well, okay, hold on, because I don't want to make sure I get lost. Because I'm actually engaging now. So we talk about AI. There's something about the game. So
Okay, so the AI thing, we originally were talking about the writer's strike, and I brought up, so I'm fine with the writers and the actors saying, like, negotiating for higher wages. That's what a fucking union is for.
Still
But
don't know
I
if there's
specifically
private
said
and personal.
AI shouldn't be an issue that they're solving, because I believe if you take a writer's work and then
I'll
generate
solve
something
them this
off of
way,
that,
okay.
that would still be the original IP of the writer. Because yes, you made something
I was
off of that, but the
misunderstanding
original product still derived from what the writer created.
My
So
bad.
that
Was
should
Jack-
still be their IP.
Was Jack trying to like narrate over discussion? I thought that you were having something more aligned with what he was
yeah,
saying.
this is why we got to focus on one person at a time.
Thanks, Great
One
Pill.
person over yelling, whatever.
What's the difference between personal and private property?
All right.
Personal property is owned by people. Private property goes beyond, the needs of a single person or family.
What?
Wait,
Yeah,
so
I
you'd be
understood
willing to
that.
strip my
So,
stuff away from
I-
me, Nine Tails, because it's
I-
my private
Yes.
stuff?
Well, no. If you owned like a
Yes.
factory land, I would say technically
That's not yours.
technically
That's technically someone else's. That's
would
technically the people's.
you would own the machines because you
What?
probably put them there. But the
I-
land, the land that it's on in the building would be the community's.
The
But
building.
I bought it though. I paid for it with my
Well, no,
money.
in this he wouldn't have had to buy it. You might have had to like.
Well, no,
acquire
no,
the
no. He bought it
machinery.
already. So what happens with your violent revolution?
Hold on,
No,
let
no,
them
you
have
can't,
that
you
one-on-one.
can't
Let them
narrate
have that
for
one-on-one.
me my
Let them have
thought
that one-on-one.
experiment. Okay, so fuck off. I'm
just
telling
giving
you
the
how
thought
this would work.
experiment.
He wouldn't have bought the building. He would have been, I need a building. And the
on.
community would have been like, here's a building that's vacant.
Jack, I have a question
ask
for you
a
real
question?
quick.
My
Why do you
building
keep
is
Jack?
bought
Shut the
right
fuck
now.
up. I have a question for you real quick. Jack, why do you keep complaining about the left's violent revolutions when you want a civil war right now?
He wants to do it.
No. So, I mean, I want a civil war.
You're a
I don't
retarded
want
hypocrite.
A civil war. No,
No,
I
you
don't
do.
want a civil war. I want people to stop persecuting a political party, which is what's
And what
currently
happens if
happening.
they don't stop?
The funny thing is
Well,
that
then there's
You
there would be a
justified
civil war.
other
Our Constitution
revolutions,
calls
by
for
the way.
that. That's
the
not
conservatives
revolution.
were
You've
persecuted
justified
until
other
they started
revolutions,
saying
not
hang on,
that.
shit.
Mine's
Hang
not a
on,
revolution.
stop.
Not that.
Yes, hang on. Yes, you can say our Constitution tells us to, stand up to
It doesn't
a-
tell us; it obligates us.
Yes, that's why we have the Second Amendment to stand up to.
Certainly. So what I'm saying,
I don't remember the
actually is
exact
in
word, but it's
line.
basically a bad government. You can fucking shoot them. That's why we have the Second Amendment, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with that, how do you classify that? Because
It's
if
a
I remember,
revolution.
it's not
This was an issue
authoritarian
they ran
government.
into then.
It's a
Because
violent
here's the thing:
revolution.
It's
Here's
also
the
a
thing.
losing battle.
in Tennessee,
No, actually, because
in
my side
Tennessee-
has all the guns. If you didn't know, we're not.
Yeah,
cucks
they
like
have all the
Canada.
targeted ranged weapons. You fucking idiot.
I'm fucking looking up the Constitution so I can remember the exact wording of it.
It
Just
says
give me a
Jack
hint.
has
You-
tiny
you have
testicles
medium-range
and,
missiles,
and
Jack?
a miniature brain.
We can get
So
them.
Jack has medium range missiles by the sounds of it. He's ready to take on the government's medium range missiles.
Can I-
Nice. Can I borrow a
Can
missile?
a medium range missile hit Jack's house right now, please?
Very close
Government, if
to
you're
it.
listening,
very-
hit Jack's
I
Fall
house.
out of the
wonder if-
sky randomly,
wonder
just by
if-
chance.
They'll just missile their own military bases with American citizens.
No,
who
no, I
are
want
pre-
one of
who
Elon Musk's
are predominantly
Starlink
conservative.
satellites
If you didn't
fall out
know,
of the sky and hit his house.
interesting. We'll see.
One of the Starlink satellites just right onto his house.
Damn.
Every time he goes silent after I make a joke, I just think, did I get kicked out? Because that was so cringe.
We wish.
I hear
We
you.
wish.
I
He has
hear
no
you.
balls to kick you out.
Nine Tails, I want to ask you a
You're a
question.
protected group.
Hucklemore.
That's not true.
I want to engage.
I
in your thought
insist that your name is actually Cucklemore.
I believe
Cute.
Why
Great
is
Pill.
I don't kick anybody out.
I
by the
believe
way.
it.
At least not right
I
now.
believe it.
You just got doxxed, bro.
What?
You just got doxxed.
I
Your
got
real name's
doxxed?
Cucklemore.
Base. Red pilled.
Based?
That's my real name. I was born with that name.
Okay.
Okay.
Imagine someone actually
Sadly,
named their kid Cuck.
Cucklemore McCuckleface.
I thought it was Dustin. Oh wait, never mind.
Imagine
If someone
Destiny had
else can
another
find
kid
it,
and
sadly,
named
I
Cuck.
can't fucking find it,
Kid
but I can't find the
kid.
exact wording of the Second Amendment.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I'm
With-
sorry. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I don't
it's
have my
late,
pocket
it's late. I
constitution on
didn't
me,
even
Saba.
think about
The,
it.
my-
the exact
my
wording
room.
of the Second Amendment is based and red pilled. That's it. That's all of it.
So the
I
problem
agree with
is
every
the
part
word
of the
that's
Second
used
Amendment,
in the Second
except
Amendment.
the part that gives Jack any rights.
Okay, no, the
I
part that I'm
think none of it should
specifically
apply to
referring
Jack.
I don't remember the
agree.
exact wording, but the word that's used is like close to authoritarian. Basically, you have the right to bear arms to overthrow an authoritarian
A
government.
well-regulated militia
I don't-
being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
I think Jack just wants to be a part of a militia because it's like an extension to the dick extension that guns are.
Well, to be fair, he is Italian, New York, and he's
Not
white, so-
Italian.
I like
Oh, I
guns, to be
apologize.
fair.
I'm taking
I
it
like
back.
Oh
guns.
God!
Fuck
If he
you.
was-
And
Honestly, I've never
Italians
met
were
an
also
Italian.
persecuted. You've never met an
I've
Italian.
never met an
Really?
Italian as
See, like
egregious
where
as
I'm
him.
at, like I'm from New York, so it's like
No,
there's
I
everywhere.
literally lived, dude. One of my first places when I turned 18 was like in Little Italy.
Oh, in New York. So you've met
No,
Italians
not in New
as well?
York, not in New York, because I'm Canadian.
Oh, so fake Little Italy, the knockoff
Yeah, fake,
version.
oh, their shit's fake.
Well, no. That's literally just a copycat of an American thing.
Oh my god.
It's like when they have like.
How long
Isn't
you been,
Jack the
Little
cutest?
Italy for?
He's like this
Retarded.
adorable little child who really wants to impress all the adults and show how
No,
smart he
you
is.
do that. You're the one who
he's a-
sits here and
he's
gives
a blue
history
man.
lessons.
He's
a
like the Backstreet Drivers. Like you didn't stop long enough at the stop sign.
No, I
That's
drive.
illegal.
I drive a
Well,
nice big
to be
Hummer.
fair,
that
to be fair,
powder
For your
axle,
tiny dick.
shitty
Hold on, hold on.
electronic fucking.
Hold on.
Why the
Work.
fuck are you
know the
driving a
kid who, like,
Hummer in
will
New York?
literally
Can I
watch.
speak? Can I
Okay, maybe I was
speak
this kid when
That's
I was a
epic.
now?
kid.
Can I speak now? To be fair, Jack do like to run a yellow light, and he is the breastman. There you go.
The
Oh,
what?
you were breastfed.
Oh, yeah, he's-
And not
he's-
Ebonics,
That's
please.
the problem.
I'm not. I'm now
100%
gonna call you
Maka. He
breastfed.
just said,
Jesus
he just said
Christ,
the Maka
Jack.
equation. That's what he said. He said you like big tits, no ass, and you like to run red lights.
No, I like S. I like even.
Well, to be fair, I said yellow light, so you can be red at the
I do
top.
run yellow lights. I
Yeah,
do run
see,
yellow
He
lights.
runs, but he runs the near the end yellow lights. Which
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guarantee
Where's
you,
risky?
someone who
Yeah.
does
Like
that.
the risky ones?
Anyone
Yeah,
who does
bro.
that is also the type who hits and runs. Just saying.
No, I've never gotten into a car accident. I've only ever been crashed
Yet.
into. I've never crashed into someone.
Jack, how do you feel about cyclists?
Nah, I'm
Run
okay
them
with
over.
bikes. I'm from
You like
New
sharing
York,
the
so
road
they're
with them?
everywhere. But
I have a
no.
feeling-
I have a problem.
Of
I
course
do have
you
a problem.
Of course.
So we make a bike lane for you, and then you ride in the fucking middle of the street. What the fuck?
You- Because people park in the fucking bike lanes.
Well, no. I'm in.
No. Yeah.
Staten Island
I'm
isn't
telling
like
you
that.
from
If I
experience.
purchase
No.
anything,
I'm telling
it
you
would
from
go
You're
to
telling
experience.
me
Is
about
that
where
money
I'm
going
from.
donated
I'm
to
telling
the
you, yeah.
Fucking
owner?
schizophrenic
I've literally
retard.
biked around in
When is
Toronto
Mark there?
downtown. I
This isn't
spent 3
Toronto.
months. I
This
spent
isn't
3 months.
Toronto.
Tanko.
Toronto's the same.
What, Greenville?
It's Toronto.
If I purchase anything
Toronto's the
from
same
Discord,
thing.
does the money goes
It's
to the
basically the
Discord
same
owner?
thing.
I don't know. What do you?
Like I see stuff like in the profile, let's say the banner.
Look up
and then,
pictures of Staten Island and Nine
I
Tails,
s-
please.
stuff in the
Yeah, look
edit
up pictures of
profile, the
Toronto.
banner, and then the
You're good.
Yes, Toronto is a city.
then where you put
Staten
your
Island's not.
avatars at. I see like little
Cool.
custom stuff you could purchase
You were
there.
talking about downtown New York.
Oh no, that's
Downtown
not
New York,
for
downtown
servers.
didn't say
That's
downtown
just
New York.
general, I think.
Oh,
When did I say
how do you
downtown
make-
New
how do
York?
you make money off of
When did I
this?
say
That's not-
downtown New York?
Cyclists
Money
love
off of
bike
Discord.
lanes.
I'm not sure.
Well, New York City has cyclists
I'm
everywhere.
clueless on the Discord stuff.
Okay.
That,
problem.
all
on
right.
that side.
Not just the
That was
your
Manhattan,
original
fucking
grant.
That
Canadian
was your
Hang on.
original
Hang
statement.
on.
Yeah, that was your
I'll give
original
some
statement.
support
That's
if
what
I
I was
purchase
responding to,
something
not the
Yes,
entirety
and I
of
live in
Staten
New York
Island.
City and Staten Island. Do you know what Staten Island
To
is?
give
Yes.
Jack credit,
What's
from
the
what
matter?
I've
Boost the
seen,
server, Greg.
from what I've seen in New York, New
Yeah, I
Yorkers
did that for
don't
the
give a
month.
fuck.
So I
And they will
got
ride
every- I
wherever
got,
they want to. They don't
I
care.
forgot
They
what
will
the hell
ride
I
a
got
fucking
for it.
Because they
skateboard
don't
on the
give a
street.
fuck and they will
They're
park in
crazy.
bike lanes.
They're
It's the same
crazy.
as
They go-
Toronto.
They're fancy
Hey,
in
what, hey,
cars.
children. Now grown folks.
Fuck
talking.
you, Gray Pill. Don't call me a
That's-
child.
You
Fuck
are
you,
a FBI
adult.
person.
Treat me like so.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god.
You act
enough.
like one.
Please, no more yelling.
Give me like 10 push-ups, then we can come back and talk.
There we
Oh.
go.
Grow some
Okay.
hair and then come talk.
Let me.
Have you not seen his face?
I can only provide you. I can only provide you.
Great
word of
Pill
mouth
is
evidence.
as grown as a
If
man.
anybody
that
wants
is
hair,
man.
just ask.
I can only provide hearsay evidence that I did those push-ups.
I only have one question. Okay, one simple question. Jack,
Nah,
when's the
Apex,
last
that
time
was-
you shaved?
Like actually, like 3 days ago.
Yeah, he did shave like 3 days.
I don't-
ain't got a haircut. And
Yeah, I got a haircut and everything. You missed it, Avis. You missed it.
I think
You
Jack
You missed the
is-
updated
But-
Jack. But
Okay,
I don't
but-
shave often. It's like
So
every
you're
months.
you're telling me
I got
after
the,
3
uh,
days,
the
after
four-
3
the
days, you
1
don't even
month
have a
for
5 o'clock
$9.99,
shadow?
But I
Nothing.
know you
I don't
and
get
someone
hair
else on
like that.
Discord was talking about
Are you?
tricking
Jewish?
Discord out to get like
No.
I guess the whole full version. I don't know how to do that.
I've lied and said I'm Jewish.
Like I
Yeah.
wouldn't doubt it because you're in New York. There are a lot of
passed
Jews in New York.
everything.
It's
I've dated a lot of
usually-
Jewish girls.
He's a secret Jew.
It's usually
And-
in your settings, and it'll be like at the top.
None
where
of
it
your
talks about
features are
Discord
like
Nitro.
something a Jewish person couldn't have.
Well,
Plus,
yeah,
the
actually,
low
billing
facial hair
settings.
is
My
is
head's
definite.
too square. That's really
Just
what
the-
it is.
You know what?
Uh,
I will pay for the
user
DNA
settings?
test,
Oh my
Jack.
god! I've
Yeah,
like
like-
literally. Oh, there's.
On
So
the
I have
bottom
one
left
from my
where your
mom's
name
side. I
is,
didn't get my dad's
you
one
click
done.
the
Just
gear.
can't have square
Yeah.
heads.
And then you'll see, and
No,
then
I
look
did
at
that.
the billing,
How
and
it
you'll see something that
looks
says Nitro.
All right, I'm at billing.
Do you see something that says Nitro?
Discord, give Kankle a cut of
You guys-
fucking him getting
Yeah,
you
Nitro,
fucking Nitro.
monthly.
This-
Nitro
Do you guys
box.
want to go in the other room and have this discussion about the nitro
Yeah, that's
thing?
that's how I'm able to like send videos
We'll
and
move,
like,
we'll
big
move.
files to you guys.
Kankle's in that
Discord,
combo.
'cause
We gotta
Okay,
move.
I did the monthly one.
Yeah, I just put it towards my phone bill. I'm like, call it a day.
Oh, I just put that shit on my cash out. I'm never paying that shit. I did the free trial. That's what I did.
Just for reference, I didn't want to speak over Gray Pill,
But-
but like that was such a derailment from the discussion. we
But
were
I don't
having.
have the there's one for like the actual avatar. It's not allowing me that, so it's actually like an individual person.
Saber, I almost drank
I'm
my
breaking
dip
out the
spit.
dip.
Good. Drink it.
You did?
I'm breaking out the
Do
chip.
it.
You did?
Oh, there's not. It's not.
You're a
drinking.
Stop
disgusting
dipping.
piece of shit.
That's nice.
It's just
Why
a
the
sign that I'm not
fuck
going to be making
do you
myself
dip?
dinner.
Roll that.
I'm not
Stop
making dinner
dipping.
tonight. I'm sitting here talking to Jack while eating fucking junk food.
Well,
Alright.
who
job.
fault is that?
I'm
who
packing
fault is
lips.
that? You just killed like
I love
two.
how you need to call me all these names, Jack, and all I need to call you is fucking Jack.
Yeah.
True
Fucking title.
base.
No, I
fair,
think
everybody
retard
calls
does
him
pretty
fucking
well.
Jack. To be fair,
Schizo
like,
Jack.
Retard is great.
No, Kankle, seriously, like calling him schizo is an offense to someone like me who is legitimately schizophrenic.
Are you
Like,
actually
I function-
schizophrenic?
Yes, I have deficit schizophrenia.
My
I
ex
don't
was
have
schizophrenic.
I don't have positive symptoms, and I seem to be relatively coherent. So I'm just keeping, the
It's all
habits that I
relative.
have. to maintain it.
My ex and the guy that shot me up for the first time were both schizophrenic.
Jesus Christ.
That's okay. I'm not going to
Fuck
tell
you
you
up.
not to be
I'm
scared of
hoping he means
schizophrenic
shot him
people.
up like heroin and
But
not
please,
Yes.
like
I
nothing
remember I was
bad.
driving on the
Yeah.
highway with him. I was driving on the highway with him, and I was talking to him about his schizophrenia, and I was like, "What's that like?" And he goes, "You see that tree over there?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "There's somebody hanging
Talking
from
to
it."
me, bro.
Are
I
you
guarantee you
serious?
that
Yeah.
if Jack struggled with like real schizophrenia, he would be like 50 times as humble as he would, as like he can even like barely.
Yeah, but I'm
manage
not
to-
fucking defective, so I don't have to be humble.
You are
Oh,
defective,
man.
Jack.
You are
Oh my
defective. You
God.
can't be
You have a
humble if
different
You're
you're
just
not.
not
defection.
clinically defective.
You're literally proving my point right now that humility escapes you.
You haven't been officially diagnosed as defective.
No. When I'm dealing with someone like you,
Well, we
it
see the
escapes
traits.
me.
We see the traits.
But like you saw, like if I talk to Iguana, someone who's reasonable, respectable, they'll get it back.
Iguana loves me.
Well,
I was good-
Jack said
Maybe you
giving
got
him
some,
advice.
maybe I taught you something then.
I was feeding him
Maybe
talking
you learned how
points
to
for your
maybe you
debate.
learned how to act.
He was using my talking points that I was feeding him. Did you hear the Discord messages?
Fine. Talking points aren't bad. It's just how you engage.
I do
You
think
lost my
Jack is
talking points,
misunderstood
Jack.
most of the time.
I agree too.
What
think
did I
he's
lose
just-
to?
he's-
No,
I
we
said
say
misunderstood.
misunderstood.
No, it's okay. I know you lack the self awareness to actually know if you lost a debate. It's very
Oh, no,
clear
no,
in
no.
how bad you
I
are.
went in. Wait, no, Ninetales. I went in. I said, I'm pro-vaccination. I'm against the mandating of vaccination, and he agreed with me on that.
You
know that,
scored you on
right?
so many points.
You know, at the end, he ended up agreeing with me on that because he realized, like, oh,
After you conceded
yeah, like,
so much ground, you conceded so.
what
it was
ground did I
hilarious.
concede? That vaccines are good?
Well, first of all, you went in there acting like RNA vaccines were started in the 60s. Which they
Well,
weren't.
no. Yes. No. He corrected me.
Yo,
But
Apex, did
I
you
also-
boost your
no,
server?
actually,
It's telling me to
As he
boost
was
my
going to
server.
correct me, I corrected him
Boost.
before he can correct me. I said it
Boost.
wasn't discovered in the 60s.
Yeah,
I
it's
said
usually at the
the
where the
mRNA
social- yeah, at the
strands
top
were discovered
left.
in the 60s.
Yeah, I just did that. What is that?
Did you watch the debate,
Oh, yeah.
Ninetales?
then he had to school you on transmissibility.
I'll show you what
how that works.
they give me a
So
description.
why?
that
Well,
says-
no. The question of
I'm
why
checking
it
out
hadn't been
now.
used prior to
Quality.
COVID was not answered.
Emojis.
No, it was. You just weren't
audio.
listening.
No. It wasn't answered. It was
Okay.
just. It was back to effectiveness. That's what it was all about the
Yeah.
whole time. And I digressed. And I am pretty much immediately digressed that. Like, yeah, it was pretty effective. My issue,
Do you know what a
he also
digression
agreed,
is?
which he also agreed with me on. Yes, a digression is a backing off from a point.
No, it means a tangent.
Yes.
We're
Yes.
talking about seeding ground.
I think I'm gonna boost up AKs.
Yes, I know your grasp of English is.
That's what I was trying to say. Like, if you boost my server, what does that?
Look, I actually have still a lot of
So-
things I would have like.
yeah, no, it just
No.
He has a
like,
really
personal
good
with
strength.
your-
Tranny,
He
stop
doesn't know
talking.
how to talk
Tranny,
down.
Stop
talking,
saying that
Tranny.
fucking word, Jack. What did I
No.
tell you? What did I fucking
No.
tell you, Jack?
Tranny
knows
needs to
how to
stop
talk
All
talking.
right,
down.
Saber,
You?
time him out. Fuck. I told you.
You know, to be fair though, and this just
Fucking
be fair, though,
retard.
Jack, if you call, if like we gotta, this one we
It
gotta
is
be fair
only
about. It.
fair.
Unless that, and I had to be that guy to say this. It's fucking.
Can I call him a Nazi? If I can call him a Nazi, he can call me that.
Hold on, that's what I'm getting to.
You know what? You get the Nazi pass.
Hold on, because I gotta be fair and say this. It gotta be said. If you keep calling her, all these other stuff that she doesn't identify, that means you gotta give the same respect to me too, and we're all gonna be considered disrespect across the board. So you get to call her whatever. Not just don't call
I
her-
do this to Neve too.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
I'm
Nazi.
shutting up. I'm shutting up.
Yeah, but Neve got the admin dick stick, so you know, like she waves that shit around. Like she don't fuck around with Jack. Like Jack be trying her, yeah, she's like, "Hey, ban."
Okay, fair enough. But again, I have to say it, so just be mindful of that.
Ankle, is Neve willing to unban Ninetales?
I have no
we didn't
idea.
have a conversation yet, so we have no idea.
Oh
Well-
yeah, I was hoping to have that more in private.
I if it's with food shops, but it might be iffy because that's AK's friend, so I don't know.
I just I don't.
I-
I'm not going
I-
to be bringing up beef of food shops in there or anything. It's just to enjoy the community.
Yes.
I personally don't have a problem. I'd actually want you to come back. So.
It all depends on how it goes. If it comes and her and Jack are going at it, one of them are getting banned.
Be Jack.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah. I'd
Well, I'm not
rather
gonna.
have,
I'm making up this rule for myself in Kankomore's server because
Kenko is used to toxic, so that's why he just deals with y'all.
I wouldn't
He's
say
pretty toxic.
I wouldn't say toxic.
Sometimes.
I would say
No. He's toxic tolerant.
Yeah. And plus, it's like it's a.
he's
gauge-
immune.
Yeah,
He's,
it's a
he's
gauge-
Not only
developed
that,
a
he's streaming.
resistance to
Yeah,
Jack's
exactly. It's a engagement.
toxins.
Unless it comes
Partially.
actual disrespect, then he steps in. So that's why I said before, like with it was somebody had some conversation on Andrew thing, and I was like, if Neve and Kenko's on the same fucking page, you're fucked. You're
Yeah,
so
exactly.
fucked. You're so fucked.
But no, seriously, like you can unmute Jack because I'm about to lay it down. Like
Call me a
people
Nazi.
talk
I don't give a
about
fuck.
people
You're a
talk about
retard.
brain.
Schizo retard. I'll call you whatever the fuck I want.
You sound like
Yeah.
you have brain fungus.
Wow, what a high level insult.
Depends how you think about it, though.
You're great, pal.
Literally
I'm not
talking to
doing
a
this
monster
with
from
you.
The Last of Us and trying
Like
to tell
if you were
me
just a
about the brain
Nazi,
fungus.
you could at least be fun to talk to. But then there's the brain fungus element, and then it's just stupid.
Fucking brain fungus.
Okay, now we could be.
Which
nice
is funny
and
because I work in mushrooms, so I'm the last person who would ever
Of course you
stigmatize
work in
mushrooms.
mushrooms.
So now you know it's true.
Schizophrenic works in
Fucking
mushrooms.
delicious.
You needed more hallucinations,
Um,
definitely.
No, I mean gourmet
Be
mushrooms.
Yeah.
Gourmet.
Can I ask a question though? Is Ninetale still here? I wasn't looking at the screen.
Sadly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am.
Yes, my man said Sally. What's
Cheer.
the issue? What's the issue between? Is there a history between you and Mantis? Because I actually like Mantis.
No, we just been chirping at each other.
Okay, just like casuals. Just
Oh yeah, we still love each other.
Okay.
Is
Not like
Mantis
that.
the Kiwi? That's the
Yes.
Kiwi, right?
I don't know. What's a key?
Mantis is
like what
the
you call
girl with the
fucking people
brown
from
hair.
New Zealand.
Glasses.
Is she in
Kiwis.
the server?
Yes,
I
she
think
is.
so.
Yeah,
Invite her
she's
to
in
this
the server.
chat.
Me and
So
Mantis
she'll
are
just,
like
hop in.
50-50.
Fuck.
All
Just invite her to
Let's
this
go.
chat.
I
Holy
got a
shit.
wine
I'm making it
voucher
known
for this.
now.
All right, I'll invite her.
I'm making it. She's here now.
No, I'm telling Cankles to like find a way to drag her in.
Yeah, I'll invite her.
All right, I'm letting it known be now. Mantis will be my future, whatever the fuck she want to be. Leave her alone.
I'll be nice.
Okay?
to her.
Great, but you know
I
she got
am
a
nice to
boyfriend,
her.
right?
You lying. Look at
I'm
your
not
face. I
lying.
know you lying. Look at your face.
Wait,
I'm
is this
not
legit?
lying.
No,
You're lying.
Okay,
I'm not
I
lying.
just want to know. I'm
Well, why-
autistic.
Hold on.
I'm
No, hold on.
autistic.
Damn that. This is
Shut
your
up,
joke, though.
everybody.
New Zealand, like
Just shut up for
Destiny,
half a
that hit
second.
girl.
I just need to
No,
ask
Kink
Grey
just
Pill
started something
something.
out, and I know he's
Grey
lying.
Pill.
Oh yeah,
Great
good
Pill.
point, Jack.
That was too
What'd
between
Jack
the
say?
lines. Was that an actual reveal, or was that some sort of joke?
It's both. Now, Kenku.
Okay.
No, hold on. Let me go down the list. What the hell did Jack say? Saber?
He said Destiny going to New Zealand to get his girlfriend.
Okay.
I was like, Hank was trying to reenact because that's how fucking Destiny met Melina, I think. And
Yeah, I did.
Oh, damn.
That's funny.
Shout out to me.
Honestly, if
Now
Destiny's
back to
bringing
Kenku.
his...
Hold on. I don't want
he
Kenku-
knew.
Not
He
trying to
knew
make
Let him
Kenku
immediately.
answer. Let him answer. Let him answer.
Kenku trying to skate. If that's true, why didn't she say that when I approached her with it?
What are you talking about?
When I said same thing I just said to you, I pretty much said
Oh,
to
she
her.
likes dark meat, not white meat. How does that make you feel, Cankle? You got turned down.
Turn
The
down.
dark meat, bro. That's
Jack,
crazy.
we all know.
Turn
Jack, we all know
down.
you're
Never had
jealous.
that happen.
We all know
Never.
Jack is jealous right now.
Nah, I don't mess with nothing but American. I like good old American girls.
I ain't gonna lie, If
Bullshit.
you'd have said Angus
What is
American
America?
beef, I would have
The fact
died.
that you had to
What
say that
is
is proof of
America?
the opposite.
No,
Any
Exactly.
gay guy would tell you that.
it's somebody from it was because what was it? She was dating somebody and then started dating somebody else in Speakeasy's community and then ended up breaking up with him and going back.
That's
Yeah, one of
crazy.
his
I never
mods-
imagined meeting
One of his
someone
mods. Then she took issue with
online like this,
Speakeasy
dating.
with
Yeah.
the way things went. But Speakeasy was like, well, it's because you were dating one of my mods, which he had a point. So I think it was like a pretty neutral thing where she had legitimate grievances, but he was also, his hands were tied.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's his fault, not Speakeasy's fault, but that's the dude's fault. If the dude don't know how to carry and both of them don't hold their boundaries, that's
Yeah,
on them.
especially because what happened at the time was he kind of like played both sides. And he was like telling Mantis like, "Oh yeah, no, I hate Speakeasy,
that's-
blah blah
yeah,
blah."
See, that's why that he say she say drama. I don't do
And then
all
as
that.
soon as they
If I'm-
broke up, he was back friends with Speakeasy,
See,
right?
that's what I'm saying. That's that he say she say drama. If I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you. Nobody's in our business. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
True.
If
I
you
am
allow
just
people in our business-
quoting
if you
Mantis.
allow
Unless you
people-
show me pictures or video.
True.
Yeah.
I only know what Mantis said. So take that with however
I know that's
much
what I'm
grain of
saying.
salt.
You can't trust women.
I'm taking that and I'm calling that he say she say bullshit.
trust
and I
Nazis.
don't.
Yes.
Again,
I
I'm
know.
taking
Can't
that
trust you.
as he say she say. So that's
Subhuman
like
Well,
Nazis.
you tried.
y'all just get a fucking room, man.
No, I don't want it here.
True.
It just keeps fucking anywhere I am. It appears.
Okay, Jack.
What the fuck?
It's okay, Jack.
Oh,
Wait, are you in
she
Angela
does.
Knight's Discord?
She got breasts. I mean, handle that.
Oh, I am. Oh, I am in Angela Knight's Discord. Don't
Full
worry.
eight- oh,
Just how
by
there's
the way.
people on fucking one end
Nine
working to
tails,
keep,
just let them
get
know
you
what the size of
unbanned.
the breast is. and
There's
maybe
someone
that'll
like me
intimidate
on the other end saying, keep this
Full
unbanned.
apex.
Keep it unbanned.
I might even go B if I grow anymore, because yeah, they're kind
them.
of.
All right, grown men don't do the spider baggers.
What?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Grey Pill.
If you don't understand what spider bite titties is, then both of y'all not men.
Spider bite? Oh,
said real
you
men
mean
don't do
mosquito
that.
bite?
I said yeah, I said that.
Yeah, it's mosquito.
You said
bite for our
speedo. You said
generation.
spider bite.
It's a
I
different
miss when I had
generation.
mosquito
There's a
bites.
generational gap.
I miss when I had mosquito bites and I could like
Don't
legit
laugh
take
at
my
mom.
shirt off and nobody would be
That was
like,
funny.
though.
It was funny. Don't laugh at me.
That
Why
was
is-
smooth, fella.
but no, legit, like
That was a smooth one, Jeff.
the
Yeah, it
sense of
was.
freedom that you lose when you can no longer take your shirt off because it's very clear that you have tits now is like holy
No
shit.
one cares.
Where the hell did that come from?
I have no idea.
Literally, like no one fucking cares.
That's rich coming from a Nazi.
Go fucking
Bruh.
go talk about it on the fucking DIY trans Reddit. No one cares about it here.
Side slap to the face, and then nobody didn't see you coming.
Fuck.
You know, I'm noticing Jack seems to know a lot about this trans Reddit. You have something
Oh,
you want to
yeah.
talk about?
Bruh.
Bro, that's an evil Reddit. It's just
He
fucking-
is just
And when
like
I think
Nick
about it, I
Fuentes.
think of that.
Yeah,
Literally,
yeah,
in
you
every
just- you
single
happen to-
possible way.
You happen to
You
just spend a lot
rate-
of time there.
Yeah, the account
No,
that
no,
you
it's
used to
just that's
peruse
like-
it.
You
would
don't know what
rate,
that is?
Rate it out of 10.
You shaking?
I'm aware of it, but Jack,
No,
you
don't
seem to
do
look at
that.
it a lot.
Jack, come on. Copenhagen dip. Is that the pouch or the long cut?
Pouches are whack, bro. You don't do pouches here. What is this?
Oh my god, you'll never kiss a girl. I promise you, a girl would never kiss you.
It's true.
I've tongue kissed girls with this in my mouth.
Oh my god,
Come on.
Steve's fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, yeah.
I now know to stay away from New York. Jesus Christ.
This generation
Bro,
is
yeah,
so
bro.
ass.
People think the
Doesn't
South
he
is
make
degenerate.
you
in
feel?
Chicago they do
Doesn't
it.
he just make you
They
feel
dip
so
into their
empathetic for young
Chicago.
girls
It's a
who have to
baseball
deal?
thing, really.
Like any girl that's his age, imagine her having to deal with him at a club.
Yo, what if the girl that Jack dating had
Imagine all the
dips
girls
too?
that had to deal with you.
Hey, what if
before
the girl that
you
dates
went
Jack
through.
and dips too? And
Oh, they
both
love
spit
it.
each other
I'm really
mouth
good at
open?
cunnilingus.
You didn't even hear what I said.
No,
What were you
let me
saying,
know what I
Greg?
said.
As good as
I
me.
said, what if the girl you're dating dips too, and y'all both spit in each other's mouth with dip?
Nah, never. Nah, you don't. Hold on. Greg. Let
Shut
me
the
teach
fuck
you
up,
something,
Grey Pill.
Greg,
Jesus
Greg.
Christ.
No.
What the
Because
fuck are we
I
on
had a
at this
buddy.
point?
I had a friend.
Cankle,
who
they
did
double
girls dip.
dipping.
Oh my god, double dipping. Nah, I had a girl. I'm not a girl. A guy that I was friends with, and he used to
Slowly coming
he
That
used
you
to,
were
like,
having sex with?
he used to
Slowly
date
coming out.
girls, and like one of the girls he dated, bro,
Was
You don't
you?
know
he
the
got-
Nazis were
he
super
got
gay.
her to drink his dip spit.
It was you, right? You were the girl?
Like imagine like you see
Yeah.
the bottle,
Oh,
like
that's
he just.
Now just
he-
okay.
It was
Bro,
the
she
most
did it for, like,
degrading
$50
thing
or
ever,
some
and he
shit.
loved
Now,
every minute
I
of
just
it.
want us
Bro,
all
that's
to take
crazy.
a moment and
What
just realize how plausible it is that Jack takes on like a flamboyant accent, puts on an SS outfit, and then goes and peruses
what
the town
outfit?
with his new gay identity. It's
You know what's
just
crazy? You know what's crazy?
Jacqueline.
I kind of could see that because when I asked, was it Jay Chisel? What the hell was a film girl? He's like, Google it. That's all right. So I actually fucking Googled it. And I was
Who?
like, okay, Che Jizzle.
Oh, fucking.
Jay Chisel. It's Jay Chisel.
Oh my bad. Chisel. I'm bad with names. I
Yeah,
apologize.
you're
But
good.
you never
That's
called him.
funny.
Oh my
I
god,
have
I've called him that, like
but it's
3
funny
times.
that
I
he
don't
called
think
him
he
that on
notices.
accident.
I don't think he's noticed every time I've called him that.
Well, I got retarded friends here, so they knows everything.
Yeah.
Somebody should just call him Jizzle.
I
Oh.
do sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait. So what were you saying about Jay?
Well, I'm trying to make a point. Don't go to the side of fem. Don't become a fem.
Oh, I'm not doing that, bro.
right.
What? No.
No, bro, you need to start transmasking right now.
No,
Based.
I can
I have
tell.
to trans.
I can tell Jack's cis. He's very much cisgender. It's his heterosexuality that I think
Stop
he's
using
so-
that fucking
very-
slur. Wait. Why? How come I get bitched at for using slurs? but
You're a
this
That's
thing-
not a
Cisgender.
slur.
You're a
This
sissy.
is
You're a
100% cis
cisgender
slur.
That's
sissy.
not a slur, Jack, you
Cis-
fucking
cis is a
idiot.
slur.
No, it's
Jesus
not.
Cis is a slur.
No, it's not.
Cis is a slur.
No, it's not.
Cis is a slur.
Shut
No,
the
it
fuck
is
up, you
not.
cis bitch.
I don't give a
It's a
fuck what
sissy.
Elon Musk
It's a
said, you
sissy.
fucking retard.
Can we
That's
just
not
point
a
to the
slur.
irony?
Elon
Can we
Musk
point to
off
the
of?
irony of
Got
him
from
getting
me.
triggered over
No.
a word right now?
No, I'm just pointing out.
He's a
fucking
taint.
hypocrisy.
I don't give a. It's not
tries
hypocrisy. It's
so
not a
hard to
slur.
trigger
You're an
me.
idiot.
He
Hypocrisy.
tries so hard to trigger
It's
me
not
with his
hypocrisy.
word,
It's not a slur. You're dumb.
and he is such a snowflake that we can literally trip over a word that we didn't even think would trigger any reasonable person.
No, you're just. Well, no. I
It's-
mean, the same thing happened to me when
What?
I said
What?
trans
What?
the first
What?
time
That-
in one of these
that-
things. I got
that-
fucking yelled at. I was like, "Whoa,
that-
what
that-
happened?"
You know what? Jack is right. We really need to start standing up to HR departments that allow companies to say the word cis.
Based.
You know, since
You're
it's the company appropriate thing.
sissy.
Wait, it is now?
Crack
You know
down
what?
on fucking.
I'm not gonna say
At least at my
anti-cis
fucking company.
hatred. Time to crack
Yes,
down on
it's
the anti-cis
gender
hatred. Let's do it.
They say if she identifies as a she, then you say she. That's it. You just keep it moving.
Yeah, any
Or
grown person
say,
can do that.
I don't associate
Unfortunately,
with
Jack
that.
is not a grown
No,
person.
or you say I don't
Yes.
associate with that because I have the freedom of association, and that's
Well,
not
to
You know
be
what?
fair, hold on. To
Can
be
you
fair though,
associate
because
yourself
I don't
with
want to make
them,
it a race thing, but it was for us. It was nigga, then it was Afro American, then it was something else. Like it just went change and change and change.
That's what I mean. That's also what's gonna happen with the
Nope.
fucking transgender
Trans-
people. It's just gonna
trans
be a new
women
thing every fucking
are
time.
always
And eventually,
women.
transgender person's gonna be a slur, just like transsexual. Is
You're so
transsexual a
easily
slur, Nine
confused,
Tails?
aren't you?
You know
You're
what?
so
I
easily
agree with
confused.
that.
Transsexual a slur, Nine Tails?
I
You're
agree
so
with that.
easily
I give it five.
confused. It's
I give
Hey,
it five and a
so
transsexual person.
adorable.
Transsexual person.
Okay,
Is
now I know that
transsexual a
this is
slur?
really rough for you, but here's the funny thing: transgender
Transsexual.
women,
Is transsexual a slur to you?
transgender. There are
It's
people
me
who are
identifying-
transsexuals.
No,
There
no,
are
because
people
you're
who
a
are
transsexual. So does that bother
Transgender
you? You're
is what we
transsexual.
use right
Transsexual.
now.
Jack, do you know what the difference is?
There is no difference because
There is
sex
a
and
difference.
gender are synonymous.
No, what you don't understand is
So,
Jack is a fourth dimensional being.
transsexual is
Okay,
the same.
Jack lives within the
Still
time
don't know what a
domain, and so
transsexual
he
is.
needs answers that exist in
Google
both
it and
now
send it to
and the
you.
future.
And in the past. Yes. I factor it all in. I'm very good at that, Nine
Can
Tails.
you associate yourself
I know
with the
you
news,
can.
Jack?
You're a fourth dimensional Nazi.
I
Good
think
job.
Nine Tails should.
I think you should.
I have a meme for that.
How do you change
see.
your How do you change yours like that, Apex? I want to keep.
Yeah, I
changing
want to
mine,
do
too.
that too.
OBS.
OBS.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yeah, I'm not doing all that.
What do you mean? It's-
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
I'll get it next week when I have nothing to do.
Literally,
it's-
bro.
You can literally download it, take a piss, and
I'm
come
telling
back.
you, I'm trying to tell you, I'm lazy right now. Okay, sir, so I'm not doing it.
You've been lazy for years, then.
That is true. This is true.
Be like that.
You,
know
know
what? No,
about virtual
sure, I have
cam, right,
prison.
Grey Pill?
Huh?
The fucking
You know how to use virtual
VTubers.
cam?
Do I know how to use virtual cam?
OBS virtual cam?
Yeah, that's all it is.
I
It's
have
the
prison.
virtual camera.
Nope.
Why?
Because it was the easiest one to do. That was me being less lazy.
But anyways, basically, I was just helping you get the better picture of how to do it. Just put a picture up on your OBS screen, then run virtual cam, then use virtual cam as your camera here in Discord.
Yeah, but I don't have OBS, so
Download
I
it.
have to download OBS first.
Just get it. It's free.
That was good, Apex.
You don't even have to
Faded right
broadcast
into
with
that.
it for this
Yes,
to work.
that
I
is
know, I
Peepo
know,
coming
I'm
for
just saying,
Jack.
I'm still like standing.
Oh,
up,
wait,
lazy,
yo.
Didn't download it. So
New
there's
show
a reason
came
to
out on
even think to
Netflix.
do it.
Can't
Mhm.
lie, it's a fucking banger.
Is
What
it
is it?
about
It's a Edgar Allan Poe like short story. The fall of the
the
House
fall of
Usher.
Jack's balls and how they
It's a good-
still
good
will
story.
never fall?
Only one. Okay, to be fair, one has.
True.
Be fair to the one that has. It did a lot of work to do that. It had to deal with very low testosterone levels.
The show is called Drop 'em Jack.
Drop 'em, Jack.
Okay,
Bro,
but
I would be such a good game show host. Come
but
on.
you know what's like a really good
Oh
show
my
that's
God.
out right
You
now?
know I would kill it, bro.
It's a
Like-
show called Our Flag Means Death. It's a show. It's like a comedy about pirates.
Oh, that
It's pretty
sounds
cool.
like it actually would be good.
Sounds like One Piece.
It's got the best cinematography. It's got like Pirates of the Caribbean cinematography levels. It's really good. It has what's his name? Wakiki. Fuck. I always forget his name when it comes
I
time to
don't
say it.
know what name
Oh, cool. My neighbor's drilling at 3:35.
Based
Damn.
and fuck you.
Dude, you'd be
That's
crying
fine,
if you had to deal with that. You'd be like, my freedoms and liberties are under attack. My neighbor's
Actually-
taking too much noise.
Well, actually,
Oh my
many of our
God.
localities have laws against this, so like that would be like a finable offense.
Taika Waititi. Oh my god, I suck at names so bad. My apologies for anyone who's
Close.
offended by my memory disorder.
By your Bill Burr moment.
No, that is a learning disorder. I can't. Just the whole remembering dates, names, and places and listing them out is like a nightmare for me. So. It's like it's one of those things where like it turns out most like the
Christ.
people who
Wow.
like learn history are
Wow.
really good at like remembering lists and then
Wow.
like saying them again. So remembering the order
story,
as they
bro.
say them.
Wow.
And I'm like the
Shut up,
opposite. I
Jack.
couldn't do that if I tried.
Wow.
My life depended on it. Is someone talking? Like fuck.
No.
Something talking.
Okay. I thought it was like it could have been the wind, but just in case someone was talking.
Oh,
I didn't
you
wanna
beat me
ignore
to
them.
it. I can't
Yeah,
even lie.
it was much worse than the wind. It's a fucking
The
hurricane. coming.
tornado. Fucking tornado. Nah, Loki. I watched that shit. It came out yesterday. A fucking mega good show. Gotta watch that show. Recommend highly.
That's all I've
Teenage
got.
Euthanasia is like a really good adult comedy cartoon that's come out. It's got like a really, it's kind of like, it's definitely better than American Dad and like Family Guy in that it really cares about its characters in a way that like The Simpsons does. And it's such like, it's like everything about it is kind of like too weird to like relate directly to, but you still wind up relating to the characters because you know the story. So it's got a lot of really good writing, and the animation is actually pretty quirky and fun too.
Yeah, but what's Bookchin think about it?
Shut the fuck
Sure,
up, Jack.
we can do
you
this.
cunt. It's funny, but
Media
fuck you.
media will come out. Media will come out through
Yo, the
individual
people who know,
communities.
bro. If we had like 2,000 viewers, let's say, that would have fucking nuked, bro. That was a bomb and a half for the people who
I think if there was
bro.
2,000 viewers, you couldn't be here, Jack.
You're
If there
probably
were
right.
2,000 viewers, I would have.
100%.
If there were 2,000 viewers, I would have been speaking over all of you to tell everyone exactly what he thinks, because I am preaching Bookchin, okay? So if you actually are curious about the
We know
answer,
you
there is
have
an
original
answer.
thought.
Oh my god.
I'm not-
Ninetales.
No, I was a joking,
You're obsessed.
fucking autistic retard.
Shut up,
No,
Jack. You're the retard.
I'm trying to out myself as the only
Ultimate
leftist
retard.
that you should listen to.
Yeah,
The
I'm
never
the
fuck?
pick me.
left this seriously.
I'm the leftist
Nope.
pick me.
Nope,
I
don't
didn't even
listen.
listen to Destiny.
They
I'm like,
give
wow, what
me a bad
retard.
name.
I can't
Only
even listen to a
me.
liberal.
Sorry, did a Nazi just say something? I couldn't tell.
What?
It's weird that you try to talk to a
What?
Nazi so often.
That is this Nazi.
Why are you so obsessed with talking
Are
to
you
Nazis?
saying I'm the Nazi?
No, Jack.
Okay, just making sure.
But Avis, you know what's really weird?
Were you not
like-
here when I
he's
was
just
like,
like
I'm
every
gonna
other
start calling
Canadian.
Jack a Nazi?
Just like
Oh
every
yeah, I
other
was here.
Canadian.
It was just you said that right after I
Jesus
responded.
Christ, you people never run out of goddamn energy?
Never, bro.
Fuck
I'm
no,
I've got a
this
2
is
liter.
ever.
I've got a
Sheba,
2
I'm
liter of
low-key
Coke
going
Zero
down,
next
I
to me.
can't
Oh my
lie.
god.
I just
I'm
like
drinking
went
that 2 liter
shit-talking,
directly.
from New York.
That is roughly
To be
300
honest, Saber,
milligrams
if I
of
fall asleep,
caffeine.
You
I'll
know
be late
what?
for
I'm
work
doing
at
the
this
exact
point.
same. I'm drinking Pepsi right now.
That is a lot of
I'm-
caffeine. That,
I'm like building up the courage
Especially when
to
you drink
fucking
multiple.
destroy my lip. What's it called?
to be fair, like I would buy Jack Coke just to hear him like cook even harder because he just gets dumber the harder he cooks.
Nah,
All right.
What
I
kind of
don't like
coke?
drugs.
The one you
Drugs
sniff
are
or
bad.
drink?
Kane.
Drugs are bad. Drugs are bad.
So
for
we
you.
can start with
Okay.
Coca-Cola and then we'll just slowly increase the dosage of cocaine in there so that way he doesn't notice.
Don't do drugs.
And he'll be like, I feel
Do all
great.
the
I've never
drugs.
felt better. It's be like, yeah, those are the drugs you hate, Jack.
They used to put cocaine in Coca-Cola.
Indeed.
I think
That
that's a myth,
That's
actually.
where the joke
No, that's
came
where
from.
the name came from.
That wasn't to be sassy, but yeah.
Yes, it was.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not purposely being sassy to say about it. It's just, sometimes I
No,
I
to the
only know
room,
how to
Gemma.
respond
I like
Don't
in
you
the
dare go
autistic
at
way.
Seba.
No, I like it.
Hey, yo.
You're weird, Seba.
So rub my inner thigh.
Be
What the
sassy to
fuck?
me.
Anyways,
Saba knows that he's a
Call me a
sub.
sissy.
Unlike Jack, who's in pure denial, Saban knows he's a sub, so he lets me talk over him. He lets me narrate how he feels about. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, what were you gonna say, Seba?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm a sissy. I don't know what I'm talking about. Us sissies don't know shit.
Damn.
We're second class citizens. White sissies.
Who just?
left? Was it Avis? No, Avis is still here. Who left?
What, me?
Oh yeah,
Apex.
Apex.
Oh.
Okay.
Goodbye,
Bye,
Apex.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, sweet
Still
prince.
Every
I still-
time we let him talk, it was literally just like 5-second meme. It's like, fuck. I want him to say something.
No, that's all he ever does. That's
Oh,
about his
Apex?
contribution.
I still stand by my
If you go
nomination.
into it more with like, he's gonna be like just dropping a 5-second meme, you'll appreciate it way more. You're like,
If
"All
you
right,
go
the meme is
into
coming."
it, if you go into it, not smelling your own farts, you tend to make a lot more sense.
I mean,
Based.
if I'm
Fart
talking
built.
to you, I
Fart
can't
built.
really take you seriously. Based in fart build?
Yes.
Jack is clearly someone who's never realized before that you don't always have to respond. Like, you don't always have to be the last person to say something.
Of course, you have to be the last person to say something.
You
No
know,
one-
I
no
wish
one
that you would just
remembers.
never say something, Jack. That would be cool.
Fuck you.
No, thank you.
Jack, what do you sound like when you're not responding to something?
The same.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's a miserable existence. Ugh.
We're gonna, like, someone's seriously gonna come in and be like, Jack, like, he's gonna
Shut
have, like,
the fuck up.
he's gonna be on the stream and he's gonna be
Yeah,
like
it's
put through
real.
an intervention. Like, all his family and friends are gonna surround him while he's live with us and gonna be like,
Shut up.
Jack, you need to put down the headset. This has gone too far. You
Nah,
don't talk
this
to
is
us
like tame.
anymore.
This is tame. No, I haven't talked to them forever. It's like, this is tame. You know, they're used to like gaming. Like gaming is way more brutal than this.
Yeah, I'm sure your
People get butthurt
toxic
over
geek
fucking-
masculinity is out of control that way too.
100%. That's okay.
It shines through.
Not toxic. It's king.
Oh, it
king
is.
Shit. It's king shit.
Would you say that the social skills you use in gaming are the same ones you use in real life?
No. But if
Huh.
I deal with someone like you, yes.
Why don't you use them in real life?
Because they're probably better than his real life skills.
Oh my god, he figured
Dude, I
out how
did.
not to respond. Did you see that? He didn't respond. He figured it
got
out.
Me. I fucking you got it out right before, and I was like, you see what I did there? I didn't respond. You beat it to me. Fuck. Good job.
I just wanted to cut off cankles for once.
Fair
Kind of
enough.
level the playing field with who it cut off, so that we can
Yeah.
all be equally
Fuck
mad.
that retard. Let's all start ganging up on Cankle.
No, no,
Oh,
no,
literally,
calm
yeah, you all.
down. You're still the Nazi, Jack. We're always ganging up on you.
No, you see, I'm not the one from a country
You're what we call in leftist
anti-freedom of
spaces
speech laws.
our pet. We pity
Yeah, you
you.
are.
We look down on you.
No,
We give you
you're not.
pats on the head for saying the right thing.
Social media is not the country, Deva.
Albania.
Oh, I'm not from Albania, luckily. I'm American.
I'm from social media. Look it up.
No, I thought he said fucking.
I'm from
social media, like,
Socialbania.
talking about like America having freedom of speech laws.
Socialbania.
I'm from
That's where I'm from.
Socialvania. I'm a vampire from Socialvania. I'm going to suck your followers.
I thought you were gonna say cock for a
Your
second.
cock.
I
Yeah,
really
I
thought you
did.
were gonna say cock for a second.
Perverts.
That
Fucking
would actually,
misogynist.
that would unironically be the social media version. Is I'm going to suck your cock.
I'm
That would
going
be
to
the social
suck
media.
No,
version.
that would be the
Yeah.
porn version.
No,
No, because that's a social
Yes.
media.
that
a
would be
little
the
bit
both
is.
version.
I think you
Twitter has
probably finish too often on social media instead of going to real porn sites.
I do not.
No, I was talking to Jack.
Oh,
Nah, I don't watch porn.
True.
I don't watch porn.
I don't watch
Cringe
porn. I
user.
just finish on social media.
I don't masturbate. I don't.
you don't jerk
Well,
off.
okay.
are
Technically,
you?
Jack,
You're
be
Jack.
honest.
No, I
unless you
used
look
to.
in the mirror,
These are all
Look,
things-
just
the
because
only
you
thing-
don't
yeah,
finish
if I-
when you look in the
issue
mirror.
is- no, yeah. It used to look in the mirror doesn't do it the same way. 9 pills. How'd you know?
And just because you don't you do the whole like delayed gratification thing doesn't mean you're not masturbating. Like I've dealt with so many red pillars at this point. I know what all these mind games they have are.
What?
Who's the worst red pillar you've met?
Jay
What are you,
Chisel.
wait. I'm not red.
You're
pill.
fucking with me.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I am.
Delayed gratification. What are you talking about?
What? Yeah. Why can't I think of it? Where you don't let yourself edging.
Edging.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah,
let-
no.
oh,
You're
yeah.
no. He doesn't just edge. He goons.
What's
True.
gooning? Oh no. I've never felt
That's
innocent.
It's
the
where
guy
you
that likes
edge
sitting
to
in
the
the chair.
point
Oh,
where
no,
you
I feel
are
innocent. I feel
succumb
like
to
I'm about to get
your
dirty.
own dick.
Wait, what?
What the hell?
It's where you edge to the point
What?
where you are one with your dick and you cannot you are your dick at that point. Like
Oh, I feel dirty even hearing that.
yeah.
I'm with Jack.
the fuck?
Jack has definitely done this.
It's where you're
before. He's-
edging
could
for
you do
so
that, Jack?
long that every
This
single
is-
touch is
Do we
No, like,
really need
I've
any
been
other
edged
explanation
before,
for why
but, like,
Jack is
that's
such a
weird.
dick?
That's just weird.
edge
That's
to
too
the
far.
point where it's like
Yeah, that's not
Dangerous.
Like that. That's weird. That's just
No,
weird.
it's
it's
not
a
weird,
form
Jack.
of meditation.
Ankles just cracked
Nah,
the code.
bro.
It's a form of
This-
That's
meditation.
weird, bro.
You become one
Name,
with your
name
body.
any other way.
Jerking off is a form of
You-
meditation.
No, gooning
No,
is
no.
What's
It's like extreme, like
extreme edging.
basically like yeah.
Okay, so here's my prescription. Hang yourself, and then after you come back, come down from that.
Unironically, a blast.
Literally a blast.
Yeah, a blast of your blood vessels in your eyes.
Disgusting.
There's some extra kinky.
Bro, this is what
Dr.
happens when you let
Zeus
them into the fucking conversation.
therapy.
You can't have
Somebody,
normal
everybody,
conversation.
Look, trans women are not who came up with autoerotic asphyxiation. Okay,
No,
that was
you are the people who
definitely
just
you cis
fucking
men.
You make every conversation
Well, I was
dirty.
gonna say
It's
white
ridiculous.
people, but yeah, we're close. We're close. We're close.
Okay, shut up, cis man.
I don't
Damn.
know what that means.
Damn.
I don't know.
See,
what that
you know how to respond to it like a mature adult. Jack still has yet to figure that out.
means. Okay, fair enough. I'm back in.
Well, he's not a mature adult, so.
Jack is
Stop.
not a mature adult.
See, he's gonna figure that out, and then I'm gonna have to deal with him as a mature adult, and then it's gonna be like, ugh, he's still annoying, but now he's mature.
Nah, he won't be. That's impossible.
You gotta realize IQ and maturity are two different things, and Jack is never gonna get high in both categories. Maybe one, but like at this point,
Either, never. Not happening.
like I got high in IQ early, and then I got like it took me a while to do maturity. I'll admit, I spent my first few years online being a bratty little bitch, but I at least figured it out. I think another thing is for me, like actually, because I'm so autistic and schizo, like playing music has actually kind of helped me. I don't know if it opens up, certain neural pathways or if it just gets me to use those parts of my brain more often throughout the day. But it definitely feels easier to socialize and to regulate myself when I'm like practicing my piano and working on some of my scientific projects.
That's fair.
It's like what they say with like, what was that game? Oh my god, my grandma played it so much. Brain Age. If you do that 5 minutes a day, it's supposed to help. I think there's mixed data on that. Varies heavily by region and receptor type, it turns out, because they were looking at like brain scans. And they're like,
I
oh,
think things like Sudoku and like chess are better for that, right?
then
We
what?
overthink a lot of things.
Then what?
No, like I've heard that study in relation to Sudoku.
No, okay, I was just explaining the problem with that study. They looked at like brain scans, but they couldn't differentiate neurons. And it turns out that you're more likely to be using non-pyramidal neurons, which are basically a way to say like you're dealing with a lot of information, and that information is very quickly like it's bouncing around, so it's getting to where it's going very quickly, but it's not being processed as much. It's hard to explain because like information can be transformed or it can be like processed with the brain's equivalent of an algorithm, and that's not well understood. But we know that like this like gamma wavelengths and beta wavelengths don't peak as much as when like you play something like piano, because piano really forces you to bring in your hand-eye coordination on top of like all that same information processing that like something like Sudoku does. So you
never
see
played it.
alpha, beta, and gamma.
I wasn't
brainwave
talking
spike.
about fucking piano compared to Sudoku. I was talking about Sudoku, a shitty fucking game, to like another shitty brain game.
Well, yeah. So it depends on
Not
how
piano.
hard you.
Piano is
yeah,
playing music.
It would have to
completely
depend how hard
different.
you play chess. So you can play chess a lot harder.
Reading
in
music
Sudoku
is like reading a book. It's like
because it's
very
competitive. And we know that the
very
heart rates of chess
engaging.
we know that the heart rates of chess player or blood pressure, sorry, the blood pressure of chess players are that of like elite athletes. Like they shoot up to that of elite athletes when they start playing. So that's like literally the brain burning so many calories that it'd be as if you were running anyways. So chess can definitely be more advantageous, but you'd also have to play it pretty hard to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, not every chess game is that high intense.
And
There's
so
a
you're
lot that has
also
to
not going
factor
to get
in.
that.
Yeah,
You're
like
not
there's a
going to
lot.
get that same effect at first, right? Because you're learning more.
Not even at first. I mean, like, even if you're like Magnus Carlsen, you know what I mean? Not every game is going to be like this high intensity. You're playing Scrubs sometimes, you know what I fucking mean? Like,
But just
Or
in
like-
general,
It's like with
Sudoku-
the MMA. Not everyone is a top 10 fighter. Some people are just scrubs to give people wins.
It's also about the accessibility of when you pick it up. So like Sudoku, you can start processing that right away as soon as you learn the rules. That's actually the same for Othello, and that's why like the people who do play it competitively play it like chess people and have like all the same kind of lores and stuff. But you can start playing Othello right away. Unlike chess, you kind of have with chess you have to learn the rules, which are a little complex. And you have to learn pattern recognition before you can actually start.
Hey guys,
like,
I froze again. I'm calling the night. Going night.
Okay,
find
good
something
night.
about trying to go
Alright.
pass out and binge watch
Night,
more
night.
shows.
And night, great
Good night.
pal.
Okay.
Have a
My
good
advice to everybody going around the board: Apex. I don't give a crap what the hell he's saying. That was funny. Kenko, keep being you, good sir. You still late. Jack, like always, you're growing on me. I actually spoke highly of you with Randy. I just said, hey, I quote myself. Why the fuck I keep liking Jack more and more and more? Saba, keep doing your thing, man.
Thank you, Gray.
You said you liked
Yes.
Jack more from this
Yeah.
conversation?
Out of
Great
every
pill.
conversation, because
What
I'm
is
a
happening?
retard spotter. I'm a professional retard spotter.
You're just a
Good at it.
retard.
Yeah,
No.
maybe you're smelling yourself.
No, I mean, I literally called you being schizophrenic. I mean, I don't know how else.
No, you just toss that word out randomly. Okay, how do you recognize a schizophrenic person from someone who speaks quickly and loudly and over you and disagrees with you?
Gotta be schizophrenic. Speak loudly and over.
Okay. Anyways, do you want to finish up Great Pill? 'Cause I did want to finish answering my question.
Jack, stop just the in between. Jack was going mile a minute. Randy was going slower than fucking when you the A track takes you spin by hands. That motherfucker was talking so goddamn slow.
Well, no,
Am I
that
growing
dude,
on you?
that guy's different. That guy's actually like Ninetales. Like, if you had a conversation with that dude, you think how how you like, oh, like Jack's a Nazi. This guy,
Yeah, you've been on it with Randy. Randy was a
Yeah,
whole nother
Randy
element.
is-
nah, like I exposed Randy low key. Like, bro, Randy.
Shut up,
thinks-
fascist. Anyways, Great Pill has to go.
Ninetales.
No, Great Pill has to
Yeah,
go.
you said bye.
Great-
Wait, you
yeah.
want to say him?
So I just have an
again?
important question. I have an
You're just
important.
fucking
I
irrelevant.
have an
No one's
important
talking to you.
question. Have I grown on you, Great Pill?
I mean, I'm cool with everybody, so respect is respect.
Oh, that is not a
Damn.
yes.
That means
was
a
not
no.
a yes. That
I
was
ain't
a
gonna lie. I ain't
soft.
gonna lie. Since I
That's
like
down.
on here, I've been like Kenko been saying it more and more, but I heard it every space guy. I think I'm the most basic person ever, which I consider myself the most vanilla person. So I guess that means the same. I don't know. I'm cool with it, but yeah, respect
Okay.
comes first
Fair
as long as it's consistent, and then we'll go by a process of elimination.
I hope I get to talk to you more one-on-one, to be honest, because it's always been on panels, and unfortunately, people love talking
I don't
over you
think
because
nobody ever catch me one on one.
you're soft-spoken, especially, and that's.
That's where my grandmama made me.
I wish I could be like that.
My
I'm.
grandma was a loud,
Don't we all?
a loud big woman. She's a very loud woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll leave it like that. So everybody have a great night.
Later.
Have a good night, man.
Later. Good night.
Night, Gray.
So yeah, SparkNote's conclusion was that, like, with chess, after you learn the pattern recognition and the rules,
I don't care.
you still haven't got to the point where you're creating output, whereas you're doing that from the get-go at like a stable rate with Sudoku or Othello. You don't really start playing faster that much. So chess is one of the only games where there is a huge skill cost before you get into it, and even then you haven't like.
All
you
right,
can't
I don't
play it at this point.
care. Why? Why do you love hearing yourself talk so much? What the fuck?
Because nobody else was talking.
Kind of rich coming from Jack.
Yeah,
I
kind
know.
of.
No, but like, no. That's the crazy part. It's like, if I'm saying that, you know there's a
Jack,
problem, bro.
you're the crazy
What the
part.
fuck?
Okay.
You could just not say it.
Well, no, it's true.
Wait,
I'm not gonna
here?
lie to you.
Did you just ask
Okay,
if I'm
hang
still
on.
here?
All right. If I'm
You
going to
said
be
Grey
middle
Pill, you're
ground,
still here.
if I'm
Yeah,
going
I
to
know,
be middle
Grey
ground,
Pill-
Fox was a
he
little
hasn't left.
long-winded, but
He said
Jack,
he was
you're the
having
king of
issues.
long-windedness.
No, bro. I try to make things quick. Get the fuck out of here.
You could
You've
throw
never
him
made
into
anything
offline
quick
if you're
in your
willing.
life except for sex, okay?
True.
Damn.
Because he's not lighting up to speak, so I'm guessing it's just the connection issues he was referring to. So
30
drag,
seconds.
drag him
I'm
out.
done.
You can make it 0, and then I don't have to deal with you at all. Because I just fucking hate Nazis when you're talking.
You didn't even hear what
the conversation is pertaining to. You're a retard. We know. Talking to fucking
Jack,
ghosts.
you are the
Fighting with
retard.
ghosts.
I can't wait for you to figure out something to actually say to me in response to anything I've actually said.
We'll
It's going
never
to be a
Nazi.
joyous occasion.
Called me a Nazi. There's no response. to that.
Jack,
What do
you
want me to
started
say?
that one.
I'm not a Nazi.
You started
okay?
that one. You're an idiot.
You
Well, no, no, no.
literally said they could.
No.
Yeah, he
You just
actually
said,
is a
like,
Nazi.
yeah, you can call me that. It doesn't mean it's true.
Likewise.
Well, no, you're schizophrenic, fucking retard.
You don't
I
know
won't
what
use
that
the
is.
other word
You
because
don't
that
know what
bothers everyone.
schizophrenia is. You don't know
No, it's
what
'cause he's streaming.
schizophrenia
It's
Because I'm
is.
streaming.
No, Saba, I still get this shit when they're not streaming.
Definitely isn't great, but yeah, I'm gonna use that as the main
Honestly,
excuse. I'm streaming, so don't.
Yeah,
I can still call him a Nazi though, right?
Yeah, that's not a slur,
No.
Yeah, that's
technically.
yeah, no one cares about calling people Nazis.
Yeah.
That's not really a slur.
How about we? How
By the
about
way,
we say?
if you understood
I got a great
anything about
idea.
schizophrenia, you would know that my diagnosis, particularly, is the kind that does not have
I
positive
don't
symptoms.
care. I don't care.
'Cause you hate knowing what you're talking about.
No,
It-
because I just don't care about you.
your
You're
entire
irrelevant.
worldview would get crushed
You're
by knowing what
irrelevant.
you're talking
It
about.
just bothers me. I have to listen to you
News.
speak at all.
Finding news. Jack, shut the fuck up.
Jack is literally someone who's so fragile that the more he incurs life experiences, the more it hurt. Like,
No, it's not incurring
his-
life
his
experience. It's
understanding
just
I got a
like
great idea.
looping, bro.
It's
It's just like I've dealt with other
Let's play a
transgender
game.
people. They sound just like you. Probably look just like you. All
And you
fucked
sound
up.
just as
and it's
triggered
just
as
like, I don't wanna
everybody who's
deal
been
with it,
triggered
bro.
by me, Jack. You sound
Yeah, because we don't want to deal with you people anymore.
You
It's
sound like
ridiculous. You're
shattering
fucking
glass.
everywhere. It's ridiculous.
I got
No
a
one
great
cares.
idea.
White
No one wants to
fragility.
deal with you.
It's just pure white
Let's play a
fragility.
game.
Go back to being the hidden 1% or wherever the fuck you guys were. No one cares.
Do you also get triggered when people call it white fragility because you're proving how real it is?
What's white fragility?
You are.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
You talking
Okay,
to
let's
me?
play a game.
You got it.
Ninetales
I
and
respect.
Jack say one nice thing about each other.
Hold on. I just said one nice thing. Before you even said that, I gave
What'd you
Ninetales
say?
respect for getting the Scarface
Yeah, he did.
reference. Yeah, hold on, yeah.
Yeah, and like Jack.
I would even acknowledge that's her giving me slight respect for
Yeah,
acknowledging the Scarface.
Jack tries
See,
really
we're all
hard.
getting
He
along,
tries
isn't
so
it?
fucking hard. He never stops trying really hard.
There we go. Aren't we friends now? This is great.
Well, no, that's kind of an insult.
Yay, suicide pact time.
Yeah, let's do it.
Doesn't always fall through. No one's got the balls.
Jack, are you drinking the Kool-Aid?
drink,
I'm not gonna
drink my
lie.
dish fit with me.
Not gonna lie.
Oh, I
Thinking murder
don't know.
suicide. Actually thinking murder suicide tonight. So go fuck yourselves. You're all dead.
Damn it.
Paste.
Crazy.
It's like I don't
Nah.
feel like it's like I don't feel like suicide. Can we do murder sui instead, where I murder you all?
No.
Or
I
suicide.
promise I
and
will
then
kill myself.
murder-
I just I
wait,
I
how
can't
about-
get in the mood until I murder people.
How about suicide, then murder spree, then suicide?
To be fair, though, if you want a poison that will work instead of one that puts your cult in screaming agony for hours, as was reported, yeah, I know which ones actually work.
Hmm?
And I know how LD50s and LD250s work such that I can choose the appropriate dosages based on fucking body weight.
Nani? What are you talking about?
Actually doing it.
You'll never understand. You'll
No,
never
I even hear what you
understand.
said the
Nani?
first thing. Yeah, I said Nani.
I thought you were
I'm
on
Gen
Gen
Z,
Z.
bro. I'm Gen Z,
He's a
bro. It's
fucking
fucking
nod.
everywhere. No, I'm
See,
not.
he doesn't
a weeb.
know. He doesn't
Hold
know how to
on.
say it like they
Not
say
a
it in
He's a
anime.
Nazi weeb.
It's
Oh my
not.
god,
I'm
it's
not a
another
weeb.
one.
A
Oh, it's
neeb.
over. I have to kill myself. I can't be a weeb. I'm not
It's
a
a
weeb.
fucking Nazi
Nah.
weeb. You guys are so
Don't do
common. I
this
knew
to
you
me.
were a fucking
Hey,
That's worse than
4chaner.
calling me a Nazi. I'd rather honestly not be called a weeb. Call me a Nazi. Don't call
Oi,
me
oi,
a
oi, oi,
weeb.
oi, 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 oi,
Being a
oi,
weeb is
oi, oi, oi,
worse.
oi, 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 oi.
One is redeemable,
Oi, oi,
the
oi,
other's
oi,
not.
oi, 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 oi.
Okay, go ahead.
Ninetales, you have the floor.
Yes.
You fucking silence
Oh.
all of us for
Oi,
that.
oi, 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 oi.
Shut the
Oh, you're just
fuck
saying
up.
oi.
Oi,
Oh, you're just saying
oi, oi, oi.
You're an
Aussie,
you're an
Aussie, Aussie.
anus. All right.
You gotta say it more like
Oi!
oi, oi,
That's uncalled
oi,
for, Kankamore.
oi.
You're an anus.
I am the whole butt.
Nah, the weeb
okay?
shit's just penetrated fucking American
I am the
culture. So
whole
it's
butt.
like
Are you
Nani
really?
is like a meme, but it's
Yeah,
like
you
I
could
also
say
know
Japan
Nani means
got their
what.
revenge.
Including the rectum and the prostate.
Nani? It's a funny ass meme. Like I can't lie.
White people stop appropriating Japanese culture challenge levels.
You mean-
impossible.
American culture?
Hang on,
Shut
hang
up,
on,
Nazi.
Extend fuck their culture?
Shut up, Nazi.
hang on. A lot of the original Japanese shit was inspired off of Walt Disney, so we could argue anime is actually us.
Based and American culture, like I said.
I don't know what you're talking about with cultural appropriation. They fucking bombed us with hentai. They got their revenge over those 2 nukes we
Exactly.
dropped.
They were just like, you know what? We're gonna fuck you up worse than 2 bombs could ever do.
Yeah. Look at all of Gen Z. Shit.
It's not cultural
All of them are
appropriation.
attracted to 2D drawings.
Yeah, it's not cultural appropriation if they're selling it. Like if if Native Americans were selling headdresses, like and making good money off of it, and we're like set, no one would be like, "Oh, you can't wear a Native American headdress." But
By
it's
the way,
like,
for all you Vosh haters, like, just because I like Vosh does not mean I won't call him.
Ew, you
one
like
of the
Vosh?
Hang on,
things-
hang on, hang
No,
on.
don't tell me to
I
hang
may-
on.
no,
Let
I
me
just look
finish.
down on you.
I may-
You
Oi,
actually
I
oi,
may
oi,
hate
oi, oi,
watching
oi,
this.
oi, 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 if you do it back, I can't. No. Okay, no, I just want to.
Hey,
I do want to
goddammit.
finish, please.
Go
I
ahead.
already did finish.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my next one will be.
Already finished coming.
I'm gonna
You know,
start
it
crying.
makes sense. You know, Kenkel has to be getting like
At least
some
you're not
sexual
laying on the
gratification
floor.
from this to sit through it.
You're right. I am. I came 5 times already, dude.
Oh yeah. So
There you go, base.
So
I'm
there
over
are
stuff.
Am I
well
reaching towards
studied.
you right now?
There are well-studied connections to like pedophilic thoughts and tendencies with from people who
That you like
consume
randos.
lolly. From grown men who consume lolly. This is well
Nah, that's an Asian
documented.
thing. Hold on. Nah,
It's
we were
well-
talking about this actually. We were
Yeah,
actually talking about it.
Actually, this
conscience.
is not the first time
Guilty
we've mentioned
conscience.
this today.
So what? Because like they're Asian, they're just more pedophile than you? No, fuck.
No,
that's
they
stupid.
just, for some reason they like lolly. It's not really just like
No.
it's not really like a white pedophile.
Americans
I
are
think
also
it was-
pedophiles sometimes.
Yeah, no, there's-
And my point being that if we link those outcomes,
Yeah,
it
an
makes
American
the
pedophile
shit
watching
that
college
Vosh does
porn.
very fucking cringe. Shut up, Nazi.
You're
Dang.
literally fucking tranny, fucking garbage.
Oh my god, what did you say on my stream?
Oh my god, no!
You gonna make me time you out, Jack? This is the second
Don't do
time.
it, Jack.
I let it slide the last time because they said I could let it slide.
Who did?
You did.
No,
like,
they
kick
said
say-
no.
did you
Actually,
kick, like,
they said
you're
if they
okay,
can call me
dude?
a Nazi, I can call them whatever. I mean, if they can call me a
Yes.
Nazi, they can call them whatever.
Hank-
So I mean,
Hankles
I'm
has like
even
the
then.
entire Hankles has the kick CEO like on the other side of the camera, giving him like the thumbs up or the thumbs down.
True.
Like, okay, that time Jack said it's fine. This time, no. Like he has to get timed out next time.
Yeah, this time you have to do something about
All
Jack.
right, almost strike 3.
What the
I thought you were
60th
leaving
time.
in 30
Careful,
seconds.
Jack.
Jack, like 30 minutes ago, you said you were leaving in 30 seconds. How's the progress on that, buddy?
No, I didn't say I was leaving in 30 seconds. You missed the context, you fucking retard.
He said he was finishing in 30
Well, to
seconds
be
because
fair,
of all the
I-
degradation.
I didn't
Yeah.
hear properly because I was hoping you were gonna say you were going to permanently log off, but no, I can only dream.
We can only dream you do that with life, but we could hope.
You
One
lack
day.
you lack finesse, like you really lack grace in your attempt to burn me.
You should
have-
have
He doesn't
brain
need
fungus.
to lack.
You have
should
all
have
the-
brain fungus, and
you
they were
have-
like, "Oh, nuke."
You have all the
Get the
precision.
fuck out of here!
You have all the precision. Of,
Literally fucking spurred retard trying to.
you have all the
talk to me about
precision
talking
of an
shit.
IED.
What?
Oh man, that was like
It's
that
way
was the
too
most
funny.
sarcastic laugh I've ever had directed at me, and that hit deep. That sarcasm hurt.
It was a little too quiet for a second. I was like, wow, what is this piece?
I keep. Oh my god, Saba.
What the fuck
your
is the topic
profile
at this
picture
I don't
has a
know.
similar
Fucking
color.
Ninetales, fucking.
not wanting
Yeah.
to have
Plumbing is the
conversation.
topic.
Nice
All right,
conversation.
all right,
I
Jack-
talk about myself. Jack gets
Yes,
mad.
that's
that
all
I
you
talk
do
about
is you talk
myself,
about yourself. No, it's just that's all you do. I've never heard someone
and then
so
I say,
no,
"Shut
I
up,
have.
Nazi!
Well, no, I have. It's just
Shut up, Nazi!"
every other transgender.
Oi, 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 Okay. Good chat. Good chat. Productive discourse on kick.com.
Based.
No, it's an
And
ASMR
on YouTube
stream.
and on Twitch.
Not brain dead pilled.
Where did I pick? Where did I? What is that from? Fuck. What is it? What is it from? Where like the guy starts saying something and then somebody comes up every time, like oi 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 in his face.
I feel like I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a
I kinda
video.
got the
It's
same
fucking
feeling.
hilarious.
I don't know why. That just made me think of like, you remember the old David Blaine Street Magic
Oh.
videos?
Was it the Eric Andre show?
Maybe. Oh yes, 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 yes. I think
I don't
so,
remember what the
actually.
skit was, but it has to be.
Because as soon as you said it, I hear his voice going.
And I think I remember it being like an infomercial. Like, are you sick of people like this at parties? And then you can hire them to like come into the party and just scream at somebody. Oh my god.
Wait, have you ever seen the David Blaine Street Magic videos, like the old ones? They're
I don't
like
want to watch
parodies.
anything you recommend.
Nah, these were like
Nazi.
old YouTube parodies.
No, I don't. Like, I don't want to know what Nazis
I'm
want.
not talking to you, fucking subhuman retard. Stop talking.
Oh.
The more you say subhuman, the more you prove my point.
No, not really.
Okay.
You're literally a defective human. What do you want me to
You
tell you?
know what, Jack? It doesn't matter because you're just a sub bitch. Simple as
He's a
that.
sub
Based
sissy.
and choke me out pilled?
He's a sub sissy.
You know what, Jack?
What
I
the
expected that.
fuck?
I expected this ever since I faced him the first time we met, and I went sexual and he went silent. I know I'm his daddy now. It's okay.
Oh no, that's
No,
just
I
his
just like I
actual-
don't know. Nah, like
That's just
like-
Jack is actually autistic.
no, Ninetales
No,
like
no,
said
it's
like
okay.
the maturity thing. Like when someone says the sexual thing to me, it's like my brain freezes. I'm like, do I respond?
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas like this
You're
is like
That's
not
not
something I
maturity.
want
It's
on
okay,
mine.
If
Jack.
anything,
Whereas like I like
I'll take
I
care of you.
hesitate. Like I'm okay. Like if a video goes out of me saying like, oh, like
the fact that
He
he
said the
mislabeled that
T-slur.
as maturity when
I'm
it's
like,
not, has
alright.
nothing to do
But, like-
with maturity is
but like
hilarious.
nah, like sexual
and
things bother
revealing.
me a little.
It's not very
It's okay,
surprising.
Jack.
is
You're
it?
afraid to confront your own.
Well, no, it's just
Avius, you should teach him.
no.
But to be honest,
Actually,
Jack,
understand.
Jack,
no,
you
having
don't-
a firm
you're not
grasp
gay.
of your
Come over
sexuality.
here.
I'm gonna use my
having a
gaydar
firm
on you.
You got
As
a
a
real
trans woman,
person
I
Having a
have-
firm
you know?
grasp.
As a tranny, I have gaydar. You
No,
are bi.
You have
Oh
nothing.
my
You're just
god.
literally
You
a
are bi,
mentally
by
ill
the way.
retard.
You are very
Sure.
bi.
Okay. Sure.
No naughty
fine.
words.
I'm trying really hard.
I said it. I said it about myself. I can't use a slur like that.
Look, have you noticed that he doesn't even deny he's a sub at this point? He knows.
There's no point
He's
in denying
ready.
anything from you. I've
Yeah,
been called a
exactly.
Nazi. I've been called.
Exactly.
We all know
Bisexual.
Nazis
I've been
love
called-
licking the boot. We all know they love.
Exact-
They're like,
I'm
oh my god,
sorry.
how can I lick
Sucking
my
toes.
daddy's
I
boot?
want to
Doesn't make
fucking.
sense.
How can I lick my daddy's boot
love
tonight?
And
following
sucking
orders.
toes.
I love following
Daddy
orders.
HH.
Tell me
How do I-
everything to do.
Tinkles?
What
Tinkles?
do I do for 88?
Yeah.
The toast part was way too fucking graphic. Okay, we were just
Was
talking
it?
about boots,
Was
and then
it?
you brought nudity into this.
Really?
Disgusting.
Really?
And,
Really?
and sexual organs.
And see, Ninetales, this is why
Toes are sexual
I try
organs?
not to go there.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I didn't know that. I use
No,
them
I
for
didn't.
sex.
Suck them.
Weird.
What the fuck? No.
You're putting them in
No,
butts.
don't use your toes.
Hey, yo.
Damn,
Toes
dude.
goes in butt.
I have
Yeah,
very
okay.
long
Toes
toes,
in
Toe
the
butt.
pussy.
and
No toes
let me just
in the
say,
pussy.
most guys are thin enough to go in between my toes.
Ew, what?
Hey, yo.
How wide are your toes? Or how small
have,
are the
like-
dicks?
Or how
So
yeah,
my big
that's
toe
just
and my
more
first
like
toe are like really, really long, and like
Look.
far apart. I have very, very wide feet.
I would not do that.
Yeah, you
Feet
mean
are not for
disgusting
me.
feet.
Hey, you know,
You
I'm
ogre
not
feet.
usually fucking dudes.
I love my
or
feet because
anyone
I
with
do
a dick,
parkour.
so-
No, let me just show how.
Oh,
dumb
hardcore
Jack is.
parkour.
Because he tries so hard, but like when you have big feet and you do parkour, your landings are fucking like I can land on uneven surfaces like it's no big deal. Whereas like people with small feet,
Well, no,
like,
there's
they-
a difference between
they have
having like
such a
big
hard time.
feet and then having like a monkey feet where you have like fucking toe fingers.
So I have long toes and wide feet.
Yeah,
That's
just
what
fucking,
gives me help.
That's disgusting. Like you can
Uh,
have
also,
the wide foot, but you can't have
Monkey
the
is
long
my
toes.
Chinese zodiac.
Or
Get
you
wrecked.
don't have the wide foot and then the long toes to like make up for the lack
Monkey
of
is my
wide foot.
Chinese zodiac. Get wrecked.
Based.
Based. What do you think about Nah, that's a racial slur. I won't say that.
I was hoping you were going to ask
Jesus
about
Christ.
astrology. No, but hear me out. Like
I had to think about that one.
You could have
'cause that's
had
not really
fun.
used in America.
we could have had fun because if you would have asked about astrology, I honestly would have faked being like a pro astrology person.
No.
I
wasn't a
totally
wrong
thought
question.
that you just said if you were going to ask about phrenology, and I was really weirded out for a second. I was like, that's the second time.
Oh yeah,
that-
I'm so excited to talk to
fucking-
phrenologists.
No, I meant because
fuck
he
is
just said
phrenology?
something about racism, so I thought you
Oh,
were going to
yeah.
say phrenology. It's the study of skulls in a kind of a racist
Oh.
manner.
Oh. I think they actually did that to these people. Hold on.
You know what's funny though is
Let's not
like
do that.
I'm definitely like
Well, no,
I'm
that I
not,
can talk about.
I'm not
Like,
worried
educate
about
people
talking about my
this tragedy.
schizophrenia because it's mild, and one of the things that I know makes it that way is that I'm less along the schizoaffective spectrum where you do have positive symptoms, and more on the schizotypal where you tend to have like internalized fantasies and like very deep spiritual beliefs. And I mean, like, these are deep. Like, I don't believe in astrology. I don't believe it's possible for those things to have impacts on, you know, things enough, at least not in the way that astrologists talk about that planets and where they are could affect those things. But that doesn't mean that, well, like, today things really went well. I got some money that I wasn't expecting. Store people were super nice. Let me buy some cheese,
God, you're still
even though I
talking
couldn't
about
afford it.
yourself.
Shut up,
Always
Jack.
about
Yeah.
you.
You cunt.
It just felt like the stars aligned, right? It was almost like my brain always defaults to this spiritual kind of explanation, even though I'm trying to think scientifically all the time.
You're not. You're joking or no? Because I actually don't know with you. You could.
That
be
was a legit
sarcastic right now.
explanation. That was like
You could have been.
That was my
I understand that.
legit-
I feel like that's a human like feel. I feel like that's why like every human struggles with that a little bit.
Although, yeah,
Like a
like I
very
could tell you
human
about times in
experience.
trauma, like where I was so traumatized that I drew a pentacle on the wall, but you obviously don't care about that long of a story.
Wait, say it again.
There were times where I was so traumatized by that situation that I drew pentacles on a wall, because I was
Pentacles?
trapped. Pentacles, you know, the five-pointed star with circle.
Oh,
Oh, like.
Wiccans.
Are you sure you weren't
Pentagram?
possessed? Are you
No,
possessed?
pentagrams are the stupid shit that him draws. Pentacles are the five-pointed stars Wiccans use.
Yeah, so you're fucking doing Satan
Oh.
witchcraft. We gotta burn
okay.
you.
It
That's
had nothing
the
to do with
issue.
Satan. It had nothing to do with
Yeah,
Satan.
that's what they
I
tried to
should've known
say in
that.
Salem. That's what they tried. Gotta burn these bitches.
Do you realize that a bunch of people there were burned against their will, against their freedoms, for accusations and false persecutions?
True
Something that you're
accusations
terrified of happening to you for
True.
being a fucking Nazi. Yet when they happen to fucking women, you seem to get super excited like a Nazi.
Where's the joke, didn't you? It's not
It
your
wasn't
fault.
that funny.
It's okay. Not every joke has to be a banger.
I mean, with you it does. You got a lot of catching up to do.
Well, no, I just said not every joke has to be a banger. And then
Banger, I don't know her.
you said
I said banger, I
Well,
don't
you.
know her. It is interesting. I don't know her.
at least you know you can fall flat too. It's okay.
I said that because I knew it would fall flat.
Respect.
My God.
That's what I said. Not every single one is a banger.
Except for me, when I do anti-humor, I mean it.
Wow.
Wow.
No, it's just like we didn't really have this dead air like this when it was just me, Saba, Canicle Moore, and Avius. And then
Neat.
It got on and it derailed.
Fuck.
I'm pretty sure one of us is always getting cussed out.
True.
I mean, I think I dominated towards the latter half.
It's because we fell off the socialism debate.
I think it's because I repeatedly said "oi" over and over again.
Yes.
The oi, nah, shit like that does truly dominate. Bro, I just
that's what I
was about to say
realized
3
very
words,
quickly, like
and then he
5 times of
dominated me.
saying "oi," I was like, "Shit, they're gonna start blending together." So I had to start going like "oi, oi, 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 oi," and like really trying to get it from like deep down. So now I understand why they do it.
Alright, we got any show? We got any
Kinkle,
TV show
check out this
recommendations?
band called Atomic Symphony. This
Yeah.
this lady has the best pipes. Now I don't want to spoil my singing voice before the reveal, but I may be able to sing like her, like in step, like her voice. Like I can
All right, hold
basically
on.
mimic her voice one for
Before
one.
we do this, 'cause I'm gonna get out of here. I need TV show recommendations. I need something to watch.
Go away, Closet Chaser.
Succession.
Slayer.
Demon Slayer's good.
No anime.
If,
Oh,
if
One
I
Piece.
if I
Anime
did
right now.
enjoy a show enough, I would never tell you about it, Jack.
Watch One
Because I
Piece.
would not want you to
Now I'm
enjoy.
lowering Ninetales
your life.
volume.
Uh,
I actually want answers.
Jack, unironically watch the Netflix live action One Piece.
Is it actually good?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Breaking
Dope.
Bad.
I watched that already.
Did you watch Better Call Saul?
Have you watched
I know
Breaking
all
Bad
of it.
twice?
Is it like worth finishing?
Yeah, I liked it.
Alright, but I might do that. Because that sounds more appealing to me than the One Piece live action.
You should do both.
Have you seen Everything
Yeah,
Everywhere?
like,
All at
I'll
Once?
get to the One Piece live action.
Have you seen? the
Have you
movie
seen
Everything
Everything
like-
Everywhere All at Once?
The movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, I thought like, I was like, is there a show? I got like
No.
interested for a second.
Yeah. Great movie. What else is really good? Ooh, have you seen Beef?
Or even better yet, The Bear.
The Bear.
Have you seen The Bear?
The Bear or Beef?
Honestly, I'd recommend
What
The
is
Bear.
Beef? I've seen stuff for this.
Beef
Bear's in
is it's a Netflix show about a
Is it in New York?
it's
Worth watching? Worth?
yeah, it's really good. It's where this guy is in a parking lot. He's like in a Home Depot parking lot, and this
Is it in New York?
this woman, I don't know. This woman fucking like blocks his car and he honks at her. Or no, he starts to back up and she slams on her brakes and then she honks at him and then flips him off and he chases her and it's like this whole big thing and then they have this like
war starts?
ongoing it's crazy. It's really
Oh,
funny.
shit. That actually sounds funny.
Yeah.
So, this
I
is a
imagine that
drama.
happening.
Now, my chance to explain. So, The Bear is a drama, but it has the most New York people. Now, anyone who's seen this, shut the fuck up.
I haven't seen it.
The most New York people, and it follows this guy. He's like a master chef, but like he ends up inheriting like this kind of like dive from his, not a dive, but it's like a pizza type joint that sells all sorts of things from his brother. The kitchen crew has like all sort of bad chemistry and stuff like that, and like basically it is one of the most intense like scene to scene shows I've ever seen that can happen in a kitchen.
Isn't it based in Chicago?
I told you to shut up.
I
There
don't
was
know.
a joke. There was a joke. I was confusing him with Chicagoans to piss him off. You
Oh.
bastard.
I didn't know that's what I did. I haven't seen it. I didn't know that's what you were doing. I thought
Nah, I'm not
My
that
bad.
committed to New York like that.
I just
New
so
Yorkers, we
I
just
can-
are
I
like
can
so
let
much
you
better.
continue
We
along
know
Chicago
lines.
and New York people are
So-
very similar, though. I will say.
No,
So, like,
we
to
are.
Tiffany,
We
I'll do
definitely
like the
are.
"Hey, I'm walking here" thing to Tiffany, or even better yet,
Wait, are we really?
people will ask like, "Where
No,
your
no
where's your
way.
accent from?"
Yeah,
and I'll
we
be
don't
like,
say that.
"It's from Chicago,"
like
and I'll
each
speak
other.
over her. And I'll just keep on saying it's from Chicago. She'll be like, "No, Ninetales, shut up!" And I'm like, "It's from Chicago." 'Cause
Yeah.
this bothers her so much.
I don't know.
That sounds like a female thing. I
Go
don't
eat
know,
your
like a lot
fucking
of
deep dish.
It's a Joyzy
lot-
thing, actually.
bro, Jersey people are fucking.
She's not
I
Jersey.
don't
Her
fucks with
accent
no
is not
Jersey
Jersey.
people.
She's from Boston.
Nah, they're different. They're very different in Jersey.
Not as weird as you.
Based.
I'm from Staten Island. We're a little different.
You're from hell. You are
Why
a
can't you
walking
be more like
cigarette.
Vinny? Why can't you be like more like Vinny from Vinesauce? He is like one of the.
Bro, I thought you were
coolest-
about to say Vinny from the Jersey Shore. I was
Yeah,
about
I
to
know.
laugh.
I had to bring you back to reality for half a second.
You fucking.
I had to make you stop thinking about naked men for a second.
You don't know. Do you know who Vinny is from the Jersey Shore?
Has he been half naked on the TV show?
Yep.
No, he's from Staten Island.
He has been half naked on a TV show, yes.
Okay, well then I feel vindicated either way.
Well, he might have been actually. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's
Shirt
Jersey
off,
Shore.
it's Jersey Shore. He's had his shirt
I mean,
off many
listen,
times. I don't
I'm not
watch
really
that
Jersey
stupid
Shore.
fucking show.
Yeah.
I'm
but
just saying.
I'm not-
I'm just saying back.
Wait,
if you could be
Ninetales, do you like
chill-
reality TV?
If you could be chill like the Vinny that I said, you definitely have a lot more people. Like you'd probably actually
Well,
develop
his
an
name is
audience.
Vinny. No one wants to be Vinny. So, do you watch reality TV?
Have you seen The Sopranos?
Yes.
I don't believe you. Prove to me.
No,
that you've
Sopranos is
seen
good
Sopranos.
TV. I watched
Well-
that in like 2 weeks.
Sing the opening song for me.
Woke up this morning, got
No, that's wrong.
yourself a
Lyrics wrong.
gun. No,
Lyrics wrong.
I'm
That's
right. That's the
not
fucking
right.
opening credit scene. You fuck.
He sung it wrong. He sung it wrong. No.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I fucking love that fucking show.
My piano doesn't come through very easily through like the
We hear
automatic way.
We hear it a little.
Right,
Give me the
but I
fucking
can't-
give me the Sopranos intro. Come on.
But like, see, like, it doesn't trigger the automatic
Cuts,
way.
it cuts out a little.
Yeah.
It'd be like
I somehow have to like keep talking.
Get me
I'm
closer to the
I
speaker.
can't
Put the
play
mic near the
instruments.
speaker.
Not yet.
Blow us out. Give us a concert. Play me out.
No, it's the voice recognition, not
Play the
counting
Nazi out.
the piano noise as a voice. I'd have to switch it to like the ooh ahs, and then it just wouldn't sound like it. Also, I'm pretty sure the piano that's used is like an old timey piano noise, which I don't have on here, so I wouldn't even be able to make the piano riff on there sound like it did on the song.
Sounds like you were playing the song Jump.
By the way, the song is called "Woke Up This Morning." It's by a band called A1. In case anyone's curious, it's a nice song to have in your playlist.
Hold on. You might actually be incorrect. Not gonna lie.
I mean, that's this was like 10, 15 years ago that I downloaded on LimeWire after looking it up. Pretty sure it's a band called A1.
Hold on, because I have it on my Apple Music, I think.
LimeWire is a terrible source for who made what song, so I
Yeah.
don't care if I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, you're good.
LimeWire sucks lots of balls.
All right, well, I'm going to sleep.
Hold on. Do we have an FBI
Good
open
night.
up?
Yeah.
I do be having to go to bed in a minute as well. I have to wake up for a dentist appointment.
Yeah. So, I'm heading out now. It was nice
Damn,
talking to you
Sabo.
all.
Yeah.
Fucking
Tom is
weak-willed.
out streaming you, Cankles.
I'm heading out
Huh?
too.
Yeah.
Tom is going to outstream you.
Tom's
like-
gonna outstream me?
Yeah.
Should I go crash
Damn,
Tom?
that sucks. Whatever.
If you raid him, then he has to raid you back.
Hold on. Should I go crash Tom before? Hold on.
I
Let me
might
see.
raid him.
What is he talking about
I
right now?
can't. I can't
At
rate
least
him.
make sure you have something useful to say before you go in there.
Oh, I never, bro. I derail if I want to derail. What the fuck
Then
you
he's
talking
gonna
about?
stop letting you
No.
in. I'm just telling you. He's told me directly that he doesn't want people just hopping in unless they have something useful to say.
Oh. Okay, I'll stay out of there.
No, like,
okay.
but I'm not telling you to stay out of there. I'm just being like, think about what you're gonna say. Listen to the chat for at least 5 minutes.
Yeah,
and
I
make
know.
sure-
I'm not you. Okay.
Right, because
Okay,
the person
I'll
lecturing
ask-
you about this is the person who is beneath you on this.
Okay, I'll ask him a very serious question. Would you rather leave your 12-year-old daughter with Michael Jackson or John Zirko?
Oh, did you watch that debate?
Oh.
Did you watch
Wait,
that
what?
debate?
What debate?
Out.
I didn't watch the debate at all. I actually just made that question up for
Oh.
keep.
So
What
there's
debate?
he did like a debate thing against Maps people, and he did not go strong enough, and he ceded so much ground it hurt.
Oh, I watched that the other day.
Oh,
I remember.
oh yeah, with Tom Ford.
I talked to him
yeah.
about that on stream. I didn't really like get into it because I don't fucking.
And that was
he
a
told me he was
time
against pedophiles and that he
that
kinda
was
was
yeah,
forced
and I
into
believe he
fucking
is.
concessions.
I believe he is. I just believe like he wasn't expecting half of that rhetoric, and when you don't,
Yeah, that's what
when you're
happens.
not ready for it, then you just let too much slide. That's why you prep. And so, at the time though, like this was probably like my second year of streaming when he had that debate, and I was also involved with. Okay, so he was involved with something called Politically Revoked, which I was even more closely involved with at the time because I was talking directly with Brittany, unfortunately, who is an actual Nazi.
Brittany who?
Politically Provoked Brittany.
Oh,
The
I don't know her.
blonde
Yeah.
bimbo bitch.
Yeah.
Do you not know? I don't know her last name, and I don't care.
Not Brittany
Um,
Venti, right?
I don't know.
No.
Okay. I didn't
No,
think
Wait,
it's
so.
not her.
she's
It's
a
not her.
Nazi? I don't
No.
even know who this is.
No.
Wait, the bitch who hosts
Anyways, let me
debates?
fucking finish.
Well, no, you
So,
can't just
I
say
will-
someone's a Nazi. How is this
I
person
really
a Nazi?
held it against
I'll
him
link
because
her.
I was like, how
I'll
can you
link her.
like you're honestly like letting these far right people who are like pedojacketing everybody like get away with so much by letting these people claim to be like on the same side as the left, and by you seeming agreeable to their points.
What are you talking about? You're talking about
I'm
Tom?
gonna link her in the chat.
Yeah.
He was debating her? She was on the map side?
No, she ran Politically Provoked. Holy shit.
Then why'd you call her a Nazi? How'd that
Because
contribute
she
to the
ran
story?
Politically Provoked.
But how's that contribute to the story at all? How does it not just derail the story?
I was just all I was saying is I wish I had never talked to her. I wish
And
I
how do you know she's a Nazi?
because I've
Those are
talked to
the
her.
things She says.
What'd she say? I'm interested.
I don't
Like
know.
when there's
you have
when
to-
someone gets
JQ
called a
shit.
Nazi.
Jewish question shit, dude. Like
Really?
literal like JQing
No, I'm
hard.
just asking. Why can't I ask a question without you going fucking schizo mode? Just fucking answer the question.
Because you like acting. Like when
No,
I
I'm not
say like, this
acting. I don't even
person
know who
was
the
an
person
actual
is.
Nazi,
I just
you
seen
get
this bitch moderate a
super
debate.
Defensive. You don't need to be so defensive.
Well, no, I'm defensive because in the same way that you people don't like when someone calls you subhuman, it's kind of a way to dehumanize someone when you start calling them a Nazi.
I honestly haven't noticed.
No, but my point is that it's just a matter of, like, you don't want to dehumanize people. That's why you don't do that to people.
I like to dehumanize you, Jack.
Yeah, you're our favorite little pet.
Based, Jack build, Jack off build.
Yeah,
Jerk
actually,
off.
we can never ban Jack because he's our pet. And if we have to ban him, it's because we aren't disciplining him hard enough.
Our little retard, our little retard.
Oh no!
Go overdose on fucking hormone blockers or whatever the fuck you do, please.
Oh, I wish I could.
I know you're trying.
I would feel so fun.
I wish.
It would be like the best last 12 hours of my life, or 24 hours, or a week. I don't know what time scale an
Mark
overdose
Ankle.
would happen in because it's probably never happened.
If they can't hear it, then we can't get banned for it.
Jack, go overdose on your own cum.
Based?
What? Okay, well, now we know you're gay, Jack. Now we know you're gay.
Got
Okay,
him.
self-gay.
Got him.
No, he's
fucking-
only
you're
gay. Yeah, he's only gay
autoerotic.
for his own cum. Okay.
You're fucking autosexual.
Yeah, for myself. Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
before I
We
realized
talked
I was
about
a
this,
woman.
Cankle.
It's like before I realized I was a woman, and I was like, I like dicks, but guys, there's too much guy there for me as a guy. And then I became woman. It was suddenly like now I like the dick, and there's not too much guy there. He's just as
Oh
much
my
guy as I
God.
need. Jack will figure it out.
There you go.
Bye.
Jack
you
just
knew.
needs a good man to show him the way.
I'm just gonna say, Jack, if you wait until you're 40, you're gonna be living a life of regrets. Just get it over with. Get the scary part over with. Embrace this new you.
Proving my point, trying to convert people. That's all I gotta say. Goodbye, girl.
Are you easily converted?
No.
Are you gullible?
Yes, he is gullible.
Yeah, proving my point.
Jack
Yes,
is
you are.
scared
Yes,
that he's
you are.
going to get trans.
You are Jack. You are easily-
Mantis.
You showed up
Hello,
a little
Mantis.
late. And quiet.
Mantis can't speak.
Suspiciously quiet.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
now.
Yes,
Do I sound like shit? I'm on my phone in my car.
Yes.
a little bit.
I mean, it's just a Kiwi. No, sorry, I can't do it.
Oh my
Anyways, how are
God.
you?
What are you guys doing?
Hanging
Slaying Jack.
Vibing.
and gang banging.
I was drinking Jack's blood live on stream.
Is
Yeah,
Jack in here?
delicious. Yes, he was.
You literally came in just as he left. Like,
Yeah.
not even lying. Like, you couldn't have come in, like, sooner.
You've been
That's
missing
so
nuke after
annoying.
nuke.
Damn
Honestly,
it.
like, it was a big nuke.
Oh, there he is.
Back. Hold
Oh,
on.
he's
The
back.
Kiwi came. Nah, the Kiwi
Holy
came. I
shit.
couldn't miss this.
What's up,
Can't go get
dude?
some
Where have you
caffeine.
been all day? What are you doing?
I was
You
just
fucking-
finished Tai Chi. I was doing my Tai Chi thing, dude.
It's like fucking
Oh,
Beetlejuice. We said
Tai
his name
Chi.
too many times.
I kind of want to do that.
Yeah, you
Honestly,
did.
like, when you go through,
Nah, I
when
just
you go
wanted to
through
say hi to
transition, your
Mantis.
body changes so much. I could really use
Yeah.
some yoga and Tai Chi.
Goodness.
If I put my camera on, you can't really see shit. I'm in the car
Hello.
driving.
You look,
Ow.
you look very professional.
Yeah, bro. You gotta get
Yeah,
pro
I'm like-
mode to go Tai Chi mode.
Oh right, yeah, because my grandma did Tai Chi, and
It's all
I
feng
never
shuied out.
thought about it, but
I,
I guess all the women did have their hair up. It's just not something you'd want to do with long hair.
Yeah, I'm technically not meant to show my test either, but he doesn't care that much.
Oh,
Nice.
there you go.
Yeah.
All right, Mantis. I'm throwing this offer out one time because you're kind of based.
Don't
you wanna,
do it.
I'll,
No.
I'll give you.
No,
You get
don't
the
do
green
it.
card, and you get to come to America. But you gotta do it with
What?
me.
Don't
You're
do
gonna
it.
He just proposed.
Oh, you're proposing to me? That's the second person on streams that has proposed to me.
I've
Really?
heard
Great.
Fucking simps.
yeah, see, Jack, you got to get through Gray
Disgusting
Pill first.
simps.
You got to take down Gray Pill before
No,
you start
this-
like.
No, this
offering
is the new
counter
pill, guys. Not passport
The
bro
simp
pill.
pill.
No, I'm the new
just,
pill.
You just go
I'm
on
the new
Discord
pill.
and
I'm
be
the
like,
dark
I'll give you a green
pill.
card. Come to America.
You know what?
You don't even have
Go
to
for
travel. You don't
You
even
know
have
what?
to pay for the flight.
Do it.
Actually, I'm the new
Holy
pill.
shit, based.
Anyone who calls themselves a pill is kind of like, it's a turn off
Put
immediately.
me in your mouth.
There, the green card is so
Also based.
attractive.
Put me in your mouth.
Oh my God.
So your green card pilled.
Yeah, based in green card pilled. Based in legal immigration pilled.
You know what? It's the only time you've been in favor of legal immigration, so I'll fucking take it.
Yeah, bro. That's how my fucking grandma got chain migrated in.
Oh,
You know what? Fair.
He's increasingly in favor of immigration the whiter the person gets.
All right, Jack.
Basically.
How would you like
How'd you
a
know,
government-
Ninetales?
Hang on. How would you like a government mandated dating app that will match you from women from other countries so you can get them green
Hold on.
cards?
Nah, Avis, you're a person who thinks like me. This is what that just told me. Kankle, I gotta tell him about my ugly person dating site.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
That's not
Alright.
the same thing.
It
Well,
might
no.
be. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow.
That's fucking racist.
Oh, no.
You just
I'm
want-
joking.
Ankles, you
could
just
be.
top sex racism, and I like that's saying so much.
I know. It's a bad joke.
So you know how it's like when you go on Tinder, right? You know, you could like put in an age. Maybe some of them allow you to put like a race you're interested in. So fuck all of those. We don't need those filters because the reality is we need to get all of these ugly people together so they stop going to bars and doing all these stupid things and taking the good-looking people who are like socially inept. And
Why don't
we
we
need
just
those
have an
people to just
ugly
hook up
bar?
on.
Why not just have an ugly bar? Like we'll just call it Uglies.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-mm.
Or
Because that
Okay,
place-
no, I have a
Gertrude.
solution to
They'll get sued.
pedophilia.
They'll get
Call it
sued.
I have a
Gertrude.
solution to
Hang on, hang
pedophilia.
on.
What you
I-
do is you make an app so that way pedophiles can get directions to wherever they want to go, right? But it actually just points them all off a cliff.
Hang on.
That's
on.
just
I-
Apple Maps.
I have some realistic questions for the ugly dating app. Number one, how would people be selected? Do you
Alright,
have
I
to have
got
a
you.
moderation team that has to
could.
like watch every person?
We could, but you know what I think might be even better? You could only get on the site by recommendation.
I think you need.
Oh,
I think
okay.
Jack needs an app for dating for only small penises.
based.
Well,
and-
hang on. No, it could be the same app.
Yeah,
A lot of guys
literally.
with small dicks are ugly.
He's
Exactly.
looking for small dicks. It's not for
Yeah,
him.
he's
it's
looking
like,
for them.
This,
Maybe
I'm
we can
building
have a
my own
special selection.
demographic. You fuck.
No,
We
he,
could have a
okay,
special
so Jack's a
selection
little
for the
nervous
small
about his first time, and he just wants to start small. It's very normal.
So now, no. What you do is, for example, and what made me what brought this idea back from the dead, because I came up with this
Yeah,
years ago.
since I mentioned of his first time, he's like smiling. He's all like bubbly and giggly.
Yeah,
Wait, what'd you say?
You read it?
Wait, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I'm just saying, you became like a little, like, you became like a horny little schoolgirl who's like getting all bubbly and giggly because she's thinking about like, oh my god, my first time. Oh my god.
Oh,
Well,
no.
I saw it. I saw the little glint
I
in
didn't
your
even hear
eyes
you.
there.
I mean, I had a good first round,
I
but
think you heard me. You heard me, Jack.
Mine sure wasn't.
wait. What, really?
Yeah, mine sucked. It was in the back of my Ford Focus. I was stoned off my ass.
well, no,
and
no, no,
way
it was
too
good
high.
for me.
It's like
I have the
uncomfortably high.
Kinkle, it was good for me. It wasn't good for the other person.
What did you
You
do?
dick. You fucking asshole.
It was like 20 seconds.
Oh.
You know how to,
fucking
Jack.
douche.
You really know how to make women's uteruses just like shrivel up.
That's normal. It's not normal.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
But
But
you don't brag about
Normal for
it.
Jack.
of course you do. It's epic.
Yeah, normal
I
for
saved
Jack.
energy.
Oh man, she hated it.
Epic 2 pump
Yeah.
chump.
I'm
I don't
sick.
even
Say
hate
that.
I, see,
Bro, I didn't
it's
even-
Truck nuts.
what?
I literally didn't finish my first time.
Really?
It took me a
Yeah,
half an
I
hour
did.
my first time.
See, for me, I
Yeah,
didn't
same.
know.
I just gave up. I literally faked it. I was
For
just
me, I
like,
didn't
yeah,
know.
you faked it. It was
Faked it?
great.
What?
Yeah, literally.
What?
We were both virgins, and I faked it. And yeah,
Okay, no, I can agree because my
That's
first
crazy.
time, I like she was very.
I was a
loose.
little bit of
No,
a. She knew what she was doing, if you know
Y'all
what I
got your
mean.
stories. Y'all got your stories. First time, she was very loose. She like already had a kid.
Oh my. What the
Next
fuck?
time, the next time was with a virgin, and she was so tight that like I it was very hard to finish. Like the tightness was too
I've
much.
had that. Yeah, that happens.
Huh.
mine it was a very
I hate,
uncomfortable
like, I hate having sex
situation.
with virgins. They don't know what they're doing. It hurts them more than it
It
needs
feels like
to.
too much burden.
Such an uncomfortable situation.
It can't be like guys who always say they want virgins. I don't get it because
No,
like
it's a lie.
my first
Yeah,
first
I
time was
don't
like
either.
it was like just put the tip in, broke the hymen, like it hurt, and then I was like, all right, can we stop and do this another time when I like regroup? And
When
that
I
was
like,
it.
get my shit together, like when
Your
I
dick was
mixed
too
in
big?
there.
Man,
Okay,
does
by
your
the way,
dick was too big?
I don't even
Can't
have a
hold door
hymen, and
open.
I've had to do that
Okay.
before, and it's just like, it feels like shit having to do that to the guy. And you always like hate yourself. You're like, oh my god, why can't I just do it? And it's like,
Yeah.
well,
Nah,
you
like
fucking
nothing.
hurt.
Like I can't even lie. Like the most rage-filled moments in my life, and it's like you can't, and it's like a fucking shitty moment for a guy because you can't really show it because it's like it's
Sure.
a virgin, so it's
Man,
like
it's-
you're
it's
like
Mantis
you're like
to
about
finish.
to, and then it's like nah, like I can't. You're like
I don't want Mantis to crash because she's trying to like get her point in.
No, I'm
Oh, you
not
can.
using TikTok.
I just felt
hearing it
bad.
healthy.
I cut you off, and it's a lot harder for you to speak. So tell me to shut up if I speak over you.
No, it's fine. It's like I have nothing else to add. Like the first time's pretty meh, and then I
just
don't
want more
reckon it's like
details.
second,
No.
third, or fourth time at all.
bro, I had a pro, so like I
Yeah,
don't
by the
know.
third time I
She
had
did
sex,
me good.
it was literally just a stoner, and we like would smoke like. Do you guys know what a lung is? Like
A lung?
if you smoke lungs. Do you
Uh,
guys know
They
what
call
a
them
gravity
like a
bong is?
cigarette. Oh,
You guys, the gravity bongs, you know, where you take
Yeah,
like
oh
a
yeah,
two-liter-
okay, yeah.
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 Well, imagine this,
It's
but
the
with a
first
bag. Lungs are just with a bag. So we would take like 2 or 3 of those,
A
we
weed
would-
volcano.
and then we would then we'd have sex and then watch SpongeBob because for some reason that entire week that we did that, and I mean a week straight, there was just a SpongeBob marathon,
It'd be like that.
and we did that for a week straight, and that's when I realized, you know, sex is great and all. It's not fun for a week.
No,
Really?
You,
it
Well, okay.
depends.
You're out of your mind.
It
So,
really
okay,
depends
this-
on the person.
so let me explain.
Yeah, that's
if,
true, I
If I
guess.
could have been naked,
Yeah.
because this was actually her place, that would have been fine. But this was actually, it was very weird. There were people who would come in and out, like her parents and her brother,
Oh,
but they
yeah,
always
that's
went
not
to
nice.
their own rooms. But we were in the living room.
Oh, that's yeah. See, like that's different. That's different.
No, but hear me out. Hear me out, right? So she always knew when they'd be coming and going. It's just we couldn't hang out there naked.
Yeah,
Like, that was the key.
you were coming and going.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was. No, I wasn't
And so
going.
was
no, I
she.
didn't go for an entire week. So
I don't know. My first time was fucking traumatizing.
I
was
was
just saying,
in a
like, if I could've,
cemetery
like, changed my
in my
clothes
truck,
more
in
and
my
stuff,
car.
that would've been better.
You were in a fucking
I
cemetery.
was in a cemetery behind a church.
Also, I think
What
her
the
weed was
fuck?
laced with PCP.
The first time is best when you are with someone who knows what they're doing. Like, if it's two virgins getting together trying to bang, it's like gonna be pretty shit.
That's true unless you're sloppy seconds and they're just like, just get it over with, just get inside
Bro,
me.
low
Yeah,
key,
yeah, it's so
I
fun.
wish, low key, I wish that's how my first time was. I just
Sloppy
that would have been
seconds.
so much more interesting. Like
Okay.
just like two virgins.
Yeah,
I had to
Stop.
sneak into the fucking basement. She told me her dad could be home at 3:30. I got there at 2:40. I then going down into the basement where she told me to meet her. It's dirty as fuck, and they're playing Impractical Jokers on the TV. So then they like get in doggy position and tell me to just start doing it. So then I like start doing it, and they're enjoying it, and they told me that they finished, but the thing that made me really want to stop was the fact that there was two dogs that kept trying to bother me while I was doing it, and one of the dogs came up behind me and licked my ass, and that was the point where I had to stop.
You
After
got
I
a
got licked.
rimmer from a dog?
It didn't like
Jeez.
lick inside my ass, but like licked my ass cheek, and as soon as that happened, yeah,
You cried.
I was not motivated after that point.
Okay, now I get it. Now I know why you couldn't finish.
So have any of you any of you ever been like, you know, doing it and then her dad shows up and then you're just stuck in there all fucking night?
I've had a experience where the dad walked in when I was doing it with the daughter.
No,
and
I mean,
then
like,
we had
I
to
was-
sit on the couch all night.
So I was legit, like, I couldn't even go to the bathroom. Trapped in this girl's bedroom from roughly 7 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Jesus.
That sucks. Big time.
And it was literally gonna be the thing, like, so it was like after school, right? We're gonna do it super fast. He wasn't home till 5. Well, of course he shows up early. And so I was supposed to be home to my foster home that night. And they had no reason to expect me not to come home. So they called the cops. I got late, but I also had to talk to the cops.
Sick.
Face and tell the police what happened.
No, I didn't. No, fuck no. I was just
I got
like,
some ass,
yeah,
officer.
I was mad at my foster
I
parents.
had
What do you expect?
had some things to do, officer.
No, to be fair, like me hooking up with this chick was totally because I was
Put
mad at my
this bitch
foster
under
parents.
arrest.
I was mad at my foster parents, and like the thing I would do would be like, if I was mad at my foster parents and I had a girlfriend, I'd be like, okay, let's go. Where are we gonna get this done? I guess the chicks I was with was really into that. They're like, oh,
See-
he needs to get it out.
See,
And I was
Staten
like,
Island
yeah.
was different. Like,
You used the trauma to get
I'm sure you
laid.
had a totally normal experience, Jack the Nazi.
nah, what's it called? Like, yeah, like I don't know. Parents were much more open because it's New York, so
You
it's
know
like
what? Jack
moms-
probably
I don't
did
want
have
to
a
know.
normal time.
I don't want to know how
probably
open
had
your
a
parents
way-
were.
My parents,
No, it's-
I didn't know, but like I had like other girls like parents, like fucking driving me to get condoms. It was crazy, bro.
What?
Oh
Like,
yeah, no, legit. Like I've gone
What
to like
the
a girl's
fuck?
house and we
Avis,
didn't
like,
even have sex. And like, so I was like, I guess I should go now. And the mom's driving me back, right? It's like, by the way, I thought you two were gonna have sex. All you did was just sit on the computer and game with her the whole time. It's like,
See-
oh, we weren't planning on that. It's like, oh, I thought you were asking me to drive you to the store for condoms. It's like, no,
What?
I'm just going home. I just need to catch the bus.
That's so weird. Yeah, see, for me, it was like we straight up went up the stairs and we're like, hey, we ran out. And then they were like, well, not they, the dad did, wasn't like that. The mom was. And it was like, all right, like, let's go get in the car.
Thank
It's
God,
crazy.
God
you used
damn.
thank God you use condoms, man. We don't need more of you.
Well, no, now I practice abstinence because that's
Now-
the best.
You-
Now
you
I practice
practice it.
abstinence.
He's got his
I could
technique.
never do that.
He's got his special techniques he
Yes,
practices.
Mantis.
How do you practice it exactly? Like,
You don't.
like
have
do you
I mean, I
practice
do
for like
too, but
50
that's
minutes a
just-
day, 20 minutes a day?
He
How-
makes
how
sure
much
to
time-
watch anime once a day, and that keeps him a virgin.
True.
A born again virgin.
It's that
True.
Born
that
again,
re-virginized
born again
me.
conservative
Isn't-
virgin.
Isn't that what it's called? Like re-virginizing or some shit like that?
There you go.
Kinda.
It's something like that. Hold on, I gotta look this
Jack's
up.
trying to take it back right now.
Re-virginization? Yes, it's a thing. I'm not retarded.
So basically, what Jack is saying is he doesn't get laid.
No, I say I actively don't try. Like I've
Nope.
had girls.
Shit,
like,
that's what
try.
they all say.
Oh, no, Ace. I was in Miami.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
hang
hold
on,
on.
bro. The best ones don't even have to try.
I agreed. That's why I turn girls down.
Massive.
Sure, sure, bro.
Wait,
That's what I was
so
gonna
if
say
someone
before you cut
off-
me off.
if
Didn't
someone
you just hit
offered
on
it to you-
Mantis? Wait, you were just
Yeah, I
trying
was
to get
joking.
Mantis. You're like, oh, Mantis,
What?
come to the U.S.
Hang on,
I'll give
hang
you
on.
the
You were saying your passport, bro. Wait a minute. What?
I'll give you the Charlie Kirk
Wait,
treatment.
no.
Holy shit.
Green card
Mantis, we're
tilt.
dealing
I'm
with
sorry.
full-on retards. Yeah.
You
I
said-
mean, obviously
said-
I'm fucking around. I can't fucking just. It's
Sure.
a kiwi.
Yeah,
I-
sure.
literally,
You're always
earlier,
you're always
I like
joking
America.
around
You're
after
using
you get
Destiny
rejected.
strategy. We all know what you're doing
Oh
here.
my god.
Every guy's
I'm
only
getting
joking.
finessed. I'm
Oh,
being
we made-
gaslit
you
into
made-
positions
Sorry,
I don't
Mantis.
even believe.
Exactly. That's what I do. I'm a leftist. I'll
made
gaslight you into
Mantis not
believing
feel
what I
awkward.
think you
Based,
believe.
based,
No,
and
no,
time to
no,
accept it,
I'm
pills.
at my house now. I want to go inside. I'm just going inside.
You can trust us. We need to let us see your house.
Yeah, you could keep.
Also,
it in
the
your
street
mouth.
sign and the number, if you feel like it.
Don't trust Jack.
Girl,
Don't listen to him.
Especially not Jack.
Mwah.
For some reason, like Jack is like I've said some positive things about Jack, like you look like you're bi, but also like he's definitely the person who I would expect to be like staring outside my apartment windows, like trying to like wait for me to come do it.
You know what? I'm feeling the Jack and Ninetales relationship.
It's
I'm starting to
emerging.
feel it.
It's happening.
No,
I can't
this
deal
is
with
this is this
Canadians.
is something called unhealthy abusive relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Toxic-
it's like
toxic
Harry and Draco
relationship.
Malfoy.
People love that, don't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Nah.
Enemies
Only
to lovers.
only
it's a good
abused
old
women
classic.
love that. Or else, why would they be abused women?
Hey,
Wait, what?
leave us alone. Leave
Hey,
us
sometimes
alone.
we need a little abuse.
That
Jack, it
is
doesn't really
probably
land.
what Jack would say.
Why is not
Land for me
red-
because he's
red
like
blood,
always doing
Jason.
like the you think you're a woman thing, and now he's he's calling himself a woman. So it's just,
That's
why?
like the joke.
He is a bitch. So,
That's the joke.
all.
Fucking brain-
'Cause you haven't
Oh,
done any
my
of the hard
knees.
work. So.
Oh, man, it's so late.
Your knees
So I
hurt.
took my
late is
hormones last night, and then I woke up to the sounds of animal abuse, and I was like screaming at my fucking neighbor. And I
Actually,
screamed
Fuck,
at the
just call
cops for not doing anything. No, the 911 dispatcher's like, "Oh, we don't respond to that." And I was like, "You're telling me right now that if the guy was beating his dog in the street, you'd all just drive by?" And then I talked to an actual officer about it, and he's like, "No, we would not have driven by. We do respond to animal abuse calls, especially if they're active and ongoing."
Yeah.
So that dispatcher was a fucking liar.
Yeah, my sister's responded to a few of those.
And this has been a 6-month problem of me hearing this in this building. It's really
Oh, I could never.
Hang on.
I would get
Can I
violent.
establish something
yeah. I'm
right now?
starting to have final solution fantasies. To be honest, like I don't
Oh
care.
my god.
And, nah,
Yikes.
for me,
Jesus
me,
Christ.
nah, that's
I just meant on my neighbor chill, just on
Nah,
just on
she's
animal
right.
abusers
I
She's
don't
right.
like any final
in the meat
solution.
industry.
See, I won't even misgender you here. You'll get called she and everything because you're right here. Bro. Kill
But normally he
fucking
would.
animal
No,
abusers.
stop.
Hello.
Normally he would.
Okay,
You-
alright.
My replacement.
Fuck.
Because I'm probably going.
I don't think final solutions are the final
I
solution.
just meant for my singular
Well,
neighbor.
for animal abusers, it is.
Okay, yeah,
Animal
they're-
abusers
they're-
and pedophiles.
They're a little fucked. Maybe the pedophile one.
I feel sorry for
I'm more willing
pedophiles.
to listen to that.
Nah, the death for an animal abuser should be way slower.
So here's the thing. like you all cringed at my final solution thing. That was just me being colorful with my way of saying I do have fantasies of killing this person because of what he does to animals. But that's
course you
because
do.
I'm being forced to listen to
'Cause
it
you're
as
human.
a agoraphobic person who does not feel like I can leave my place when I want to. So,
Yeah.
I made a joke earlier though, and now I'm offended that like you guys really heard that one, but my fucking awesome one about making an app that gives directions to pedophiles wherever they want to go, but no matter where they want to
It
go,
was
points them
good. It
off
just
the
wasn't
cliff.
like it wasn't
It
that
didn't
good.
land.
Yeah. Like
Just
we
didn't
could all
land.
resonate way more with like
Final solution
just actually
shit.
yeah, like final
Yeah.
solution thing.
We
like
all
a
resonate with the
pedophile,
final solution.
like on a pedophile or like animal abusers. Like it just clicks.
You're more
you know?
uncomfortable with violence against pedophiles than an animal abuser.
No,
Exactly.
No, we're more comfortable
Weird
with the
camp.
idea
Fuck 'em
of
up.
direct violence. But like
Actual
when you
weird
go
camp.
like directions off a cliff, we're like, nah, that's not enough.
This
Like
is
you
just
gotta
a
make these
flat-
people suffer.
This is
They're
like
not
a
even
flat-
gonna. They're not even gonna jump. So
That's what I mean.
Look.
Like they're gonna get to the end and we're like, oh, like some of them are gonna get smart. You know
My
what I mean?
response is the final solution to all of this.
Exactly.
My
wish
my
you
solution is a
were
battle
from
royale with all the
my
pedophiles.
Yo,
Every
Hunger
100
Games.
Wait,
pedophiles.
What about
Exactly, Hunger
non-offending
Games.
pedophiles?
What was it?
What about non-offending pedophiles? I mean, don't you feel sorry for them?
Okay, that had to have landed.
Oh no.
That fucking song, I just
Oh,
rickrolled
no.
you all. Go fuck yourselves.
No,
You
no,
rickrolled
no.
us?
I feel a little bit sorry for
Want
them.
to see me again? I will understand.
That's not that. That's not the Rickroll.
I know. I'm rickrolling you with a song about suicide.
Never gonna let you
Because we were
down.
talking.
Never
I
gonna
know.
turn
We were talking
around.
about suicide, and so I sang another meme song.
Guys, I want ice cream.
Same, honestly.
I'm heading off.
I'm gonna.
My
All
friend.
right,
Yeah, same.
loser.
I'm gonna go get ice
My
cream.
friends and
Like
Nine
that.
Tails.
You tried. Try again. Maybe one day they'll take the green card.
Honestly, if I were to do like the OBS virtual camp thing, it would just always be the "you tried" meme for Jack, just on loop.
Truly.
Why is Ankle so fucking?
How come you don't go on camera more?
I have shitty lighting,
hideous.
and I don't want to set up my lighting to be better
Fucking
because it's
gross monster.
currently focused on some project I have.
I think we fucking exhausted Kankle.
I've been playing this game, dude.
Yeah.
He's playing a game.
Ah.
So I'm over here.
I've been playing Sekiro for a while. This game's exhausting me,
Oh.
And showing this thing on fucking stream would only hurt the fucking view count, and there's only like 3 people. So, and they're one of the views. So that's kind of the issue. Like even they won't want to fucking watch themselves.
And just,
So
will you come back after you get ice cream? Because if you're still awake, because I did want to listen to some music with you. Like, if you ever wanted to go like back and forth, like I play a song, or if you want to start, and then the next person plays a song
and then
that's
you
like
play a song,
it
and
has to be at least
And
related.
then you play. Some...
and then they play a song.
We should do that. Not tonight because
then-
I am on the final episode of Succession, and I want ice cream and I want bed. It's like 10 p.m. here, and I'm an old lady.
You know what show you're gonna watch
Fair
next?
enough.
No. Do you have any
Bear.
recommendations?
The Bear.
One Piece live action.
I've already
Stop
seen
it!
it.
No, she asked me, and I'm the only
Oh,
person
really,
here. I'm the main
Ninetales?
character.
Oh, really?
I'm the fucking main character.
This is my stream and my server.
Uh-oh.
I'm the main
Your
character.
stream wouldn't be interesting if it
bitch.
weren't for me.
Dude, I've already seen it. I watched them.
The Bear?
2 seasons.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, great show.
It's so good. It's fucking epic. It's so good.
I learned the science of cooking because of the dessert chef in that.
Oh,
really
how
got-
good was he? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it really got me to
actually think
learn that.
that was one of the most like intelligent, fast-paced. Okay, episode 6 of season 2 has to be one of the most perfect episodes of any show I've ever
Oh,
seen.
yeah.
Around the dinner table at Christmas. Whoa.
Or even just like the brother is like such like a, how would you put it, like a black sheep,
Mm-hmm.
and you can always tell when things are going to go wrong, but you never like my subversions were like, or my expectations were subverted so many times. Like when he accidentally dosed all those kids with like the sleeping stuff,
Yeah.
and like that's just like oh, I don't care. This is the quietest they've been.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, it's a really good show. Everyone should watch that show.
Like the tension leading up to that, like the reason you don't expect it is because you're right there in that tension, and the tension has gripped you, right? So you can't imagine him just being like, whatever.
That show, yeah, the tension in that entire show was just, and also for my like super high energy like ADD self, that's how I feel a lot of the time. And I was like, this program communicates ADD so well.
Yeah, except you wouldn't want to be ADD working in that kitchen.
Well, I liked when I was working in not the kitchen, but when I was working in fast-paced jobs like that, I really loved it. It was the best because you'd like always multitasking doing like 100 things. But yeah, stressful.
Okay, so I forget what it's called. It might even be rubber band time. I was gonna say relapse time. This has nothing to do with drugs, but it's just with ADD. There's like sometimes people like as soon as they break their focus away, it's hard to like go back. I'm not.
It is.
Okay, so for me, I have high relapse time until I start hyper focusing.
Yep.
That's and so like
pretty much.
So that can be good for situations where like you know exactly what you're doing, and then like some weird stimulus comes like flying across you, and then you can look up, know that you don't need to deal with that, and then look back down. But there are people with ADD. Just I don't know why I need to explain this stuff. Jack asked earlier, and I was like, to be honest, I don't have an answer. But there are people with ADD that like if you start waving a flag around while they're trying to do what they're doing, they won't be able to be like, that doesn't interest me. I'm just gonna ignore that that's happening. Like,
Yeah,
you
you
have to think about the flag.
Yeah, you get distracted. I always I'm pretty good. I don't think I'm super severe or anything, but I'll right now, I know I want to go do something. It'll take me ages to get up and do it, but when I do decide to do it on the way, I'll see something else and I'll do that, and then I'll be like, okay, now I'll do this, and then it'll be like half an hour, which is why I'm like, so I gotta get off Discord, because this is also like another distraction.
Okay.
And then I go and do this, and by the time I actually get to the ice cream that I fucking want, it'll be like an hour and a half.
Okay, well, I was gonna say the only thing I'm like that too, except my sensory information is just with being with having autism. Like with that flag thing, I was thinking about. I was like, well, actually, because it's not like a repetitive noise, and it would almost feel like I could probably feel the flags hitting the air. So then, like that's what would make me unable to focus if I really, probably tried to do that practically. But but like I've also, I have like a weird kind of like I'm super sensitive, but I also have a lot of control over my sensory gating. So my grandparents had this clock, and it was just one of those clocks that all day. Sorry, I can't.
So annoying.
It is, but here's the thing: is I quickly learned how to tune it out so well that I had to try harder to hear it than to tune it out.
Wow, that's good. That's good control.
Like I would try to listen to it, and I couldn't for like a solid 30 seconds the first time I tried. I remember this being like, oh my god, like the clock's not working. And then I looked at it, and it was still going. I was like, no, it's there. And then I it just kind of snapped in. I was like, okay, there it is.
You've just gone, taken it out of your brain.
But there's clearly a part of my brain that was obviously going to that same frequency, being like, nope, don't listen.
Yeah, you filtered it out completely. Because filtering it's hard, so you're like, oh, you don't exist.
I think that's how I can handle loud music, but only if I know the song.
Yeah, I don't like new songs playing like that either. So I'm really sensitive with music and sound a lot more than any other kind of sense. Music is super distracting, super emotive. I get really emotional with music. When I got sober, I couldn't listen to music for about 2 years basically, because every time I did, I'd get really invested in it, and all the emotions would come up, and I'd want to drink.
Oh, maybe
Yeah, I can see that happening.
I wonder if that could help me with quitting cannabis when I'm ready. Because now is not a good time. But when I'm ready.
Yeah, it sucks not having music, but it and then after a while I didn't even want to listen, which was really sad. And then this year I got back into it again, and it's fine now. But some songs, if No, I'm fine now. Some songs like I'll hear and it makes me cry and stuff, but I'm like, whatever. I don't want to
feel
drink.
heavily moved by music, like just deeply moved, unless it starts getting into like poppy stuff, where it's
Same.
repetitive and there's really no soul to it. But my God, like the moment a song has a capacity to make you dance, there's like definitely like a drum inside of me that's beating to it, and it's ready.
Yeah.
I've definitely like I've had a natural sense of beat and rhythm, and I think I've had a little bit of like relative pitch. Because I would always be that kid that's correcting people on, like they would try to sing something and then I'd
You're
be like,
flat.
no. Yeah, or I wouldn't know if they were flat or sharp, right? But I just said that's not right. Not that I like it. Only recently did I actually learn the piano and learn what flat or sharp meant. So it's not like I was any good, but like music, I always heard it very precisely, and it always stuck in my memory if it was big. That's why like not big, if it was good. That's why, like, with repetitive lyrics, like in pop songs, I couldn't handle it. Like, it could drive me insane. Because my memory's trying to store something, but it's just an overwrite every time.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I remember when I was like 8 or something, and there was this, one of our teachers like put on a bunch of different instruments, and it was up to us to guess the instrument. And I remember getting like 10 out of 10. It was like clarinet, oboe, saxophone, piano, but like basic. But I ate, and everyone else was like, "What? I don't know what the fuck any of that stuff is." And I was like, "What? Why?" Well, I've always been super obsessed with music.
I don't know
What a
how
low
common this
loser.
is, but I can usually think of like any sound as like its principal frequencies. So when I hear like a synthesizer tone, I can very quickly hear which tone is modulated into the high frequency or vice versa. You know, and that might be pretty normal, but for me, it's like I can't hear those things as homogenous until like I'm listening to the percussive, and the percussive is telling me how to hear the melody. Because if I listen very closely to the melody, it kind of breaks apart in my brain for me. Like a voice, you know how a voice can resonate from multiple chambers or just one at sometimes. Like I hear that, and then that's what makes me want to sing, because I want to be able to do that too.
Yeah, you should. You should sing. Do you not
I've
sing?
been training. I've
have you?
feminized, right? So it took me a little longer.
Yeah, for sure. That's difficult.
I'm
Wow.
gonna send you. I'm gonna send you a band in case you're curious and want to check it out while you're going to get ice cream. It's Atomic Symphony, and I'm still like. So just in case Cankles listens, is like, oh wow, Mel can sing like this. 90%. So I got to the point. So you know how like you spend, 90% learning the instrument before you actually know how to play it, and then the rest is just getting good at playing it. That's where I'm at with singing like her. In fact, my throat hurts from practicing today. Where I've basically learned all the skills I need. Now it's like actually learning to sing at her level.
Send it to me in the
I am.
DM or whatever.
I'm slowing down so I can talk about myself more.
Okay, I'm gonna go, guys. I want to go do this chill succession thing. Yeah. Okay.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye,
Okay.
guys.
Peace.
Is it offensive if I say night when it's actually day there?
Yes. Super offensive. I'm actually offended for
I
it.
think they said it was 10 a.m. there.
10 p.m.
Our windows were dark.
Yeah, 10 p.m. I don't know why I said a.m.
Okay. Geo, what's it called? GeoGuessr sleuths. Let's figure out what's going on with Mantis's time zone. Which time zone is she specifically?
The Kiwi
New
one.
Zealand, but
Aren't there's got to be at least two.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe.
I demand it.
I think it might just be one because it's pretty like
9. Oh wait, no, I sent you
pretty
the
like
fucking...
I continuously forget which is which. Longitude and latitude, which is which?
So longitude, you remember because it's a circle, and you can draw it around as many times as you want, and that's super
I thought
long.
so.
Okay,
And
so
latitude
New
is lines.
Zealand, all of New Zealand has the same time zone.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty latitudinal.
It's also longitudinal.
Is it?
Is it though? Is it?
Oh, Neo's right.
I'm just gonna disagree with the one time zone thing. Cause source. Oh, an unbiased and reputable, please.
Nah.
Oh yeah, I always forget they're technically a day ahead of us.
Mm-hmm. It's a weird one.
The international dateline. Man, we are gonna get one hell of an El Nino. One hell of a El Nino.
Yes.
Where?
I don't know, man. All we know is that El Nino's coming for us.
Nice. I'm ready.
No, okay, so we're seeing a lot of what are known as Kelvin waves in the El Nino 3.4 region. And what that means is that's going to start blocking the jet stream and leading to our
Nice.
familiar El Nino patterns. They're saying it's either just below or a super El Nino. Or strong, not super strong.
Things like this is why I've been wanting to do a climate change debate.
I'm your, wait, pro or anti side?
Pro climate change.
You're okay. So you believe in it, and you're
Yes,
against it.
I believe climate change is a huge fucking problem that we probably should do something about. Now, I think the way that we are currently trying to deal with climate change is fucking horrible, and I think there's other solutions we could take.
Weren't you just saying that like the reason that these solutions aren't happening because people aren't voting?
What was that? 1 second.
I'm just bringing up old shit. Maybe we're too tired.
Oh no
for
no no
this.
you can say it again. It was just it came out really muffly because I was playing music in the background.
Didn't you say that like? Oh yeah, did I send you that song, Hinklemore? Yes.
Did you? Oh yeah, you did.
Didn't you say that the only reason climate change is such a problem is because people won't vote enough?
Yes, because my take is what we need to do for climate change is we need to start setting regulations. And by regulations, I'm not going to go into specific policies I would recommend right now, but I do believe as a government, there's things we could do to limit our greenhouse gas effect, and that would curb climate change, or at least curb the effects. Now, we would still have to do with the greenhouse gases that are still in the ozone, leading to the effects of climate change. But I believe if we go out and vote for the right people that care about this, we could see change. And we could see change within the next 10 years.
I just, yeah, you're not going to actually address how we exceeded the planetary boundaries we have. You're not going to be able to stop, do anything about runaway effects, and this is definitely only a fractional solution, not a real solution that's going to prevent this from happening again. We already have plenty of regulation on capitalism. It's our lack of ability to respect nature.
But we've already seen China like heavily adopt like battery technology and things like that. So let's say earlier you were talking about like realistically obscure scientific papers that talk about making minerals that we could use to build computers. Well, I'm going to pull from the obscure knowledge that I hope and pray is possible, which would be carbon capture, or at least finding something to do with
I
carbon.
know a lot about carbon
So
capture. So.
let's say we found an economically viable means of storing. Not only is it economically viable to store your carbon, but there's actually an economic benefit to it, and all the US companies adopt it.
Well, shortly after, all the companies in China are going to adopt it because, wait, what the fuck? Are you going to let the US companies make all the money? Hell no. So they're going to adopt the technology as well. But I don't think we're going to get that technology unless we kind of bend the fucking company's arms. That's why I believe, yeah, we do need to vote for politicians that do care about this. Because if you bend a company's arm in the right fucking direction, they're always going to figure out how to make money and they don't care.
So we only need carbon captures to or carbon credits or to capture carbon in technological ways because we're not utilizing the fact that nature already does that for us and returning systems back to biodiverse systems which naturally capture carbon on their own. The reason we're not going to have this is because the amount of land we would need to actually reverse this process would be counter to the overblown
Okay.
scale of industrialism we currently have.
Can I say one thing about the tree thing? Trees are not
didn't say
going to
trees.
solve. Well, okay. Anything in nature is not going to solve the climate crisis.
It will.
The reason why is, yes, you're right. Trees, grass, leaves, everything in nature absorbs carbon from the atmosphere. But the problem is, as soon as the plant dies, it releases all of the carbon back in the atmosphere. It
Not
is
true.
not it's not eating the
you're wrong.
carbon. It's not destroying the carbon.
So
The
what
carbon
you
gets
just described-
re-released in the atmosphere.
So I study ecology. What you've just
There's a
described,
small bit of carbon that gets
It's not
absorbed by the
small.
plant.
It's-
But most of the carbon gets released back into the atmosphere once the plant dies.
wrong. So what we're talking about here is varies greatly temporally and spatially, but we'll focus more on temporally. With something like grasses, yes, they may die, but in a very biodiverse ecosystem, most of those grasses are digested before they can be converted, like through something like fermentation to methane or through other processes to carbon dioxide. And yes, these beetles do breathe things out, but they're also in an environment that acts as a carbon sink. So whatever they breathe out is probably actually going to be captured before it's lost to the atmosphere because gases tend to dwell towards
this-
the ground.
this is
before they're
also the
lost to
problem.
the upper atmospheric effects.
Hang on.
Don't tell me it's the problem. I'm telling you how this
Wait.
works.
Let
I'm telling
me
you-
let
no,
me say
d-
my point
you-
real quick.
I've been letting you
Rick-
finish. You've been letting me finish. Let's not stop this
Okay,
now.
Sorry.
So if you want that carbon that which will be fractional to leave that leaves that ecosystem to be recaptured again as soon as possible, you want another ecosystem as close to that ecosystem it just left.
Yes, but there is a problem that we're like looking over when it comes to carbon captures of trees. It takes about 20 years for a tree to get to the point where it's absorbing like its max amount of carbon, which would be the efficient amount of carbon for a tree to absorb. So it already takes 20 years for a tree to get to the point where it can absorb an efficient amount of carbon. And the problem with that is with the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it shortens the lifespan of all plants, not taking into account that it will also cause droughts and further
But no-
issues that are going to shorten the life of
But
all
a tree is still going to
ecosystems.
last years and it's still going to sequester that carbon. And you're acting like
We
it's
don't know that right
now.
now. We don't know that right now. For
Yeah,
all
we-
we know, there could be forest
able to
fires every
model-
year that take out the forest.
Forest fire, there are plenty of trees that actually survive forest fires. So what we do know is that things like forest fires, can actually be really important. So let's not discount that. Secondly, if you really want to capture a lot of carbon quickly, you plant grasses.
Hang
And
on, I have a question for you. You do acknowledge that forest fires is one of the biggest concerns when it comes to climate change because of the global heating of the planet. It's causing droughts and it's causing foliage and trees and all this shit to dry up, which is causing an increase of forest fires. It is one
So
of the
we have yet to
highest
see
contributing
forest
worries
fires
of
happen.
climate change.
We have yet to see forest fires happen in climates which are not adapted to forest fires. So right now, the majority of increases are still happening in places that tend to get more benefits from these fires than not. Even though they are on large scales, I will agree with you. That might also have to do with being an El Nino. And as it turns out, the more that climate change progresses, the more factors which prevent forest fires will also come into play. So we also don't know how many forest fires there's
Hang
really
on,
going to
no,
be.
we just
easy
saw a direct
model-
result of forest
easier
fires
to
from
model
climate
which
change.
trees will survive the forest fires than to try to predict how many forest fires there will be.
Look at Hawaii. What just happened in Hawaii? That is a perfect example of forest fires caused by climate change.
That shit happens because of volcanoes. It happens all the
There
time
was
in Hawaii.
there was no volcano. This was a natural causing fire because of dry brush in Hawaii, which Hawaii
You can't say
shouldn't
they
have
never
dry
have.
brush.
Yeah, no, they can.
No, the reason why there's dry brush is because
Wrong.
there hasn't been enough rain to keep it
The
there
reason
hasn't
that
been
there's
enough
dry
rain
brush is
because of climate
because-
change.
The reason that there's dry brush is because there's something called a Calvin cycle there. Do you know what that is?
Explain it.
So I know I said Kelvin before. That was Kelvin wave. This is a Calvin cycle. So one's oceanic and this is atmospheric. Calvin cycle is a convective motion that goes through all layers of the atmosphere where there's air, and it's where hot air rises from the equator, and then falls again, like either north or south of it, usually a little bit to the east.
So you don't hang on. Can I ask you a direct question real quick? Do
Sure.
you not believe what happened in Hawaii was caused by climate change?
No, it's way better explained by these Calvin waves or Calvin cycles.
You
Because all that dry
you do
air,
understand you
all
saying
that dry air, all that dry air is a result of air falling from very high altitudes where it's already lost its moisture, and creating a dry system around Hawaii.
You do understand that's the same argument that climate change denialists are using right now, right?
No, climate change denies to disregard everything as being that. I'm not disregarding surpassing 5 out of the 9 planetary boundaries as just being anomalies. I'm looking at the conditions of Hawaii and
So
how
you're
they
saying, hang on.
reflect the changing oscillations of El Nino.
Are you telling me the fact that the oceans, the worldwide oceans this year was the hottest on record and that doesn't affect the dry spell
No.
in Hawaii? The fact that the
No.
global ocean has been the hottest
That's not
it's
what I
ever
said.
been.
So we're gonna go through this again, and you're gonna stop me once we hit the roadblock. So once El Nino starts, warm water starts upwelling in the equator in the Nino 3.4 region, just west of the what's that country? The country at the equator in South America. So just west of there, we see warm water come up. That causes air to start rising up, very high up, higher than we see here where I am at this part, because the atmosphere is so much taller. It then begins to fall. As it falls, it becomes drier and is a high pressure system. That high pressure system of dry air comes down, creates and makes wherever it comes down drier and cooler. Are you following so far?
Yes.
This because we're experiencing multiple Kelvin waves, which leads to multiple Kelvin cycles, means that the drier than normal conditions are clearly directly causal to the El Nino cycles. We can observe these things happening.
Okay, but here's the thing. While Hawaii was experiencing its driest period in decades and was causing massive forest fires,
Our last El Nino
Los
to this
Angeles,
size was 95, so it would actually
Los
make sense that it's
Angeles-
been the driest in decades.
Los Angeles at the exact same time was experiencing its worst rainstorm in 70 years.
So that's actually typical of something called the Madden-Julian oscillation, which has been kind of it's been missing. We didn't really know where it went for a while. There's a good chance it might have been there, especially because let me remember. Is it the active?
Do you believe in climate change?
So active phase is high pressure. Active phase is low pressure. Inactive phase is high pressure. So in order for what just happened to happen, and this is totally possible what I'm about to describe, the active phase would have to be over Los Angeles. And then we often see the inactive phase right next to it somewhere. And where was it? Over Hawaii.
You do know what one of the main factors of like the greenhouse gas effect is the warming of the oceans, and like when the oceans warm like that, it will cause erratic fucking weather behaviors.
Yes,
Like one
I
of the-
know a lot about climate stability and how things like an incremental change in global ocean temperatures, not these local events that are happening. Global ocean temperatures will lead to global instabilities. However, You can't just point to every anomaly and every instability and be like, that's climate change, because you know what that also does? That gives right wingers to say a chance to say, see, these motherfuckers, they don't understand weather. They can't tell the difference between when it's El Nino and when it's a fucking actual like planetary boundary being surpassed.
So it just so happens every other year we're having incredible 80-year weather disasters.
No. I'm not decoupling every single thing that's happened. I'm decoupling this one instance because part of science communication is not just narrating over everything with, well, it must be climate change because I don't understand it well enough to know if it is one thing or another.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's clear signs that this was from climate change.
So this El Nino, so according to your logic, you're expecting this El Nino to be the strongest we've ever seen.
No.
Well, that's the only thing that would explain what's happening in Hawaii being caused by climate change.
I'm saying Hawaii is not getting the rain it's supposed to. The
According to
normal
what?
rain that Hawaii gets.
You said it's been decades, right? You said it's been decades.
According to the last 80 years of records, Hawaii
Right.
is supposed to be getting 3 times the rain it's getting now.
Well, supposed to be means in its wettest season, which would always be La Nina. So what is supposed to be getting now in El Nino season is a different story and probably a much different graph. What we want to keep in mind is that our last El Nino to surpass this was in 95. It could have been 98.
No. I'm. Let's stop talking about the El Nino.
Don't
I
cut
don't
me
care
off.
about that.
Well, yeah, you do, because you apparently think it's linked to climate change when it's not.
I'm not even talking about the El Nino.
Well, you were when you're mentioning Hawaii, which is currently being affected by an El Nino right now.
No, I'm not talking about the El Nino in Hawaii. I haven't
you
done
were. You just didn't
no,
realize it.
hang on. Let me clarify something. I have done little to no research about the El Nino in Hawaii. Okay?
Well,
But
it's not
what
in
I
Hawaii,
have done
it's affecting
research
Hawaii.
what I have done research on is the wildfires and the contributing factors. And the contributing factors in Hawaii are the same contributing factors that lead to wildfires inside of Washington State. It is the same contributing factors inside of New York. It is the same contributing factors inside of Canada. It is the same
So you're
contributing
recognizing
factors
patterns, but
inside
you're
of
not recognizing causality. That's the issue. Yes. there's
So
a
just
pattern.
so happens all of these places are having the exact same problem
Nope.
that climate scientists have been saying.
there's
This is what
variability.
happens when you have shit tons of carbon in the atmosphere.
Chill with the snark, dog.
So what I'm saying is that there's variability across regions. The increase, regardless of what stage of El Nino we're in, would be proof of your statement. But fluctuations within the scale of El Nino La Nina that are clearly explained by the effects of El Nino need to be more critically analyzed before we communicate them as an effect of climate change.
I can understand what you're saying. It's just, from what I've seen and read about climate change, when I see these events, it's literally exactly what the papers say is
Remember
going
what
to
I said?
happen when there's
Remember what I said
an
about this
excess
being
of
the
carbon
strongest
in
El
the
Nino?
atmosphere.
Remember, if like I said, if you were to be like, this is the strongest El Nino we've ever seen, then I would say it's very likely that this has to do with climate change. I wouldn't say it is. Now here's why. You would probably need 1 or 2 more just to compare and say, okay, that's 3 of the strongest in a row. This is matching the trends of us breaking other records one year after another. Now we can say that El Nino is being fueled due to climate change. It's very unlikely because this is partially fueled by deep water oscillations. It's going to take a long time for climate change to affect the deep ocean. That being said, there are ways for what you're looking for to be seen in these things, but these are 4-year cycles. So it's going to take us 12 or so years before we can actually start to see any effects. Now, there's a question, like, could the jet stream fight El Nino and cause more turbulent upper air effects and thus, like, much worse storms for, like, the west coast in North America? That is yet to be seen, but it could.
As I
we're used
said,
to
I
seeing
don't
the
know
jet stream
anything
die.
about the El Nino.
Do you know much about the jet stream and what that has to do with climate change?
Yeah, I know about the jet stream. I just don't know about the El Nino you're referring to.
And
I
by
didn't
the
even
way,
know about an El Nino until you mentioned it.
Warming of course, you're going to run into problems with the warming thing because while we warm, we're also melting the polar ice caps. That leads to an increased amount of cold air and things like the polar vortex here in Canada. Now, that's cooling. That's a high-pressure cooling system. It always presents itself as a cold front. So that might seem contradictory, but that's exactly the cool, dry air that leads to the wildfires that we saw last summer over in BC and Alberta. So this is why you want to know these details and nuances and really study climate science.
So you don't think that the wildfires in Canada were caused by climate change either?
No, I just said the opposite. I just said the
Okay,
polar
okay,
vortex
okay.
happens because we're melting the polar ice caps.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
And if you look at the literature, like we've observed polar vortex events, but never would we say like there's a polar vortex throughout winter and summer that just never goes away. Remember when it was like before, oh, polar vortex is giving us very cool summers. What do you know, right? Now it's just like every year, like either the polar vortex is there or it's east or west of you, or at least of me here in Ontario. It just never goes away anymore. And I know because I look at surface analysis maps every day.
Fair enough.
Do you know about windy.com?
I think I've seen it.
That's such a great resource. If you're going to start making observations, you can use this to see what else is going on.
Oh yeah, I have used this.
Because it gives you like upper atmospheric stuff. So say there's like something like going on, but normally this effect would be mitigated by the jet stream. You can use this and be like, okay, well, why isn't the jet stream flowing? You need to know quite a bit about, atmospheric sciences, but once you do, it's very insightful because it helps you understand like, okay, yes, the jet stream is being affected by this, but it's not just, jet stream stronger or jet stream more scary. It's a very complex thing that also is very heavily wrapped up in these global oscillations happening due to our oceans and upper atmospheric conditions.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm glad that you're passionate about it. Just if you want to communicate this kind of stuff, you can only do yourself justice by there's probably a lecture on YouTube for like atmospheric sciences or something like that.
It might just be like different science papers that we've read. Like most science papers that I've read is from like climate change scientists, like climate change activists, shit like that. Most of the books I've read are from people that are like in ecological sciences and shit like that. And like everything that I've read basically says like what I'm seeing is a direct result of climate change. Now you can explain it with every other way that
I
you
run into
just said right now.
a lot with what or climate activists a lot with what I'm saying. Do you ever follow Go Green on Twitter?
No.
Okay, so they're a good example. They've actually gotten a lot better since I've been in their replies pointing stuff out to them. But at first, they would do the exact same thing, and I'd be like, "By the way, this has been not only is this just El Nino, like what I just did with you. Sometimes they're posting stuff where there's already been a study done on it, and they found it's in something else entirely, right? Because we have to understand these things if we're actually going to fix these problems. We can't just be like, oh, that's climate change. I guess we can't deal with it.
Hang
Oh, that's
on.
climate change.
So
guess
can
we
I
can't
ask
deal
you a
with it."
question?
Yeah.
Do you denounce the White House statement on the matter that said Hawaii was a result of climate change?
I'm surprised they made it. So yeah. Because we know right now that there's a Kelvin cycle over Hawaii. Like, there's no way that's those only appear when there's Kelvin waves, and they only appear the way that they do, right? Because there's technically always Kelvin cycles in the equator, but they only stay steady like that when there's Kelvin waves erupting one after another in the ocean, where that's that warm water coming up, and so it's very important. And I could even go deeper into how we get that, right? 'Cause this is a very layered science. And if that weren't there, then that would just make a lot more sense to attribute that to climate change. And also, or like if it were the strongest El Nino, if this were the strongest El Nino, we'd be like, holy shit, it's blowing the Southern Oscillation Index out of the water. Then yeah, of course we could say, sure.
So what do you contribute to climate change?
What do I contribute to climate change? I'm a filthy consumer.
So you just think like the production of products?
What?
You said I'm a filthy consumer.
Well, what? I didn't really know how to answer. That's how I think of my contribution to the planet.
No.
What?
What? Okay, I asked. What I meant is, when you look at the world and everything that's happening, what do you think is being caused by climate change? Like, you said you are concerned about climate change, so what do you think the effect of climate change?
Human activity for sure. Mostly farming, and then shipping and stuff like that.
But farming, the problem with farming is droughts, and the droughts are the things that are leading to dry forests, which are leading to the conditions that cause forest fires.
No, the problem with farming is the amount of aquatic ecosystems we lose from the runoff of fertilizer, plus the amount of emissions that are created both by, meat farming as well as decomposing material that gets wasted for the purposes of farming, which we could avoid with, heterogeneous. Never mind, I'm not going to say it.
Then what is the greenhouse effect?
Well, okay, so the greenhouse effect is the reduction in heat loss by the atmosphere as greenhouse gases accumulate.
Yes, so what is the greenhouse effect on climate change?
You're asking me how the greenhouse effect causes climate change as I understand it?
Yeah, because what
Okay.
you just said, you said the biggest cause of climate change is from fertilizers that we're using
No,
in our farms.
I also said cow farts. I also said cow farts and degrading
Yeah,
vegetation.
but you didn't
biodegrading
explain
vegetation.
you didn't explain exactly like what carbon is doing in that effect, because my stance
It's
is
trapping
carbon
heat.
is directly warming the oceans, which is leading to dry spells all across the world, which is leading to major droughts, which is leading to drying, which is leading to fires.
But you're not actually able to explain how it leads to be in direct processes, because the ocean just warming up doesn't actually mean anything. It doesn't tell us how currents change. It doesn't tell us how these oscillations change. And until we know that, we're not going to be able to take out variables that could also explain a lot of these things. And like I said, the important thing for me is just to be able to delineate what is climate change from what isn't. And if so with El Nino, if that had just appeared with anthropogenic effects, then sure, yeah, then El Nino would be caused by climate change. But we've known about El
No,
Nino
hang
for a
on.
long ass time. It's also in our ice
Ben?
records that it's been going
No
on for a
offense,
long
but
ass
I
time.
think you're working with like a 1990s level understanding of climate change, where it's
Oh,
like
likewise.
It's
You're
right.
literally
Sorry, I didn't notice
obsessed
your
with greenhouse
chat.
No,
gases.
it's like you're
talking
it's
about
like
climate
you're
change. I'm gonna
saying
be
the
getting off
only
in a minute
worries
or
that we
two,
have
though.
to deal with a climate
I gotta
change
go to bed.
is farming and the fact that
No.
the fucking ocean is going to rise.
Nope. You asked me. Well, basically, your question could be rephrased as, how did we exceed 5 of the 9 planetary boundaries? And I started going through the reasons scientists gave for us exceeding the planetary boundaries. One of them, by the way, is hydrocarbon use. But it turns out when you examine hydrocarbon use, it's way more to do with ships in the ocean than anything else. So that's just a weak argument. I'm totally for us going electric. I just hate fossil fuels because I'm anti-capitalist. And I don't think we should be paying them for us to be able to drive around, especially now that we have the technology to do otherwise. But besides that, it's just, it's if you do break this down to greenhouse gases, that's also a losing argument, because that's actually not enough on its own to cause the effects of climate change. You have to understand how our ecosystems are being lost. You have to understand how biodiversity loss affects ecosystem stability, and how that loss of ecosystem stability leads to the loss of ecosystem services, and how those losses of ecosystem services lead to climate change as we are currently recognizing it.
I'm
not
going
just
to
the
explain
models,
the
not
basic
just
science.
the models predicted by greenhouse gases. You're focusing on one model. I'm telling you to focus on many.
I'm going to explain the basic understanding as to why greenhouse gases affect
I've already explained it for us.
No, when plants, trees, everything absorb greenhouse gas,
yes, it is healthy for them to do that. But when there is an excess of greenhouse gas to oxygen within the atmosphere, it kills everything around it at an accelerated
doesn't.
rate.
No, that's actually not true. There only needs to be a certain amount of oxygen in the atmosphere, which is maintained through homeostasis, and atmospheric homeostasis, which is
You
way
do
more
know
powerful.
these things are like a really, like, they're not that fucking, they can tip really easily, right? Like, it's not like
Well-
we can just keep releasing carbon into the atmosphere. It
depends on
has
what you're
an absolute effect.
So no, it depends on what you're describing. They don't. Tipping points are a point of loss of stability, and so you have to be able to characterize the stability of ecosystems to actually know when you're going to surpass this tipping point. So, for example, you just mentioned producers.
No, I mean the tipping
For
point
example,
of the
you just
atmosphere.
mentioned the sequestration of carbon by producers. Producers are any organism that can take in light, get energy from that light, and use that to fix carbon. So that's also known as photoautotrophy. What's important about that is that photoautotrophs aren't really limited by the resources around them. In fact, the more carbon dioxide and light there is, the less limited they are to grow and reproduce. They can literally explode like cyanobacteria does. Are you familiar with that link to the carbon dioxide amounts in the atmosphere, the amount of cyanobacteria in our ponds?
No, I did not know that link.
Okay, so yeah, that's what's happening. The more carbon dioxide that enters the atmosphere, the more cyanobacteria choke out these ponds. We lose the biodiversity to that life. That entire pond dies, releases all the carbon it's sequestered within the life within it, and then that's where we really get our carbon from.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, if you want to know how you get more methane than carbon dioxide from ecosystem decay, that's how. You can just say, no, it's not. But I'm telling you, I study this, not just because I do debates. I literally make self-enclosed aquatic ecosystems. So I have to understand the science of this down to a very fine and
That's not a
detailed
special
level.
thing. I've done that.
Sure, how long did it last?
9 months, and then I gave it to a friend because I had to move.
Okay, so how's it going?
I don't know. I haven't talked to the friend in a year.
Okay, so I can tell you how it went.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me.
So I'm going to assume you haven't overloaded any nutrients just for the sake of argument. If you had, then it didn't last. It'll do even worse. But let's say everything.
Hang on. I'm going to throw you the argument right now. I looked it up on YouTube, and the dude had all the shit I needed to buy in the comments, and I followed it step by step. And I was like, hey, look at that, it grew.
Serpent Designs?
I'm pretty sure that was the name, yeah.
So Tanner's great and all, but he doesn't do things at a fine enough level where you never have to do maintenance. So your system can last for a long time if you re-add lost nutrients and you take out stuff occasionally. If you don't, though, here's what will happen. You will start to build up inorganic materials, which will be inaccessible to anything in there. So, and whatever those inorganic materials are made of, whether it's phosphorus, nitrogen, or carbon, will become increasingly limiting resources to the system. So, the biodiversity in your system will drop every time you go below a threshold where a species can sustain itself, like reproduce and survive the next generation.
No, hang on. That's why I said there's a tipping point. This is a very
So-
clear
this is
understanding
why I
of
told
science.
you that I
There
study
needs
these
to be-
tipping points.
Hang on. Okay. So the reason why the ice age happened in the first place was because there was too much carbon in the atmosphere. The planet did a global cool down period, which then trapped all the carbon. But the problem is, after the ice age trapped all the carbon, there wasn't enough carbon to keep the planet warm.
Remember
so
when
it
you said
dropped
I
the
have like a
planet 30
90s
degrees.
understanding? Remember when you said I had 90s understanding? There's been more models that have come out since then. One of them being an oceanic model. And what has also been shown is that during the more major ice ages, there's also a severe loss of ocean currents. That's what makes those ice ages so much different from this one, even though we have so much higher greenhouse gases in the
Do
air.
you
than
know
we
how we know the greenhouse gases cause the warming of the planet, which causes all the shit we're talking about?
I'm not
within the
okay,
ice caps.
We don't know that it
is-
caused that. Okay, here let me get something very clear to you. You keep saying caused, but you haven't read the literature in a detailed way enough to know the difference between cause and correlation, right? They
How much
know.
carbon is in the ice
They know,
caps?
just let me explain to you. They know that this was a factor, so that's kind of in between cause and correlation, but it wasn't the primary cause. The primary cause was the loss of ocean currents, because let me tell you right now, the planet can warm quite a bit before ocean currents start preventing stop preventing those effects from taking hold. Ocean currents are way more powerful than greenhouse gases. I guarantee you that. They're one of the most important thermodynamic exchange
you can
functions
Okay.
in the
Hang on.
the oceanic atmosphere.
How much? Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. How much greenhouse gases is in the ice caps, and how much greenhouse
fuck.
gases will be released into the
You really
atmosphere
can only
once
think
the
like
ice caps
you
melt?
think you speak like Al Gore, dude. I'm trying to
Sure,
explain
you can say
to you,
that. Sure. I
like,
speak like Al
honestly,
Gore.
we could release all the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but if we increase biodiversity, we'd have enough carbon sinking to not notice.
That's not how that works.
Yes, it
Because
is
as
actually.
I said,
Yes, it is, because this
carbon
is a
increases the
space-sustaining
rate
problem.
of plants dying, and then at
No,
the
it doesn't.
same
You're
time,
wrong.
it takes
You
20
don't know
years
how this
for
works.
It takes 20 years for a tree
Why
to
would a
reach
plant
the point.
die? Why would a plant die from carbon dioxide?